Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States. From interviews with former slaves. He loved young Master John. Some friends driving to Oak Grove, Alabama, gave the writer the opportunity on August 4th to interview an old ex-slave, Charlie Aarons, who is quite venerable in appearance, and who, when asked his age, replied, "Madam, I don't know, but I sure been round here long time." And when asked how old he was at the time of the surrender, he answered, "I was a man able to do a man's work, so I expects I was 18 or 20 years old." Uncle Charlie, as he is known among his own color and the white people who know him, told the writer he was born at Petersburg, Virginia, and his parents, Aaron and Louisa, were owned by a Mr. J.H. White, who had a store in the city, but no plantation. His parents had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, and when Uncle Charlie was about 10 years of age, he was sold by Mr. White to a speculator named Jones, who brought him to Mobile. He recalled being placed on the block, at the slave mart on Royal and State Streets, and the anxiety of hearing the different people bidding for him, and being finally sold to a Mr. Jason Harris, who lived near Newton Station in Jasper County, Miss. Uncle Charlie never saw or heard of his parents or brother and sister again and never knew what became of them. Uncle Charlie said Mr. Harris was a pretty rough master, and somewhat close. All rations were weighed out and limited. He had a white overseer and a Negro driver, who was the meanest of all. Mr. Jason Harris had about 60 slaves, and a large plantation of 100 acres. The men and women worked in the fields from 6 to 6, except on Saturday, when they had half-day holiday to clean up generally. The home of the Harris family was a large 2-story house, and the quarters were the regular log cabins with clay chimneys. They cooked in their cabins, but during the busy season in the fields their dinners were sent out to them, each slave having his own tin pail marked with his name. Water would be sent out in a barrel mounted on an ox cart. The old men and women looked after the children of the slaves while their parents worked in the fields. When the writer asked Uncle Charlie if his master or mistress ever taught him to read or write, he smiled and said, "No, madam, only to work." When asked if they had any special festivities at Christmas or any other holiday, he replied, "No, we had no special jollifications. Saturday nights they would sing and dance in the quarters and have prayer meetings, then on some Sundays they would hitch up the mules to a big wagon and all go to the white folks' church, and again there would be camp meetings held and the slaves from all the surrounding plantations would attend, going to same in these large wagons, sometimes having 4 mules to a wagon. They then would have a jolly time along the way, singing and calling to one another, and making friends. Uncle Charlie said he drove many a load of cotton in the large mule wagons from Newton Station to Enterprise, Mississippi. When asked if that wasn't a chance to run away, he replied, "Get away, why madam, those nigger dogs would track you and all you got was a beating." Uncle Charlie seemed to look off in the distance and said, "You know, madam, I never saw a slave rebuked until I came to Mississippi, and I just couldn't understand at first," but he grinned and said, "Lordy, madam, some of those niggers were onery too, and a nigger driver was a driver sure enough." When the master's son John Harris went to war, Charlie went with him as his bodyguard, and when asked what his duties were, he replied, "I looked after Master John, tended the horses and the tents. I recalls well, madam, the siege of Vicksburg." The writer then asked him if he wasn't afraid of the shot and shell all around him. "No, madam," he replied, "I kept way in the back where the camp was, for I didn't like to feel the earth trembling 'neath my feet, but you see, madam, I loved young Master John, and he loved me, and I just had to watch over that boy. And he came through all right." Uncle Charlie said when they were told the Yankees were coming through from their headquarters in Meridian, Mississippi, and warned of their raids, they all made to the swamps and stayed until they had passed on. But that the Yankees did not disturb the Jason Harris plantation. After the surrender, Charlie came to Mobile and worked at the Yankee camp, living in the quarters located in Holly's Garden. He drove their wagons and was paid $14 a month and his keep. After his discharge he worked on steamboats and followed different lines of work, being employed for several years at Mr. M. L. Davis's sawmill, and is at present living on the Davis place at Oak Grove, Alabama. An old Southern home, with quarters originally built for the employees of the mill and still known as the quarters, and like other antebellum homes they have their private burying ground on the place. Uncle Charlie was married 4 times, but now a widower. He had 4 children, 2 boys who are dead, and 2 girls, one Carrie Johnson, a widow, living in Cushla, Allah, and the other, Ella Aarons, a grass widow, living in Mobile, Alabama. Uncle Charlie says he saw Jeff Davis as an old man, after the war at Mississippi City, Mississippi, and then his face lit up, and he said, "Wait a minute, madam, I saw another president, let me think, yes, madam, I saw President Grant. He came through Mobile from New Orleans, and there was a big parade that day." When asked about Abraham Lincoln, Uncle Charlie thought a while, and answered. According to what was issued out in the Bible, there was a time for slavery, people had to be punished for their sin, and then there was a time for it not to be. And the Lord had opened a good view to Mr. Lincoln, and he promoted a good idea. When he was asked about Booker T. Washington, he replied, "It was traversed out to him until the white folks took part with him and helped him carry on." Uncle Charlie thinks the present-day folks are bad and wicked, and don't realize anything like the old folks. Charlie is a Baptist, became one when he sought the Lord, and thinks all people should be religious. Interview with Anthony Abercrombie. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. Old Joe can keep his 2 bits. Uncle Aunt New York sat dozing in the early morning sunshine on his rickety front porch. He is a thin little old man with patches of white wool here and there on his bald head, and an expression of kindness and gentleness on his wrinkled old face. As I went cautiously up the steps, which appeared none too safe, his cane, which had been leaning against his chair, fell to the floor with a clatter. He awoke with a start and began fumbling around for it with his trembling and bony hands. "Uncle Aunt New York, you don't see so well, do you?" I asked as I recovered the stick for him. "No ma'am, I don't," he replied. "I ain't seed none out'n one of my eyes in near 'bout 60 years, and the doctor say I got a Cadillac on de yother one. But I knows you is white folks. I always is been puny, but I reckon I does pretty well considerin' I is 100 years old." "How do you know you are that old?" I inquired of him. Without hesitation he answered, "I knows I's dat old, 'cause my misties put it down in de Bible. I was born on de 4th day and I was a full-growed man when de war come on in 61. Yassum, my mind kinder comes and goes, but I can always 'member 'bout slavey time. Hit's the things what happen in dese days dat's so easy for me to disremember. I belong to Marster Jim Abercrombie. His plantation was 'bout 16 miles north of Marion in Bibb County. When his son, young Jim, old Moss Jim give me to him and he fetched me to Perry County. No old Marster didn't go to war, case he was corrupted. He was deaf in both ears and couldn't see good nother. But he didn't care much 'bout me, 'case I was puny like and warn't much 'count in de field. My misties, Miss Lou, was raisin' me up to be a carriage driver, and she was jes' as good to me as she could be. She used to dose me up with castor oil, Jimson root, and dogwood tea when I be feelin' pulley, and she'd always take up for me when Moss Jim get in behind me 'bout somepen. I reckon though I was a pretty worrisome nigger in dem days. Always gettin' in some kind of mischief. Oh yassum, I used to go to meetin'. Us niggers didn't have no meetin' house on de plantation, but Moss Jim load us to build a brush arbor. Den 2 years atter de surrender I took consideration and jained up with de Lord. Dat's how come I live so long. De Lord done told me, "Anton, why, you got 120 miles to trabel. Dat mean you gwine to live 120 years, if you stay on de straight and narrow road. But if you don't, you gotta go jest de same as all de yothers." "Tell me something about your master's slaves and his overseers," I asked of him. "Well," he said, "Moss Jim had 'bout 300 slaves, and he had one mighty bad overseer. But he got killed down on the bank of the creek one night. They never did find out who killed him, but Moss Jim always believed the field hands done it. For dat us niggers you see that go down to the creek to wash ourselves, but atter the overseer got killed down dar, us just leave off dat washin', 'cause some of 'em seed the overseer's highantee down dar floatin' over the creek. Dar was another highantee on the plantation, too. Moss Jim had some trouble wid a big double-giant nigger named Joe. One day he turned on Moss Jim with a fence rail, and Moss Jim had to pull his gun and kill him. Well, dat happened in a skirt of woods what I get my lightwood what I use to start a fire. One day I went to dem same woods to get some simmons. Another nigger went with me, and he clumb the tree to shake the simmons down whilst I be pickin' em up. For long I heard another tree shakin' every time us shake our tree, dat other tree shake too, and down came the simmons from it. I say to myself, that's Joe, 'cause he likes simmons too. Then I grab up my basket and holler to the boy in the tree, nigger turn loose and drap down from dar, and catch up with me if you can. I's leavin' here right now, 'cause old Joe is over dar gettin' simmons too. Then another time I was in the woods choppin' lightwood. It was 'bout sundown, and every time my axe go whack on the lightwood knot, I hear another whack sides mine. I stops and lease ends and don't hear nothin'. Then I starts choppin' agin I hears the yother whacks. By dat time my hound dog was crouchin' at my feets, with the hair standin' up on his back and I couldn't make him get up nor budge. This time I didn't stop for nothin'. I just drapped my axe right dar, and me and dat hound dog tore out for home lickety-split. When us got dar Moss Jim was settin' on the porch, and he say, "Nigger, you been up to somethin' you got no business. You is all out'n breath. Who you runnin' from?" Then I say, "Moss Jim, somebody sides me is choppin' in yo woods, and I can't see him." And Moss Jim, he say, "Ah, dat ain't nobody but old Joe. Did he owe you anythin'?" And I say, "Yassa, he owe me 2 bits for helpin' him shuck corn." Well, Moss Jim say, "Don't pay him no mind, it jes' old Joe come back to pay you." Anyhow, I didn't go back to dem woods no mo'. Old Joe can jes' have the 2 bits what he owe me, 'cause I don't want him follerin' ruin atter me. When he do I can't keep my mind on my business. Interview with Molly Ammons. Gertha Kurick. Jesus has my chillin' counted. I walked along a dusty road under the blazing sun. In the shade of a willow tree a Negro man was seated with his legs drawn up and his arms crossed upon his knees. His head rested face downward upon his arms, as he had the aspect of one in deep slumber. Beside him munching on a few straggly weeds, a cantankerous mule took little notice of his surroundings. "Can you tell me where Aunt Molly Ammons lives?" I asked in a loud voice. The Negro stirred slowly, finally raising his head, and displaying 3 rabbit teeth, he accompanied his answer with a slight gesture of his hand. "Yassu, dar her house wrought across the road, the house with the climbin' roses on hit." "Thank you," I said. "Yassu," was the drawled response, and the Negro quickly resumed his former posture. "Aunt Molly Ammons is as gentle as a little child. Her voice is soft and each phrase measured to the slow functionings of her aged mind. Molly Ammons, Eufaula, Alabama. Honey," she said, "you ain't gwinneter believe dis, but I is de mammy of 30 chillens. Jesus got em counted and so is me. I was born in a log cabin dat had a loft, and it was on Moss Lee Cato's plantation 5 miles west of Eufaula. My pappy's name was Tobe Cato and my mammy's was Sophia. I had 1 sister, Martha, and 2 brothers, Bong and Toj. My pappy made all the furniture dat went in our house and it were might good furniture too. Us you see the cook on the fireplace. Us would cook ash cakes. Day was made outen meal, water and a little pinch of lard. On Sundays day was made outen flour, buttermilk and lard. Mammy would rake all the ashes out the fireplace, den kiver the cake with the hot ashes and let it cool till it was done. Yas missy, she continued, I recollects dat I was 'bout 12 or 14 when des render come, cause a little adder dat I maed Pastor Amons. We walked over to Georgetown and it was the fust time I eber had shoes, and I got dem fum ol' massa. I remembers dat I maed in a striped calico dress. Aunt Molly, I said, you're getting a little ahead of your story, tell me something about your plantation life before the war. Well, honey, Massa Lee's place was 'bout 3 miles long and 2 miles wide, and we raised cotton, corn, taters and all sorts of vegetables. We had a mean overseer dat always wanted to whup us, but Massa wouldn't loan no whuppin'. Sometimes the Massa would ride over the place on a hoss, and when he come up on the overseer a fussin' at a nigger, Massa say, don't talk rough to dat nigger when he doin' the best he can. My pappy had a little garden of his own back of his cabin, and he raised some chickens for us to eat, and we had eggs nearly every mornin'. The only work I done on the plantation was to nuss some little niggers when dear mammy and pappy was in the fields. 'Twarn't hard. Nazu. I ain't never seed no slave in chains. Massa Lee was a good man. He had a church built called the Brush House, dat had a flow, and some seats, and a top made outen pine boughs, and Massa's pa, Mr. Cato, would preach every Sunday. We sung songs like, I heard the voice of Jesus say, and I see gwine to die no mo. We was all baptized in the creek, but none of us was taught to read or write. No Sue, I ain't never seed no slave run away. Us was treated fine. Our folks was quality. We had plenty salmon to eat, but dem slaves hadda work powerful hard though. Atter day come home fum de fields day was so tired dat day go rot to sleep, except when de massa had barbecues. Christmas was the big time. Dear was several days to res and make merryin' and lots of dem no count niggers got drunk. When us slaves was sick, Massa Lee would send to Eufaula to fetch Dr. Thornton to give us some medicine. We had the best treatment ever. Yasu, white folks, dem days is long ago. All my chillens done died or wandered away and my ol' man been dead goin' on 20 years. I been here a long time by myself. Aunt Molly, I interrupted. There's one thing I've always been wanting to ask one of you ex-slaves, and that is, what you thought of people like Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson Davis and Booker T. Washington. A puzzled expression came of the face of the old Negro. White folks, she said after a moment's deliberation, I don't believes I is had the pleasure of meetin' dem gentmen's. Interview with Charity Anderson. Isla B. Prine. Charity Anderson, who believes she is 101 years old, was born at Bell's Landing on the Alabama River, where her owner, Leslie Johnson, operated a woodyard, which supplied fuel to the river steamers. And a tavern where travelers whiled away the delays of a dubious riverboat schedule. Rheumatic and weak, she no longer ventures from her house in Towmanville, on the outskirts of Mobile, but sits, with her turbaned head and bespectacled eyes, rocking the long hours away in a creaky old chair and knitting or sewing. Or just gazing into a past painted by the crackling flames in the fireplace. Charity Anderson, Towmanville, Alabama. I has so much trouble gettin' up and down the steps and over the ground, I just makes myself happy here, cause, thank the Lord, I see on Zion's march, is her resigned comment. Missy, peoples don't live now. And niggers ain't got no manners, and don't know nothin' 'bout waitin' on folks. I kin remember the days when I was one of the house servants. Dear was 6 of us in the old Massa's house, me, Sarai, Lou, Hester, Jerry and Joe. Us didn't know nothin' but good times den. My job was lookin' atter the corner table war nothin' but the dessert set. Joe and Jerry, they was the table boys. They never tetched nothin' wid dear Hans, but used a waiter to pass things wid. My ol' massa was a good man. He treated all his slaves kind, and took good care of 'em. But, honey, all the white folks want good to dear slaves. I's seen niggers, mows, tore up by dogs and whooped till they bled wn they did n do lack the white folks say. But, thank the Lord, I had good white folks and they did trust me, too. I had charge of all the keys to the house, and I waited on the missus and the chillun. I laid out all the close on Saturday night, and then Sunday mornings I'd pick up all the dirty things. They did have a thing to do. Us house servants had a hard job keepin' the pickaninnies outer the dinin' room where ol' massa cause they would slip in and stand by his cheer, he finished eatin', he would fix a plate for and let set on the hearth. No ma'am, missy, I ain't never worked in the fields. Ol' massa he never planted no cotton, and I ain't seen none planted till after I was free. But, honey, I could show 'nuff wash, iron and knit and weave. Sometimes I weaved 6 or 7 yards of cloth, and do my housework too. I learnt the chillun how to weave, and wash, and iron, and knit too, and I's waited on the foth generation of our family. I jes wish I could tell dese young chillun how to do. If'n they would only suffer me to talk to dem, I'd tell dem to be more 'spectful to dear mammies and to dear white folks and say, yes ma'am and no ma'am, instead of, yes and no like they do now. All this generation thinks of is 'musement. I never had seen a show in my whole life, tell just this when one of dem carnival things with the swings, and lights, and all the doin's they have stopped right in front of our house here. And I ain't never been in no trouble in all my life, ain't been in no lawsuits, and ain't been no witness eben. I always treat everybody as good as I kin, and I uses my manners as good as I knows how, and the Lord has took good care of me. Why, my house burnt up, the white folks helped me so dat in no time you couldn't tell I ever los a thing. But, honey, the good old days is now gone forber. The old days was rarely the good times. How I wish I could go back to the days we lived at Johnson's Landing on the River, when the folks would come to catch the steamboats and we never knowed how many to put on breakfast, dinner or supper cause the boats mought be behin' times. I ain't never had to pay a fare to ride a steamboat neither. I was a good-lookin' yaller gal in dem days and rid free wherever I wanted to go. But what's the use dreamin' 'bout the old times? Days gone, and the world is gettin' wickeder and wickeder, sin grows bolder and bolder, and ligin colder and colder. Interview with Gus Askew. Gertha Kurick. Dat was one time when the band was playin' and flags was flyin' dat us lil niggers didn't get no joy out'n it. Gus Askew smiled at the thought of the occasion as he sat on the sunny steps of his comfortable house in Eufaula. Gus was telling about the investment of Eufaula during the war between the states. Gen L. Grierson and his men marched right through town. Gus went on with his story of his boyhood. Mr. Lincoln Dunn said we was free, but us lil niggers was too skeered to listen to any band music, even if'n the sojas had come to set us free. Pairs like us was always gittin' in somebody's way in dem days and gittin' skeered of some pin. But we went on away from the sojas and had a good time 'mongst ourselves like we always done when there wasn't any cotton pickin'. Cotton pickin' time was when we didn't have any chance to do any playin'. After the surrender I didn't have to do any more cotton pickin', and I went blacksmithin' for Joe Sturgis. He was the first blacksmith in this here town. I was the second. Now my son done took on the work. They ain't so much sense all these here automobiles done got so plentiful and might nigh ruined the business. But for 70 years I riz with the son and went to dat blacksmith shop. I's enjoying a little misery now. So I's takin' my rest. Gus Askew, Eufaula, Alabama. Gus Askew was born a slave of the Edwards family in Henry County in 1853. He was brought to Eufaula just before the close of the war and stayed on as a blacksmith after he was freed. In his 70 years of hard work he saved enough to buy his home and some property which maintains him and his wife since age and infirmity forced him to turn over the work to his son. He has been married 54 years, numbers his white friends by the hundreds and is held in great respect by his own race. Interview with Tom Baker. Susie R. O'Brien. Show, I recollects about de slabbery days, said Uncle Tom as he whittled shavings from a soft piece of white pine. I lived on a plantation down in Perry County and I remembers a story bout sompen dat happened to me away back dar. I was a water boy for 50 fiel Hans dat worked in de sun all day long, and I had to carry many a bucket from de spring dat was 1 fiel over from where most of dem was workin'. The spring run down between some willow trees and it was powerful cool down dear in de shade. I used to lie on de moss and let my bare belly get cool and put my face in de outlet of de spring and let de water trickle over my head. Just about the time I gets a little rest one of dem niggers would call, "Water boy, bring dat bucket." Then I grab up the bucket and run back out in the hot sun. One day, on my last trip, I was mighty tired and I flopped down on dat moss with the sweat drippin' from my body, and I knowed I done fell slap to sleep. When I woke up, it was almost dark, and I couldn't hear the slaves singing in the fields, so I knowed dat they had gone home. I shake my head, and look about me, and my eyes came to res on a little black bear cub drinkin' out in the spring. He so was a cute little boogar and I made up my mind right then to try and catch him. I was just a little nigger 'bout 10-year-old and didn't have no sense, but I wanted dat little bear. He ain't seed me saidin' dear, so I snuck up real cautious like, and before he knowed it I had dat little debil squealin' in my hands. I was just about to start home with him, when I hears a rustlin' in de bushes and before I went 10 feet, here come a big, black bear lopin' along right outen dem willow trees. I dropped dat little critter 'case I knowed dat was his mammy and she was ravin' mad. When I let the little feller fall it must have hurt him sompen awful 'case he howlamo, Dan Eber, and went a limpin' up to his mammy. Well, Sue, dat ol' woman she got so mad she made me lack 2 bolts of lightnin', but dese here feets of mine begin doin' dear stuff. I knowed she was gainin' on me so I lets out a whoop for help. She chased me cross dat empty field and 'bout dat time I seen Big Jim comin' through a row of corn. "Hurry Big Jim," I calls, "a bear is atter me." Big Jim was the biggest nigger on our place. He must have weighed as much as half a bale of cotton. I was just 'bout gittin' to the age of de corn when dat bear catched me. He give me a slap with his paw and I goes down with my mouth scoopin' up de dust. My back felt like somebody done put a hot iron on it. Dat bear was a mean one. I was expectin' her to chaw me up and I drawed my body up in a knot and kivered my head with my hands and waited. But dat bear never touched me agin. I kinda snuck my eye around and I saw Big Jim havin' it out with her. Jim, he had a long knife and dey was tumblin' and rollin' in the dust, while I sot dear with my eyes poppin' out'n my head and my back feelin' like it was broke. Jim he wrap his legs round dat bear and for you know that he had done stuck dat ol' critter a dozen times with dat knife. About 15 minutes later me and Jim was walkin' back through the corn field and I guess we looked a sight, 'case I was all tore up and Jim he looked like he done mess up with a family of wildcats. He was bleedin' from head to foot. When we walked into the big house to get some treatments and medicine for our hurts, Misty's was standin' dear, and when she seed me and Jim, she almost faint. She say, "What done happened to my niggers?" Atter me and Jim got fixed up I was just as happy, 'cause I done seed the best fight dear Eber was, and I had me a little orphan bear cub. Interview with Henry Barnes. Isla B. Prine, Mobile. He misses dem, set-down hogs. In Pritchard, a suburb of Mobile, lives an old, blind Negro, Uncle Henry Barnes, who says he was born in 1858, near Suggsville, Clark County, Alabama. "'Cause I was born a slave, but I don't 'member much 'bout hit, 'case I was lil. Dear is one tingy I does 'member, and dat was when dey cut watermelons at the overseer's house and dey want us lil niggers run races to get our piece. I jes wouldn't run and my mammy she whup me 'case I so stubborn and when I get my piece melon, I fly down the lane where our log cabins was. Dem cabins was daubed wid clay, and de chimblies was built outen clay and stick. Our beds was homemade and had teary legs wid de yuther side nailed to de wall. I 'member atter I got a big boy, my mammy had a bed made outen lumber and I slep in dat bed twell I was growed in mod. I 'members us ol' Misties, Miss Dell. Miss Dell was a good Misties and she used to have Sunday school ebier Sunday mornin' at de big house and all us lil niggers went up dar for her to teach us 'bout de Bible and Jesus. Moss John was good to all he slaves and he wouldn't stand no rush or meanness to his niggers. If'n de Osier got mean, ol' Marster would turn him off. Ol' Marster aluz tuck good care of he slaves, kase when dey got sick, he have de doctor, jes lak when de white folks got sick. One o' Moss John's boys, Moss Benny, was a doctor, and he was a good doctor, sepen, he gin us bad medicine, but he sired you. Cause us have our medicine, sich lak elderbush tea. Hit was red, Mo's, lak whiskey and us used hit for fever. Den dear was red sassafras tea fair spring fever, and dey made Jerusalem oak candy full o' seeds and gib to de chillens to eat so dey could get rid of worms. Den us had mullein and pinetop tea for colds and fever. And when us had a swellin', dey made a poultice of mullein leaves to take de swellin' out. Sometimes I wishes dat I could be back to de old place, kase us did have plenty to eat, and at Hogkill Inn time us had a more an a plenty. Ol' Marster kill 8 or 10 set-down hogs at one time, and de meat, and de lard and de hogjowl and de chitlins, I kin see now. What a set-down hog. Hit's a hog what done eat so much corn he got so fat dat he feets can't hole him up and he jes set on he hin quarters and grunts and eats and grunts, 12 day knock him in de head. Dem was show good times, kase us had all us could eat den, and plenty sugar cane to make lasses outen. And dey made up biscuits in de big wood trays. Dem trays was made outen Tupelo gum and dey was light as a feather. Us had plenty den, all de time, and at Christmas and when de white folks get mad, dey kill hogs, turkeys, and chickens and sometimes a yearlin'. En dey cook de hogs whole, barbecue and fix up wid a big apple in he mouth. When de big wed din come off, de cook in big pots, so's to have 'nuff for eberybody. Cause us didn't have eaten lak dat all de time, kase de reg'lar rations was 3 pound of meat and a peck of meal fair eber, han, from Satday 12 Satday. De niggers was load to have a lil patch of day own, dat day could wook at night and Satday ebeneen. What dey make on dis patch was day en, and ol' Marster pay money for hit. Nobody didn't make de niggers wook day patches, if'n dey want de grass to took that's all right with ol' Marster. Ol' Marster have a big jardin, mo's big as a fiel, or dey raise greens and collards and turnips fair de whole place. My grandpappy was a carpenter and ol' Marster contract him out to de yuther plantations to build day houses. De grown niggers had to be up fo day. De overseer blow he horn fust to get up by and de next time he blow dey hatter be ready to go to de fiel. Dear was a ol' oman what kep all de lil niggers, whilst dey mammies was in de fiel. Dis ol' oman cooked fair de lil uns and fed all day, and dey mammies tuck at night. Us CLOs was made outen osnabug cloth and dyed wid copras and sometime dey mix turbixy and peach tree leaves wid de dye. Us had a big orchard wid apples and peaches and pears, more en us and de hogs together could eat up. When a nigger died, dey was buried in de graveyard lak dey do now, and dey shouted and hollered and sometime oman she faint and have to be towed home. De song dey sing mo's at de fun'ral was, Hark from de Tomb. Us show did have plenty singin' hymns and shoutin' at night in de cabins. If'n de men want to break a night res he go possum huntin' or rabbit huntin' jes so he get pass from ol' Marster and was at de fiel next mornin' on time wid de yuther hans. I knowed ol' Marster went to de war, kase I heard de folks talkin' 'bout hit and wonder if'n ol' Marster gwine get kilt. Den I heard say de niggers was free, but us didn't leave ol' Marster for, 'bout a year atter the surrender. Den us went to lib on de young Misty's place at Barlow Bend, atter she mod Mr. Bob Flynn. Right dar I stayed twell I was grown and mod. Den de fust moved to town, us come up de Alabama River to James Landin. I members all de big boats on de river. Dey show was fine uns. Den, I members atter I growed up dey tell, 'bout how de Yankees comin' here'n how dey pester de white folks and de niggers, too. Broke in dey smokehouses, burn 'em up and tiro teings away and left nobody not tin to eat. I don't 'member dat, 'case I was too lil. Lady, you ax me if'n us knowed anything 'bout hoodoo? Yes, ma'am dear show was folkses what could put spells on you. I show was skeered o' dem kin too. Atter I was nearly growed, dear was a gal named Penny what been down sick a long time and dear was a conjure doctor wuckin' on her tryin' sire her, but her want, 'greeable, so he let her die. Den a boy, name Ed, he had a misery in he foot, and hit went up he leg and he cripple. Dear was a hoodoo doctor in de forks o' Bigby River come tend on him, and he told everybody get out'n de house 'cept him and Ed and de bill. He sired Ed smack well. My mammy said I was borned wid a zernin' eye to see sperits, and I seed somepen lack a cow wid no haid. So mammy made me stir de fresh lard when dey was rendin' hit, 'case dat sires you of seein' de sperits. Atter I stirred de lard, I didn't see 'em no mo'. One time I was split tin rails wid a nigger what could do anythin', but he was a bad man and I was 'faid of him. I told him if'n I had a pain or anything hurt me, I show would kill him with my axe. I woulda split dat nigger wide open, just like I split dem rails, if'n he tried dat hoodoo on me. Talkin' 'bout fishin', I members when us would be plowin' down by de river, when hit come dinner time and whilst de mules eatin', us go down to de river and fish. Den Iberi sat dey ebenins us fish. Us cotch trout, gyre, jack and carp. May was when de carp bite. Dey was so fat den dat you could cook 'em by days without no grease. Den us catch turkeys in pole pens baited wid corn. Lor, what's to use me talkin' 'bout dem times? Dey all pawin' gone. Sometimes I gets to studyin' 'bout all de folks Mose is dead, and I is here yit, Lebean and Blinn, but I specks it won't be long twell I is over de river wid de bless. Interview with Nathan Beecham. Gertha Couric, Eufaula, Alabama. Half-breed. I walked up a little path bordered with small stones, an atmosphere of solitude surrounding me. In the sky, large, white cumulus clouds like great bowls of cotton, floated leisurely northward. Far down the road a ramshackle buckboard disappeared over a slight hill. Directly in front the path ran at 20 yards into the dilapidated steps of a Negro cabin. While an old colored man in a vegetable garden to the left of the cabin broke the stillness with the intermittent metallic sounds of his spade digging into thirsty soil. I knew at a glance that this was Nathan Beecham. "Hello, Uncle Nathan," I called. "Nathan Beecham, Eufaula, Alabama." "Mornin', white folks," he answered, as he discontinued his spading and raised his hand in a friendly gesture. I walked over to where Uncle Nathan was standing and stopped in the little furrows of brown earth. Already a thick coat of dust had formed on my shoes. "Uncle Nathan," I said, "I'd like to have a brief chat with you about slavery days, if you can spare a few minutes from your garden here." "Yasu, boss," he said, punctuating his reply with a spat of tobacco that was soon nothing but a dark mark in the parched ground, "glad to be of any assistance." We moved to the shade of a large oak where we sat down together on a sturdy, homemade bench. "Well, white folks," he went on after taking a long turn at the dipper hanging on the tree which shades a well. "I'll tell you a story of my mammy and pappy. Nathan Beecham, my pappy, belonged to Massa Green Beecham at White Oak Springs, near Eufaula. Massa Green was a member of the legislature when the capital was at Tuscaloosa. He had many a acre of land and hunts of slaves. Pappy used to drive the wagon into Eufaula to get supplies and, on the way he would meet up with an Injun gal a carryin' big baskets that she was a-goin' to sell deer. He would ask her if and she wanted to ride, and she always say yes. So one day Pappy came to the massa and tell him that deer was an Injun gal on the St. Francis Indian village that he wanted fo a wife, and the boss say alright, so Pappy married the Indian gal. Her name was Mimi. So I is half nigger and half Injun. My mammy died 'bout 5 year after freedom, but I can remembers that she had long black hair, and I remembers the way the sun sparkle on her teeth when she smile. After she married Pappy, she still carried her pretty baskets to Eufaula to sell. Sometimes she walk all the way deer and back, 20 miles. I been leaving here in Eufaula 50 year or mo, white foks, and I owns my little cabin and the lawn around it. Tain't much, but it's enough to keep me a-goin', this with the little sto I owns. Interview with Oliver Bell. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston. The best friend a nigger ever had. Oliver Bell says the first thing he remembers was seeing his mother whipped. He was born in slavery, but most of his knowledge of the evils, as well as the joys of antebellum days, is by hearsay only. I was born on the de Graffenraid place, he said, 9 miles west of Livingston Boyd Road. My mother was Luella de Graffenraid and my pappy was Edmund de Graffenraid. Den they changed my name to Bell. I had one brother, Nat, and 2 sisters, Justina and Clara. I has 'bout 16 chillens, all born on the same place and most of them is livin' dear yet. My chillun by my first wife are Ed, Jack, Holly, Buck, Clarence, Sally, Liza, Mag and Luella. Day ma was Mandy Powell, from York. Den my second wife, Betty Brown, give me the res of my chilluns. Lee C. Day is Jimmy, J.W. Alfonso Wallace, Henry, Edna and, he hesitated, explained, that's as many as I kin, member jest now. Oliver Bell, Livingston, Alabama. My grandma's name was Sally de Graffenraid and my grandpa's name was Peter. He was a shoemaker for the place and made plows, too. He was a worker and he learnt me how to pull fodder and chop corn and cotton when I was jest a little scamp, jest a little black nigger. Us all belonged to Mr. Trace Van de Graffenraid and Mistus Rebecca, and they was all good to us. Ol' Mistus read the Bible to us and got us baptized in the river at Horns Bridge, but that was atter the surrender. In slavery times they didn't like for us to sing and play loud in the quarters. Honey, I members when us had the big prayer meetings. They would shut the door so the voice won't get out, and they would turn the washpot down the door. That was to keep the voice inside, they told me. Oliver mused a moment, recalling the old times. Us chilluns Usita have a good time singin' and playin', he said. I members one of our little verses run somethin' like this. Shoo, shoo, shoo gander. Tchow yo, feathers, way yender. Us had old corn hollers, too, but I forgets now. I does remember though you could hear dem niggers holler a whole mile. No it warn't so bad with us. The white folks was good to us niggers. Us had 'nuff to eat, lack greens, from the big house. Us had our rations weighted out. Pecco, meal, 3 pounds of meat, half gallon of 'lasses, made at home in Wadden Mills, and that was for a week. And, sometimes, on a Sunday us had a little sugar, coffee and flour. No us didn't know what rice was. What I seed of slavery was a bad idea, I reckon, but everybody thought dey marster was the best in de lawn. Us didn't know no better. A man was growed plumb green fo he knew the whole world didn't belong to his ol' marster. Us didn't have no bought medicine in dem days, just what us got out of the woods lack slippery elm fair fever and poke salad root, dey he pee a lot. And mayapple root would he pee you same as castor oil. Didn't nobody he pee us learn nothin' much, but most of my chilluns went to Booker T's school. Dey say he's a mighty smart man, and my chilluns think so, too. It's all right, I wish I could read and write, then I'd tell you things you'd lack to know. His face clouded for the briefest moment. I tell you the first thing I remembers, and I don't know what started it. One day my mammy done somethin', and old Mars ter made her pull her dress down, ruin her waist and made her lay down, crossed the door. Den he taken a leather strop and hooped her. I 'members dat I started cryin', and Mistis Becky said, "Go get dat boy a biscuit." I recollects my mammy was a plow han and she'd go to work soon and put me under the shade of a big old post oak tree. Dear, I sat all day, and dat tree was my nurse. It's still standin' dear yit, and I won't let nobody cut it down. Mammy say I never did learn to walk. Just one day she sot me down under the oak, and fust thing she knowed she look up and dear I was walkin' down the middle of a cotton row. 'Nother thing I 'members when I was a little boy. Dat day was veeden de corn adder des render. Dar. De Graffenried measured de corn out to all of em what was share Hans. He'd take a bushel and give em a bushel. When he mows through he'd throw a ear of corn to dis one, and give himself a ear. Den he break a ear in two, and he take part and give dem part. Dat was close measurin', I tell you. Us lived in the third house from the big house in the quarter, and when I was a boy it was my job to set out shade trees. And one day the Ku Klux come ridin' by and day leader was Mr. Steve Renfro. Alabama bandit of Reconstruction days. He wore long hair and he call my pappy out and ax him a heap of questions. While he's sittin' dear his horse pull up nigh, 'bout all the trees I done sought out. Atter talkin' to my pappy, he rode on, cross Horns Bridge, 'bout 2 miles south of here, and dear he met old man Enoch Sledge and Frank Sledge. They was darkies what belonged to Martha Simmy Sledge's father, old Dr. Sledge. Slaves on dat plantation was load pretty good privilege atter des render and was workin' on havens. Uncle Enoch and Frank was in town tradin' some, and Mr. Renfro didn't want em to have anything. When they left town, they passed the Ku Klux's rot on the Slough Bridge. Mr. Renfro asked Enoch to give him a piece of string to fix his saddle wid, then shot him. Frank run to the river, but the Ku Kluxes cotched him and shot him, too. The niggers went down to the river dat night and got the bodies and buried em in the old Travis graveyard. My mammy and daddy is buried dear, too. Didn't nobody do nothin' 'bout Mr. Renfro, till he went on and got to messin' wid Martha Simmy Sledge's things, stole a pair of mules and the white folks rambled atter him, till dey found him in Linden. Dey got so hot atter him dat he went to his camp in the flat woods down on Bear Creek. Dem was skeery times, case dat man never had no mercy for nobody. Dey's a cave down by the burial grounds what the slaves dug when dey run away, and Mr. Renfro stayed dear. It's on the river bank and it's dug up. You digs and starts low and pushes the dirt out and digs up and makes a big room up so the water won't get you. I knows where dey's 2 of the caves on the place, my cow fell in one yesterday. When old Mars Amos Travis come out here from California, he taken a lakin to me and wanted me to leave t'other side of the place and move down dis side of the big house to take care of dis swamp and look atter the Hans. But I wanted a big house with 4 rooms and 2 brick chimneys, and I had to talk 5 years to get it. I's got some rosebushes now dat was at the big house rot atter des render, and dey's growin' in my yard now. Speakin' 'bout graveyard, I was passin' dear one night, ridin' on, 'bout midnight, and sompin' come draggin' a chain by me lak a dog. I got down offen my horse, but couldn't see nothin' wid no chain, so I got back on the horse and dear rot in front of me was a jack-me-lantern wid the brightest light you ever seed. It was tryin' to lead me off, and every time I'd get back in the road it would lead me off again. You show will get los if you follow a jack-me-lantern. One of dem led a man down to the creek by dem double bridges. Said he was travelin' in the wrong direction, gittin' from Homesteader Closter, so he just sit down under a tree and waited till daylight. I ain't skeered of nothin' but dem jack-me-lanterns, but dey stirs you up in yo, min, till you can't tell where you's at, and day's so bright day night, 'bout puts yo' eyes out. Day is plenty of, over by de graveyard rot over yonder whar all my white folks is buried, and mammy and pappy, too. Day's all dear, 'cept Marsa Jess Travis. He was de nex' what come in line for de place, and he was de best friend dis here nigger ever had. FAC was, that's what he call me, T was nigger. He and Mistis Mag lived rot dear in de big house, den dey move into town and that's where he died. Me and Marsa Jess made a 'greement and he said if he was de Lunge's liver, he'd see me buried, and if I be de Lunge's liver, I see him buried. So dat day I went to his office in de Coathouse and he say he want to talk with me. He say, you members us 'greement. And I say, what 'greement, Marsa Jess? And he say, 'bout buryin', dot. Den I say, show, I members dat. Den he got up and give me some papers, 'bout some lawn, and I say, what do all dis here mean, Moss Jess? He say, nothin', nigger, 'cept I's just goin' out of business. Den I say, goodbye, Moss Jess, and he say, goodbye, nigger, and I walked on, crossed the street. Den Mr. Killian say, Oliver, what's happened over at de Coathouse? And I say, ain't nothin' as I knows of. Den he say, yes, dey is, jest look at de people's gwine in a hurry. Den I turned roun' and run back and dear lay Moss Jess. Mr. Smith was gettin' him up and Moss Jess say to me, well, nigger, I didn't do what I tended to, I missed it. And I say, boss, fair God sake go to de hospital, I'll go wid you and stay wid you. Mistis Mag, she asked me to beg him, but he shook his head and say, if I had a want to live I wouldn't have shot myself. He res a minute, den say, nigger, write Miss Cowline and tell her I says to always be good to you as long as you lives. Yassam, I was rot dear, done jest what I told him I'd do, kep' my 'greement and followed him to de grave. Co-se dat last 'bout Moss Jess ain't no slavery tale, but I thought you was atter hearin' all 'bout de family what owned dis ol' place. And Moss Jess was de best white frien' a nigger ever had, dis nigger, anyhow. Personal interview with Nelson and Virginia Birdsong. Somerville, on Front Street. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. Nelson Birdsong remembers his master. Nelson Birdsong, who lives on Front Street in the old suburb of Somerville, about 3 miles from Mobile, Alabama, was born a slave. A tall dark Negro man, with white hair and whiskers, he says he was born at Montgomery Hill, Alabama in Baldwin County, and that his people and he were owned by Mr. Tom Adkins. Nelson said he was very small at the time of the surrender, and could not tell very much about slavery days. In fact, he adds, you know, missy, old folks in dem days didn't low chillin' to stand roon when dey was talking. We chillin' was like a shot out of a gun when anybody come in. We was glad when folks come in 'cause we see UD run out and play. Chillin' nowadays knows as much as we did when we was 25 years old. Nelson does remember his massa saying he never was going to let dat little nigger work. He did not remember much about coming to Mobile, but seemed like his mammy worked for Mrs. Dunn on Monroe Street and later day moved out in Old Napoleonville, which is now Crichton, Alabama, a suburb of Mobile. He said his pa and mammy den worked fo gree mill out there, and also owned a big gree mill in the fork where the big fire station is now, which is located at the intersection of St. Francis Street and Washington Avenue, the latter formerly Wilkinson Street. This grist mill was burned in the 1870s. Nelson says the first work he remembered doing was nussing a baby boy of Mr. Bramwell Burden, a grandson of Old Man Burden. Nelson has owned his little farm and 3-room house until the past 2 or 3 years. He said he scuffled and tried to pay the taxes, but had got so old and his knees had give out on him, and I seed I was a-going to lose my place, so I turned it over to a man to keep up my taxes, so I'd have a place to live. The relief jibes me a little heapy now, and me and my wife makes out the best we can. The house is the familiar type of 2-room Negro house, with a porch across the front, and a shed room on the back. The bedroom had been papered with scraps of wallpaper of varied designs and so old that most of it had fallen off. The mantel is covered with the colored comics section, cut in a fancy pattern of scallops. At the entrance of the house is a sack nailed to the floor and used for a foot mat, and at the two upper corners of the door are horseshoes for good luck. Nelson said he is a member of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, and has been a Methodist all his life, that he and his wife Virginia had only 2 children and they were both dead. Nelson's wife, Virginia, came from a family of slaves, although she was not one herself. She said her folks were owned by Mr. Joe Pickett of Camden, Wilcox County, Alabama. She said she just can remember Mr. Joe taking her in his buggy, and she called him Toto, as she couldn't say his name plainly. She also said as she grew older she always spoke of Mr. Joe as my papa, instead of my master, for he sho was good to me. She remembers her mother being chambermaid on the Old Eleanora, a boat on the Alabama River, and as a small child going back and forth on the boat with her. When they finally settled in Mobile, her mother worked for the family of Dr. Eustace, who lived in the corner house now occupied by the new federal courthouse and custom house, at St. Louis and St. Joseph Streets. Interview with Hank Bishop. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Gabriel blow soft. Gabriel blow loud. When Gabriel take his silver trump, he is going to blow soft for the saved and loud for the lost souls, according to Hank Bishop, who was born into slavery 89 years ago, and lives in Livingston, Alabama. The days before the war were as good as the present, Hank believes. He tells of them in the following story of his life. My name is Hank Bishop, and I was born in 1849, August 16, at Ward, Alabama. My mother's name was Amy Larkin, and my father was Tom Bishop. I had 3 brothers, Alf, Volan and Jim, and 2 sisters, Sally and Matilda. Us belonged to Lady Liza Larkin at Ward, right nigh Coke's Chapel. My mother was brought out from South Carolina in a speculator drove, and Lady Liza bought her at the auction at Coke's Chapel. She left her mammy and daddy back dear in South Carolina and never did see no more in this life. She was bidded off and Lady Liza got her, just her one from all her family. She was got fair Lady Liza's house gal. But sometimes she cooked or was de washer, den ag in de milker. 'Twas my job for to min de cavs. Sometimes I went to Mr. Ed Western's STO at Gaston, 3 miles from us house, to see if'n was any mail for Lady Liza, but twa ain't none. Dey was good to us, k's Lady Liza's son, Mr. Willie Larkin, was de overseer for his ma, but co-se sometime dey get among em and thrashed em out. One time one de niggers runned away, old Caesar Townsy, and dey sarnt for Dick Peters to come and bring his nigger dogs. Dem dogs was trained to catch a nigger same as rabbit dogs is trained to catch a rabbit. So Mr. Willie Larkin told Stewart for to say to old man Dick Peters when he come, I'm gone, but for him to come on. I'm gwinneter keep de road, he say, and cross Bigby at Moscow Landin. So old Dick Peters, he kept de road lack he told him to, and he cross Bigby at Moscow Landin over in de Canebrake. But dem nigger dogs didn't never catch ol' man Caesar. He stayed right wherever he was at 12 after surrender, and de war done ceased. Den he come out, but if'n he had a been caught, dey'd a used him up pretty rough, but he stayed hid 12 de time done past. All de women on Lady Liza's place had to go to de fiel every day and dem what had suckerlin babies would come in, 'bout 9 o'clock in de morning and when de bell ring at 12 and suckerlin em. One woman tended to all of em in one house. Her name was Ellie Larkin, and dey called her Mammy Larkin. She all time sarnt me down in de fiel for to get em come suckle de chillun, k's dat made hit hard on her when dey gets hungry and cry. Us didn't get to go to church none, and us wa'n't larnt nothin'. I'm nigh, 'bout 90 and I can't read a line. I got some chillun kin read, one can't what is 65, but Henry he 15 and he kin. De ma, she go by de name of Pearly Beasley, she can't read neither, but she's a good fiel, hon, and she patched dese breeches I'm wearin' and dis ole shirt. Miss, I ain't got a coat to my name. Can't go to church, so I don't know dat dis any better en slavey time. Hit's hard, anyway you got to travel, got yo nose on de ground rock all the time. When pay day come, ain't nothin' pay wid. Come get de rent, den you out dues agin. Bred and bound in Sumter County, wore out in Sumter County, specs to die in Sumter County, and what is I got? Ain't got nothin', ain't got nothin', ain't got nothin'. Ank Bishop, Livingston, Alabama. But I'm a believer, and dis here voodoo and hoodoo and spiritus ain't nothin', but a lot of folks out in Christ. Hints ain't nothin', but somebody died out in Christ and his spirit ain't at res, jes in a wanderin' condition in de world. Dis is de evil spirit what de Bible tells about when hit say a person has got two spiritus, a good one and a evil one. The good spirit goes to a place of happiness and rest, and you don't see hit no mo, but the evil spirit ain't got no place to go. Hit's dwellin' place done tore down when the body died, and hit's jes a wanderin' and a waitin' for Gabriel to blow his trump, den the world gwinneter come to an end. But when God say, take down the silver mouth trumpin', blow, Gabriel, and Gabriel say, Lord, how loud shall I blow? Den the Lord say, blow easy, Gabriel, ncam, not to alarm my lilies. The second time Gabriel say, how loud muse I blow, Lord? Den the Lord say, blow hit as loud as 7 claps of thunder all added into one echo, so as to wake up dem damnable spiritus sleepin' in de gravities what ain't never made no peace with day God, jes allain, dear in day sins. But de Christ en army, hit gets up with de fuss trump, and dem what is deef is de evil ones what anybody kin see anytime. I ain't skeered of though. I passes and goes right on plowin', but if'n you wants to get out in your way, all you gotter do is jes turn your head least bit and look back. Day gone jes lack dat. When my fuss wife died 'bout 30 years ago, I was goin' up to Gaston to see Sarah Drayden, ol' Scott Drayden's wife, and I tuck out through Kennedy Bottom, 'bout sundown right after a rain. I seed Sompin Ackerman down the road 'bout dat high, 'bout size a little black shaggy dog, and I says, what's dat I sees come in down the road? Ain't nobody roon here got no black shaggy dog. Hit kep a comin' and kep a gettin' bigger and closer, and time hit got right to me 'twas as big as a hive growed yearlin, black as a crow. It had 4 feet and drop years, jes lack a dog, but twa ain't no dog, I knows dat. Den he shy out in de bushes, and he come right back in de road, and hit went on de way I was comin' from, so I went on de way hit was comin' from. I ain't never seed dat thing no mo. But I's got a pretty good notion 'bout who hit 'twas. Interview with Siny Bonner. W. F. Jordan. Hear dat whistle. The speaker was Siny Bonner, an ex-slave, now living in the Norwood section of Birmingham. She had stopped for a confab where a group of other elderly Negroes of the neighborhood had gathered. The whistles on dem big jacks what pull dese high-steppin' ic. Trains mind me of dem steamboats what used to pull up at de landin' at Old Pickinsville on de Tombigbee River. 'Cause dar wa'n't no railroads dem days and de only way folks had travelin' about was de steamboat which passed most every week, and de stage coach which passed twice a week. Lawsy, man, dem was de days, and many de time atter my daddy, whose name was Green Bonner, heard dat steamboat blow below Pickinsville. He would hitch up de mules to de wagon and foller Massa John on hossback down to de landin', to fetch back the supply of sugar and coffee and plow tools needed on the plantation. They would take me long to hold the mules and watch the wagon, and it was a reg'lar picnic to me to see the big shiny boat and watch the goin's on. Massa John Bonner show did pend on my daddy. The massa paid $1,000 greenback dollars for him down to Mobile. 'Nuff greenbacks to wrap him up in, he said, so he named him Green Bonner. Yes, Sue, We was all Baptists, the deep water kind, and every Sunday day used to pile us into the wagons and pull out bright and early for Big Creek Church on the Carrollton Road. Everybody fetched a big basket of grub and, sakes alive, sec another dinner you never see, all spread out on de grassy grove by de old graveyard. Mos all de quality white folks belonged at Big Creek, and when dear slaves got show 'nuff ligion, dey have jine at Big Creek and be baptized at the swimmin' hole. Some of de niggers want to have deir own meetin's, but Lord Chilly, dem niggers get happy and get to shoutin' all over de meadow where dey built a brush arbor. Massa John quick put a stop to dat. He say, if you gwine to preach and sing you must turn the wash pot bottom up, mayanine, no shoutin'. Dem Baptists at Big Creek was show tight wid dear rules too. Turn you out show, if you drink too much corn liquor, or dance, or cuss. Massa John had a big fine bird dog. She was a mammy dog, and one day she found 6 puppies out in the harness house. Dey was mos all girl puppies, so Massa gwine drown 'em. I asked him to give 'em to me, and pretty soon the missus sent me to the POS office, so I put the puppies in a basket and took 'em with me. Dr. Lyles come by war I was set tin, and he say, want to sell dem pups, Siney? I tell him, Den he say, what nomination is dey? I tell him, dey's Methodist dogs. He didn't say no mo. 'Bout a week atter dat ol' missus sent me to the POS office again, so I took my basket of puppies. Sho 'nuff, long come dar. Lyles and he say, Siney, see you still ain't sold dem pups. I say, nah sue. Den he asked me agin what nomination dey belong to. I told him dey was Baptist dogs. He say, how come? You told me last week dem was Methodist pups. Haha. Bless God. Look like he had me. But I say, yeah Sue, but you see, doctor, dey got dear eyes open since den. He laugh and go on down to his newspaper office. Siney Bonner, Birmingham, Alabama. How old is I? Law Chilly, I don't know. My mammy say I was 15-year-old time of the surrender. I 'members dat mighty well. Massa John call all de niggers on de plantation round him at de big house, and he say to 'em, now, you all jes as free as I is. I ain't your marster no mo. ISE tried to be good to you and take care of all of you. You is all welcome to stay, and we'll all work together and make a livin', somehow. If you don want to stay, dem dat go will jes have to root, pig, or die. Some stayed and some left. My daddy stayed with Moss John till he was called home to glory. Now dey all gone but Siney, and ISE jes here, waitin' for em to call me. Yas Sue, I been round Carrollton a heap. Atter Moss John and my daddy both died, I wooked round from place to place. Used to wook for Mrs. Roper at the old Phoenix Hotel. I recollect when the new brick courthouse was built. The old courthouse had been burned, and dey rested a nigger named Bill Burkhalter for settin' it on fire. Dey sent him to the pen, and some officers started with him to Montgomery. When dey got to Sipsey River, a mob catched up with him and took Bill and hung him dear in the swamp. 'Bout dat time a bad cloud come up. Dey asked Bill did he have anything to say. He say, I ain't burn no courthouse, and ef you all kill me, my face gwine always hine to you. Whilst he still hangin' dear in dat swamp, the lightnin', flash and the thunder and wind was sompen awful. Next mornin' when the sun come up, bless my soul, right dear on the winder in the courthouse tower was a photograph of the face of the nigger dey done hung for burnin' the old courthouse. Yas Sue, I done seen dat with my own eyes, and I expect dat picture still dear. But lawsy me, I got to get goin', 'case ISE cookin' me a mess of poke salad I picked down by the railroad tracks this mornin'. Dat poke salad and young onions gwine to be mighty good, and dey show mind me of dem good old days in Pickens County. Interview with Jenny Bowen. Mary A. Poole, Mobile. No bell brung him. Jenny Bowen was surrounded by numerous little colored children as I came upon her sitting on her front porch. She answered my questions through a mouth void of teeth and with a constant blinking of her brown eyes with their muddy whites. Her little grandchild had to act to some extent as an interpreter, as her speech was at times most indistinct. "Yassam, I remembers lots of things dat happened back in de days of de Civil War," she said. "I remembers de place where I lived. It were de prettiest house you ever seed. It were on a high hill overlooking a small creek and de flowers roon in de yard was sompen to see, sho enough. I was bound in 1847 on Massa Fisher's and Misty's Fisher's plantation near Camden, Alabama. Us slaves lived in a row of whitewashed cabins in de rear of de big house. We useta have a mean overseer, white folks, and all de time dear was slaves on our place a runnin' away. I acted as nuss for Massa's 3 chillens, and dey learnt me to read and write. My pappy was named Burl Fisher and he come from Virginie when Captain Fisher brung him. My mammy was named Grace Fisher, and she was roon de big house mows of de time a weavin' and a carden wool for de slaves, who wa calico spun in de summer and wool in de winter. An ol' nigger man rung a bell for us to get up by, and to call de fiel Hans in de evenings. Atter surrender, dis ol' nigger stayed right on de plantation and was a workin' in de fields one day when de Fisher boy rung de bell for de niggers to come in. All of em came, seppen dis ol' man and later on dey ax him why he don't come when dey ring de bell. He answer, "'Tain't no mo' bell ringin' for dis nigger, 'case I is free." Jenny Bowen, Mobile, Alabama. De Fishers was Presbyterians and dey had deir own church on de place. Everybody had to go on Sunday, de white folks sittin' in de front, de colored folks in de back. The onles holidays us niggers had was Christmas and New Year's. On dese days us all exchanged gifts. My pappy and mammy atter de war farmed on shares wid Captain Fisher. I was ma-ed bout dis time, white folks, to Sam Bowen, who long been daid. Us had a big weddin' and de 2 Misty's Fishers, Massa's daughters, baked us a cake and I sent a piece to all my white friends for dem to dream on. Atter I come to Mobile, I changed my religion to bein' a Baptist. I had 10 chillens, but 7 of dem is daid. I is even got fo great-grand chillens. Yassam, us had white trash back in dem days of de war. Dey lived near our place, and some of em didn't have no niggers at all. Dey worked days in de fields. Us didn't fool long with dem kinds of people dough, white folks. Us kept mostly to ourselves. Yassam, us house niggers et in de kitchens, dat was separated from de main buildin' by a walkway, kivered at de top but not at de sides. All de slave chillens had a grown nigger woman and a young gal, 'bout 16 to look atter dem. We alls had a good time and us was happy and secure. Interview with Nanny Bradfield. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. What I care about bein' free. Nanny Bradfield is a fat little old woman almost as broad as she is long, with a pleasant face and a broad smile which displays white teeth still good at the age of 85. She lives alone in a dilapidated cabin which rests in a clump of trees by the side of the railroad. The sagging roof is patched with pieces of rusty tin of many shapes and sizes. "Nanny," I said, "aren't you afraid to live here alone?" "How come I be skeered? Ain't nobody gwine bother me lessen it be a spirit, and dey don't come roon, seppen on rainy nights, den all you got to do is say, 'Lord have mercy.' What you want here, and dey go way and leave you lone. Anyhow I's gettin' pretty old and I won't be here so very much longer so I jes as well start gettin' quaint with de spirits." "Tell me something about yourself and your family, Nanny," I said. "Dear ain't nothin' much to tell, 'cep I was born in Slavey times and I was 'bout 12-year-old in May when 'mancipation come. My pa and ma belonged to Mars James and Miss Rebecca Chambers. Dey plantation was jes on de edge of town and dat's what I was born. Mars James' son William was in the war and old miss would send me to town where all the soldiers' tents was, to tote some pen good to eat to dem. I don't 'member much 'bout the war, 'cept the tents and the bum shells shootin'. I was little and couldn't do much, but I waited on Miss Lisbeth, my young miss, and waited on table, toted batty cakes and sich like. No ma'am, I don't know nothin' tall 'bout the paterrollers or the Ku Kluxers, but I know all 'bout the conjure doctors. Dey show kin fix you. Dey kin take yo garter or yo stockin' top and drap it in runnin' water and make you run the res of yo life, you'll be in a hurry all the time. And if dey gets holt of a piece of the seed of yo, draws dey sprinkles a little conjure powder on it and burns it, then you can't never set down in no peace. You jest like you set tin on a coal of fire, till you get somebody to take the spell offen you. Nanny, were you glad when the war was over and you were free? What I keer 'bout bein' free? Didn't old Marster give us plenty good sompin to eat and clos to wear? I stayed on the plantation, till I mied. My old miss give me a brown dress and hat. Well, dat dress put me in the country, if you marry in brown you'll live in the country. Marry in brown you'll live out of town. I quoted. That's it, my remembrance ain't so good and I forgets. No ma'am, I ain't got no chillun, but Bradfield had plenty I was his fifth wife. He died 'bout 3 years ago and he done well to live dat long wid all dem womens to nag him. The Bible say it's better to climb on top of the house and set, than to live inside with a naggin oman. Interview with Martha Bradley. Mabel Ferrier, Montgomery, Alabama. In slavery time. Aunt Martha, as she is known to all her white folks, claims to be 100 years old. She was a slave to Dr. Lucas of Meade's neighborhood long before the war between the states. Dr. Lucas is one of the well-known Lucas family, with whom General Lafayette spent some time while touring the United States in 1824. Our marster was show good to all his niggers, she said. Us allus had plenty to eat and plenty to wear, but the days now is hard, if white folks gin you a nickel or dime to get you somethin' to eat you has to write everything down in a book before you can get it. I allus worked in the field, had to carry big logs, had strops on my arms and them logs was put in the strop and hauled to a pile where they all was. One morning hit was rainin' and I didn't wanna go to the field, but the oversee, he come and got me and started whooping me. I jumped on him and bit and kicked him till he let me go. I didn't know no better then. I didn't know he was the one to do dat. But Marster Lucas gin us big times on Christmas and July. Us ud have big dinners and all the lemonade us could drink. The dinner'd be spread out on the ground and all the niggers would stand round and eat all they wanted. What was left us take it to our cabins. Nancy Lucas was the cook fair eber body. Well, she'd show cook good cake and had plenty of em, but she wouldn't lack to cut dem cakes often. She keep em in a safe. One day I go to dat safe and I seed some and I wanted it so bad till I just had to have some. Nancy say to me, Martha, did you cut dat cake? I say, no sir. Dat knife just flew round by itself and cut dat cake. One day I was workin' in the field and the overseer he come round and say somethin' to me he had no business say. I took my hoe and knocked him plumb down. I knowed ise done somethin' bad so I run to the bushes. Marster Lucas come and got me and started whoopin' me. I say to Marster Lucas what dat overseer says to me and Marster Lucas didn't hit me no more. Moss Lucas was allus good to us and he wouldn't let nobody run over his niggers. There was plenty white folks dat was show bad to the niggers, and specially dem overseers. A nigger what lived on the plantation jinin' ours shot and killed an overseer, den he run way. He come to the river and seed a white man on other side and say, come and get me. Well, when they got him they found out what he'd done, and was gwine to burn him live. Jedge Clements, the man dat keep law and order, say he wouldn't burn a dog alive, so he left. But dey show burn dat nigger live for I seed him atter he was burned up. Martha Bradley, Montgomery, Alabama. Ust go to meetin' to the Antioch church some Sundays. Ust go to the house and get a pass. When ust pass by the paterol, ust jes hold up our pass and den ust go on. Dar was a veedin' twixt the niggers and the white folks. The white preacher'd preach, den the colored man. Ust stay at church most all day. When we didn't go to church, ust get together in the quarters and have preachin' and singin' amongst ourselves. In cotton pickin' time ust stay in the field till way atter dark and ust pick by candlelight and den carry hit and put hit on the scaffold. In the winter time ust quilt, jes go from one house to another in the quarter. Ust we've all our ever day clothes but Mars to Lucast go to Mobile ever July and Christmas and get our Sunday clothes, get us dresses and shoes and we'd show be proud of them. In slavery time day doctored the sick folks different from what day does now. I seed a man so sick day had to put medicine down his though at lack he was a horse. Dat man got well and show lived to turn a key in the jail. Ef it was in dese days dat man would be carried to the hospital and cut open like a hog. Dear was a slave what lived in Macon County. He run way and when he was catched they dug a hole in the ground and put him crossed it and beat him nigh to death. Interview with Alan Brown. Gertha Kurick is nigh 100. Uncle Alan is a thin little man with a short white beard that hides nothing of his ready. Toothless smile always evident when conversing with the white folks and contributes to his dignified mien when solemnly lecturing to the niggers about their no-count ways. He is as deaf as the proverbial post, and, once launched into a discourse, rambles on to its end without regard to interruptions. Asked to tell something of his early life, he said. Alan Brown, Eufaula, Alabama. I is nigh on to 100 years old, Sue, and I was brung to dis country from Virginie war I was bound. My mammy's master was movin' from Virginie to Texas, and when he go dis fur he sold me and my mammy to Master McCree. Den Master McCree he give me to Miss Julia, den Miss Julia she maed Maz Henry Young and I was dear caih driver. Maz Henry soon went off to the Wav and was killed in the Battle of Gettysburg and dat nearly bout killed Miss Julia. A tear to surrender nothin' never was the same. Jest hard times Mosley. Never been any times lack the days when I was drivin' my caih amongst the Eufaula high steppers, and I reckon dear never will be in. The ol' man too ol' and bruck down to wuck now, and I gets along wid what the welfare gives me. Interview with Gus Brown. Alexander B. Johnson, Birmingham, Alabama. Gus saw Massa's hat shot off. They is all gone, scattered, and old Massa and Missus have died. That was the sequence of the tragic tale of Uncle Gus Brown, the body servant of William Brown, who fought beside him in the war between the states and who knew Stonewall Jackson. Uncle Gus recalled happenings on the old plantation where he was reared. His master was a king man, he said, on whose plantation in Richmond, Virginia, Uncle Gus waited on the tables at large feasts and functions of the spacious days before the war. He was entrusted to go with the master's boys down to the old swimming hole and go in washin'. They would take off their clothes, hide them in the bushes on the side of the bank, put a big plank by the side of the old water hole and go in diving, swimming and have all the fun that youngsters would want, he said. Apparently his master's home was a plantation house with large columns and with all the glitter and glamour that the homes around Richmond have to offer. About it were large grain storage places for the master was a grain dealer and men on the plantation produced and ground large quantities into flour. Gus worked around the house, and he remembers well the corn shuckings as he called them on which occasions the Negroes gave vent to emotion in the form of dancing and music. On those occasions we all got together and had a regular good time, he said. Uncle, he was asked, do you remember any of the old superstitions on the plantation? Did they have any black cat stories? No sir, boss, we was educated Negroes on our plantation. The old bossman taught his Negroes not to believe in that sort of thing. I well remember when the war came. Old Massa had told his folks befo' the war began dat it was comin', so we was ready for it. Beforehand the master called all the servants he could trust and told them to get together all of the silver and other things of value. They did that, he explained, and afterward they took the big box of treasures and carried it out in the forest and hid it under the trunk of a tree which was marked. None of the Negroes ever told the Yankees where it was, so when the war ended the master had his silver back. Of course the war left him without some of the things which he used to have, but he never suffered. Then the war came and we all went to fight the Yankees. I was a body servant to the master, and once a bullet took off his hat. We all thought he was shot, but he wasn't, and I was standing by his side all the time. I remember Stonewall Jackson. He was a big man with long whiskers, and very brave. We all fought with him until his death. We weren't beaten, we was starved out. Sometimes we had parched corn to eat and sometimes we didn't have a bite, oh, nothing, because the Union men's come and tuck all the food for theirselves. I can still remember part of my 90 years. I remembers we fought all the way from Virginia and winded up in Manassas Gap. When time came for freedom most of us was glad. We liked the Yankees. They was good to us. You is all now free. You can stay on the plantation or you can go. We all stayed there until old Massa died. Then I worked on the Seaboard Airline when it come to Birmingham. I have been here ever since. Gus Brown, Birmingham, Alabama. In all the years since the war I cannot forget old Massa. He was good and kind. He never believed in slavery, but his money was tied up in slaves and he didn't want to lose all he had. I knows I will see him in heaven, and even though I have to walk 10 miles for a bite of bread I can still be happy to think about the good times we had then. I am a Confederate veteran, but my house burned up with the medals and I don't get a pension. Thank you, Mr. Bossman, fare the quarter. It will buy me a little grub. I is too old to work, but I has to. The reporter left him sitting with his little pack and a long fork in his hands. In his eyes, dimmed with age, a far-off look and a tear of longing for the old plantation. Interview with Walter Calloway. W.F. Jordan. Old Joe had real religion. Walter Calloway lives alone half a block off Avenue F, the thoroughfare on the south side of Birmingham on which live many of the leaders in the Negro life of the city. For his 89 years he was apparently vigorous except for temporary illness. A glance at the interior of his cabin disclosed the fact that it was scrupulously neat and quite orderly in arrangement, a characteristic of a great many ex-slaves. As he sat in the sunshine on his tiny front porch, his greeting was, "Come in, white folks. You ain't no doctor, is you?" To a negative reply, he explained as he continued, "F.O., de los past 25 years I been keepin' right on, wuckin' for de city in de street department. 'Bout 2 months ago dis misery attacked me and don't pair lack nothin', dem doctors gimme do no good. The preacher he come to see me dis mornin' and he say he know a white gem man doctor, what he gwine to send him to see me. I show wants to get well agin powful bad, but mebbe I done live long nuffin' my time 'bout come." Quizzed about his age and antecedents, he began his story. "Well, sir, Captain, I was born in Richmond, Virginia, in 1848. Befo' I was old 'nuff to 'member much, my mammy wid me and my older brother was sold to Moss John Calloway at Snowdoon in Montgomery County, 10 miles south of the town of Montgomery. Moss John had a big plantation and lots of slaves. They treated us putty good, but we had to work hard. Time I was 10 years old I was makin' a reg'lar hon hin de plow. Oh, yassu, Moss John good 'nuff to us and we get plenty to eat, but he had a overseer named Green Bush what show whup us if'n we don't do to suit him. Yassu, he mighty rough wid us but he didn't do de whuppin' hisself. He had a big black boy named Mose, mean as de debil and strong as a ox, and de overseer let him do all de whuppin'. And, man, he could show lay on dat rawhide lash. He whupped a nigger gal 'bout 13 years old so hard she nearly die, and aluz a terwadies she heb spells of fits or sompen. Dat make Moss John powful mad, so he run dat overseer off de place and Mose didn't do no mo whuppin'. Same time Moss John by Mammy and us boys, he by a black man named Joe. He a preacher and de Mars ter let de slaves bill a brush arbor in de pecan grove ober in de big pasture, and when de weather warn't too cold all de slaves was load to meet dar on Sunday, fo, preachin'. Yasu, old Joe do putty good. I spec he had mo' ligion dan some of de highfalutin niggers tend in to preach nowadays. De white folks ch hit at Hope Hill ober on de stage road, and sometimes dey fetch dear preacher to de plantation to preach to de slaves. But dey drew their he a Joe. Nazu, we didn't get no shulin, sep in befo we got big nuff to wook in de fiel, we go long to school with de white chillin to take care of them. Dey show us pictures and tell us all dey kin, but it didn't mount to much. Walter Calloway, Birmingham, Alabama. When the war started, Mose, all I know about it was all the white men's go to Montgomery and join the army. My brother, he'd 'bout 15-year-old, so he go long with the ration wagon to Montgomery, Mose, every week. One day he come back from Montgomery and he say, hell done broke loose in Goggy. He couldn't tell us much 'bout what done happen, but the slaves dey get all cited, case dey didn't know what to expect. Pretty soon we fin out dat some of the big men's call a meetin' at the Capitol on Goat Hill in Montgomery. Dey 'lect Mr. Jeff Davis president and done busted the United States wide open. Atter dat dar warn't much happen on the plantation, sep in gangs of sojas passin' thuf gwine off to the war. Den, 'bout every so often a squad of Confederate sojas would come to the neighborhood gatherin' up rations for General Lee's army dey say. Dat make it pretty hard on both whites and blacks, tucking off some of the best stock and runnin' us low on grub. But we wook right on, 'twell one day somebody sen a runner sayin', the Yankees comin'. Ol' Misty's tell me to hurry over to Mrs. Freeman's and tell Hem Wilson's Yankee Raiders was on the way and comin' like a hurricane. I hop on a mule and go jest as faz as I can make him trabel, but befo I get back dey done retch the plantation, smashin' things comin' and gwine. Dey broke into smokehouse and tuck all de hams and y'other rations, dey fin what dey wantin' burn up de res. Den dey ramshack de big house lookin' fo money and jewelry and raise Cain with de vimmin folks, case dey didn't fin what dey wanted. Den dey leave dear ol' hosses and mules and take de best we got. Atter dey done dat, dey burn the smokehouse, the barns, the cribs and some y'other property. Den dey skedaddle someplace else. I warn't up dar but I hearn tell dey burn up piles and piles of cotton and lots of steamboats at Montgomery and left the old town jest 'bout ruined. 'Twarn't long atter dat dey tell us we se free. But lawdy, Captain, we ain't never been what I calls free. 'Cause ol' Marster didn't own us no mo', and all de folks soon scatter all over, but if'n dey all lack me dey still hafter wook jest as hard, and sometimes have less dan we used to have when we stay on Moss John's plantation. Well, Captain, dat's 'bout all I know. I feel dat misery comin' on me now. Will you please, Sue, gimme a lift back in de house? I wished dat white gem man doctor come on if'n he comin'. Interview with Esther King Casey. Edward F. Harper, Birmingham. Living with her grandchildren at 801, Washington Avenue, Birmingham, Alabama, Esther King Casey, former slave of Captain Henry King of Americus, Georgia, recalls from fading memory a few vivid scenes of the days when men in gray moved hurriedly about the town, suddenly disappeared for a while and then returned, one by one, with weary, halting tread and hollow faces. While gloom and despair hovered over the town like a pall of desolation. Less vivid in her memory are the stories told her by her grandmother of a long voyage across the ocean, of the arrival in a new land called Mobile, and of slaves being sold at public auction. Less vivid, too, are the memories of her own journey to Georgia, where she, with her parents and brother, were brought to be the slaves of Captain King. I was only 4 or 5 years old when we came to Captain King's big house, said the old woman, brightening with pride in her ability to recollect. Her manners bore the marks of culture and refinement, and her speech was surprisingly void of the usual Negro dialect. She is an example of the former slave who was educated along with the white children in the family. There were 8 or 10 slaves in all, Esther continued. We lived in a house in the backyard of Captain King's big house. My mama was the cook. Papa was a mechanic. He built houses and made tools and machinery. Captain King gave me to the white lady, that was Miss Susan, the captain's wife. Captain King was a fine man. He treated all of us just like his own family. The white lady taught us to be respectable and truthful. When asked if she had ever been punished for misbehavior, the old woman smiled and said, "Once the white lady whipped me for playing with the jailer's children. She had told me not to play with them because they were not good company for me. She said that she wanted to raise me to be good and truthful, and that the jailer's little white children told lies and talked bad." Esther remembers well the mobilization of gray uniformed troops at the courthouse, which stood only a block from the King residence. The town was filled with soldiers for several days, she said. They assembled about the courthouse and had speakings. One day I passed there with my papa and saw Abraham Lincoln hanging from a noose in the courthouse square. Of course, it was only an effigy of Abraham Lincoln which was used to show what the soldiers thought of him. Papa told me that the soldiers shot the effigy full of bullet holes before they left town. Before Captain King left, he brought a man with him from the courthouse to value his property. The slaves were valued, too. I remember Captain King lifting me high above his head and saying to the man, "I wouldn't take $1,000 for this little gem." She paused a moment. The light in her eyes showed that she was reliving the thrill of that childhood incident. Then Captain King left with the other soldiers. Papa stayed and took care of the white lady and the house. After a while my brother ran away and joined the troops to fight for Captain King. He came back after the war, but Captain King did not. Several years later I saw a man down in South Georgia who told me that he belonged to Captain King's troops. He said that he was standing near him when he was killed. Esther King Casey, Birmingham, Alabama. After the proclamation the slaves were free. Most of them leased out to plantation owners. I stayed with Mama and the white lady. Mrs. King had taught the little slave girl to read and write, and when schools were opened for the freed slaves she told the child's mother to send her to school. Fees of 50 cents a month were charged, which Mrs. King paid as long as the child remained with her. At 18 years of age the girl had acquired sufficient education to qualify to teach in the public schools for Negroes. After 3 years of teaching she married Jim Casey, an ex-slave, who took her to his 3-plow farm in South Georgia. "No man ever lived who was finer than Jim," said the old woman. "My daughter used to say that I loved him more than God, and that God was jealous and took him away from me." After her only daughter's death in 1919, Esther was brought to Birmingham by her grandson who has kept her comfortably ever since. Her hair is just turning gray, though she was born in 1856. The little briar pipe, which she endeavors to conceal from strangers, is the only outward evidence that she has anything in common with others of her generation. Interview with Amy Chapman. Ruby F. Tart, Livingston, Alabama. "The master's good, but overseer's mean." Aunt Amy paused as she worked among the small plants in her garden, removing a weed here and there. She pushed back the sunbonnet that shaded her eyes and began. "I was bound on Governor Reuben Chapman's place 5 miles north of Livingston on May 14, 1843. My name is Amy Chapman. My mother was Clary Chapman and my pappy was Bob Chapman. They both come from Virginia, my mammy from Petersburg and my pappy from Richmond. They was drive down to Alabama lack cattle and Moss Reuben bought 'em. He had a lot of slaves case he had a heap of plantations, but him and his wife stay most of the time in Huntsville and they had a heap of white overseers. I had a plenty of chillins but not as many as my mammy." "Who was my husband?" "Law chilly, I ain't never had no special husband. I even forgets who was the pappy of some of dese chillins of mine. Us had a mean overseer, and since Mas Reuben warn't never at home, dem overseers used ter treat us sompen awful. One day Mas Reuben come home and, when he found out dat de overseer was mean to de slaves, he commenced to give him a lecture, but when Miss Felicia tuck a han in de business, she didn't stop at no lecture. She told dat overseer dis, I hear you take my women and turn dear clothes over dear haids and whup em. Any man dat's got a family and would do sich a thing oughter be sham of hisself, and if'n Governor Chapman can't make you leave, I kin, so you see dat road dear. Well, make tracks den. And, misties, he left, rot den. He didn't wait for no coaxin'. He was de means overseer us ever had. He tuck my oldest brother and had him stretched out just like you see Christ on de cross, had him chained, and I sat down on de ground, by him and cried all night lak Mary and dem done. Dat overseer was de fuss one dat ever put me in de fiel, and he whupped me with de cat o' nine tails when I was stark naked. Den dear was another mean man named, who was always a beaten nigger women case they wouldn't mind him. Us warn't learned to read and write, but Mr. Jerry Brown's slaves were. He owned a big plantation. Us didn't go to no nigger church, case dear warn't none. I was baptized in Jones Creek, and dar. Edmund's a white preacher, jained me to de Jones Creek Baptist Church long fo de war, and de song I lacked best was a white folk song. 'Twarn't no nigger song. It was lack dey sing it now, sep mo lovely, miss, mo lovely. Dark was de night. Call was de ground. On which my Savior lay. Blood in draps of sweat run down. In agony he pray. Laud, move did bitter cup. If sich dy sacred will. If not content I'll drink it up. Whose pleasure I'll fulfill. And another one us niggers used her sing was might pretty. In evil long I tuck delight. And, led by shame and fear. When a new object stopped my flight. And stopped my wild career. I saw him hangin' on a tree. In agony and blood. He fixed his languid eyes on me. As near his cross I stood. Show never till my latter breath. Can I forget dat look? He seemed to change me with his death. Yet not a word he spoke. My conscience felt and owned the quilt. And plunged me in despair. I saw my sins his blood had spilt. And helped to nail him dear. Yassam, I can tell you things about slavery times dat would make yo blood bile, but days too trouble. I just tries to forget. Amy Chapman, Livingston, Alabama. I could tell you 'bout bein' run myself with dem nigger dogs, but I ain't gwinneter do it. I will tell you dough 'bout a mean man who whupped a colored woman near 'bout to death. She got so mad at him dat she tuck his baby Chili what was playin' roun' de yard and grab him up and th'd it in a pot of lye dat she was usin' to wash wid. His wife come a hollin' and run her arms down in de boilin' lye to get de Chili out, and she near 'bout burnt her arms off, but it didn't do no good, case when she jerked de Chili out he was dead. One day I seed ol' Unker Tiptoe all bent over a comin' down de road and I ax him what ail him and he say, I's been in de stocks and been beat till de blood come. Den ol' massa neanted my flesh wid red pepper and turpentine and I's been most dead but I is somewhat better now. Unker Tiptoe belonged to de means ol' Mars tur around here. But, honey, I ain't never told nobody all dis and ain't gwine tell you no mo'. Ride me home now, case I's cripple, a cow was de cause of it. She drug me ruin dat new orchard what I planted last fall. She done run away with me. Misties, I wished you would do me a favor and write my son in Texas and tell him dat I say, if'n he expects me to make him enemo of dem star quilts, he better come on here and kiver my house. The roof show does leak bad. Interview with Emma Chapman. Mary A. Poole. Living in a small room in the rear of a house at 361, Augusta Street, Mobile, Alabama, the writer located an interesting ex-slave, Emma Chapman, who when first approached was somewhat reticent. I soon learned I had arrived just as she was ready to have her breakfast, which consisted of bread and coffee, and insisted she eat first and talk afterwards, as she had made just about enough fire in the open fireplace to boil the coffee. While she followed my suggestion, I glanced about the room and found it very neat and tidy, and an unusually comfortable-looking double bed, a mirrored door chifforobe and 2 trunks, 1 rocking chair and a couple of straight chairs. A table containing all cooking utensils and food containers. The walls were covered with sheets of manila wrapping paper, tacked on, and part of the ceiling patched with odds and ends of corrugated paper. Emma is small in stature, of light complexion with graying hair arranged in neat braids around her head, very clean in appearance. Emma said she was about 13 years of age at the time of the surrender, and that she was born on the plantation of Rev. Mr. Montgomery Curry of Charleston, South Carolina. When she was about 3 years of age, Mr. Curry moved to Pickens County, Alabama, about 5 miles from Carrollton and 8 miles from Pickenville. When I asked why they moved to Alabama, Emma laughed, and said they expected to find money growing on trees in Alabama, and that she as a child came near being snake-bit many a time, digging around the roots of old trees, trying to find money. Reverend Montgomery Curry, said Emma, was married to Ann Haney, whose parents were Aaron and Frances Hudson Haney, and Emma's grandmother was Lucy Linier, who was born in Virginia and was sold to Mr. Haney to pay a debt. Lucy Linier was nurse for his daughter Anne, and when she married Mr. Curry, she brought Lucy with her to her new home. The Kays had 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, and it was Lucy Linier's daughter, Patsy, who acted as their nurse. The home of Rev. and Mrs. Montgomery Curry was a 2-story log house with wide open hall running the entire length of the house and with rooms opening off either side. The kitchen was out a short distance from the main house, with the dairy between the two, under a large hickory tree. The slave quarters were also built of logs, with space between for a shed room and small garden plot and a few chickens. The slave women did not go to the fields on Saturday, as that was their day to clean up around their homes. They usually washed their clothes at night and hung them on the bushes where they were left to dry in the sunshine, maybe a couple of days, as no one could or would disturb them. Rev. Montgomery Curry was a Baptist preacher and had no overseer, except Lucy Linier and her husband, Emma's grandparents, who kept a supervision over the slaves, about 40 in number. There was no whipping allowed on the Curry plantation, and after the death of Reverend Curry, Mrs. Ann Curry, his widow, ran the plantation under the same system. The patrollers had no jurisdiction over the Curry slaves. They were given permits by the Kays to go and come, and Emma said if one of those patrollers whipped one of Bull Mrs. slaves, she would have sure sued them. Emma laughingly said the slaves on other plantations always said the Curry slaves were free niggers, as they could always get permits, and had plenty to eat and milk to drink. The slaves cooked their breakfasts in their own cabins. But dinner and supper was cooked in the kitchen, and each came with their pan to be filled and had their own gourds which were grown on the place to drink their milk, and of which they could have full and plenty. During the war they cooked for the Confederate soldiers encamped nearby, and great quantities were prepared. Emma was one of those delegated to carry the food to the camp. All she ever saw of the Yankees were 2 who stopped at the house and asked for something to eat. Mrs. Montgomery invited them in and served the best she had. One of the men wanted to take the last mule she had, and the other said, "No, Mrs. Montgomery is a widow, and from the appearance of her slaves she has treated them well." Mrs. Montgomery told them that someone had stolen her saddle horse, and the soldier who had remonstrated with the other replied, "Madam, your saddle horse will be returned in 3 weeks, and sure enough." One night about midnight they heard a horse whinny, and Emma's grandfather said, "There is old Spunk," and there was old Spunk waiting outside. Emma said the first whipping she ever had was after the surrender, given her by her own father when they left Alabama and went to live near Columbus, Miss. She had always lived in the house with the old Miss and her young Miss, and when she had to leave them, she cried, and so did they. Her grandmother Lucy Linier nursed Miss N. Lucy's daughter Patsy nursed Miss N's children, and was the special property of Fanny Montgomery Curry, who married a Mr. Sidney Lipscomb and whose children Emma helped to look after, so the 3 generations were interwoven. Emma only wishes she could go back to plantation days. All her trials and suffering came after she left Ole Miss, and went to live with her father and mother, George and Patsy Curry, who had 14 children and of which Emma was the eldest. Her father, who was a quadroon in caste, was cruel to his family, and especially so to her. He made her work like a man, cutting timber, splitting rails, digging, planting, and all work of the farm. Now, Emma is the only member of her family left. She married 3 times, having only 2 children, a girl and a boy, these by her last husband, Frank Chapman, now dead, and Emma has no knowledge of her children's whereabouts. She gave them an education so they could write to her if they wanted to. The girl married and left Mobile, the boy went to Chicago, was chauffeur for some rich folks. His last letter several years ago, in which he enclosed $25,000, stated he was going on a trip to Jerusalem with one of the young men of the family. Interview with Henry Cheatham. Isla B. Prine. I heard Lincoln set US free. White folks, ISE glad you drapped by to have a talk with me. I was gettin' powerfully lonely, said Henry Cheatham, who lives in Marysville, a Mobile suburb. Show, I'll be glad to tell you some about the slave days. I show members plenty. Well, to begin with, I was born in 1850 near West Point. That's in Clay County, Mississippi, you know. I belonged to Mr. Tom Hollingshead, who was killed in the Civil War. I, members all the slaves a-going, in to take a last look at him atter they done brung his body home. My mammy's name was Emmeline Cheatham, and my pappy's was Sam Cheatham. I don't remember my grandpappy and grandmammy atall. Us slaves lived in log cabins what was daubed with clay to keep the rain and wind out, and the chimneys was made of clay and sticks. The beds was homemade and nailed agin the wall with legs on the outer side. The massa's house was built of logs too, but it was much bigger and the nigger cabins and sot way out in front of Orn. Atter the massa was kilt, Old Miss had a nigger overseer and dat was the meanest to build dat eber libbied on the lod's green yearth. I promised myself when I growed up dat I was a-going to kill dat nigger if and it was the lost thing I eber done. Lots of times ISE seen him beat my mammy, and one day I seen him beat my auntie who was big with a chili, and dat man dug a roon hole in the ground and put her stomach in it. And beat her for a half-hour straight till the baby come out rot dear in the hole. Why the misties low such treatment? A heap of times Ole Miss didn't know nothin' 'bout it, and the slaves better not tell her, kase dat overseer whup em if'n he finds out dat dey done gone and tole. Yassen, white folks, ISE seed some terrible things in my time. When the slaves would try to run away, our overseer would put chains on deer legs with big long spikes tween deer feets, so dey couldn't get away. Den I's seen great bunches of slaves put up on the block and sold just like dey was cows. Sometimes the chillens would be separated from deer maws and paws. I come pretty near to bein' tuck away from my maw. When the slaves was bein' veed, one of Ole Miss daters was a-goin' to Texas, and I was goin' to have to go when somebody hollered freedom, and I sho was glad kase I could stay with my mammy now. In those days us had plenty of good, plain food. Such as pot liquor, greens, cornbread, taters, peas, pears, and at hog killin' us had chitlins and pig jowls and backbone. Den us would cotch possums at night when dey come up in the cornfiel. Us neber seed no flour dough. As for fishin', we never did none, kase we hadda work too hard. We worked from can to can't. Get up at sunrise, go to the fiel and stay till dark. In the middle of the day would send our sampenti to the fiel with a barrel of water. But for breakfast and supper, us hadda cook our own grub dey give us. Our CLOs warn't many. Us chillens were a one-piece suit made out in Osnaburg, and us would have to take dat off at night, wash it and put it back on the next day. As for shoes, chillin' never had none. You see, white folks, I was just a chilly, just big enough to tote water to the fiels. Henry Cheatham, Marysville, Alabama. I, members when the Yankees was ackerman, thuf I hope to carry de hossas to de woods and, hope to hide de meat and, bury de valuables, case dem Yankees tuck whatever dey wanted. And, you better not say nothin', neither, case dey had dem long swierds a-hangin' at deir sides. In dem days, the slaves done all the work and carried all the news. The marsters sent notes from one plantation to another, and, when dey wanted the niggers to come to the big house dey would blow an old cow horn. Dey had certain number of blows for certain niggers. Dat is, the niggers dat was sampen. Dey would also use dis horn for possum and coon huntin' at night. The lil niggers at night went to the big house to spin and weave. ISE spun a many roll and carded a many bat of cotton. ISE also made a many tallow candle by tyin' strings onto a long stick and droppin' dem down into molds filled with tallow. ISE hid many a night in the fence corners when I be a-goin' sommers to get my mammy some bacco. The patty rollers would be out lookin' for slaves dat didn't have no pass from dear overseer, and I'd hear dem ackerman and I'd hide till dey pass on, case if'n dey cotch me I show gwine have a sound beatin'. The owners always tuck care of us, and when us got sick dey would get a doctor, and ol' miss was all right, but dat overseer was a debil. He wouldn't loan no meetin' on the place. Sometimes us would slip down the hill and turn the wash pot bottom up'ards so the sound of our voices would go under the pot, and us'd have a singin' and prayin' rot dear. Mose of the slave could go sometimes to the white folks' church when dey gets a pass from dear massa, but dat mean overseer always tried to keep us from goin' so's us couldn't learn nothin'. He didn't want us to learn to read or write neither. No us didn't have nothin' black matches till I was growed. Us used flint rocks and cotton to start the fires. Us didn't have nothin' but food and clothes. We didn't have no garden of our own and der want no celebratin', 'ceptin' at hog killin'. Dat was the biggie's day of the year. On Saturday afternoon we was load to play, but I can't 'member none of the games. Us just played lak all lil niggers did den. At night time us just went to our cabins and went to bed, case we warn't load to do no singing. Mose of the singin' was done in the fields. Corn shuckin' time come when dey wanted to get the seed corn for plantin', and us would commence to shuckin' when it commence rainin'. You axed me 'bout funerals and weddin's. Us niggers never ma'ed and don't 'member any big weddin's of the white folks. But dey buried folks den the same as dey does now, in a box. Dey would bury the slave same as dey done the white folks, but us didn't eben have no baptism on 'count of dat overseer. He didn't lack for us to get no religion. 'Cause all slaves didn't have hard treatment lak us did, case dear overseer and Mars ter warn't as mean as orn. No we didn't know nothin' 'bout no hoodoo stuff in dem days. Dey only had homemade medicines, dat is unless dey got show 'nuff powerful sick and den dey would go to see a doctor. Us used boneset tea made from a weed. Lawd, it was bitterer dan quinine, and it were good for the chills and fever, and it would purge you too. Den us used life everlastin' tea for fever, and Jerusalem brushweed to get rid of worms. But, miss, I knows dear is ghosts. Case when I was a little boy my mammy come in from the fiel and laid across the bed and I was sittin' in front of the fireplace and a big sampen lak a cow widout no haid come in to do and I commenced to beat on it with my fists. Den my mammy say, what matter with you, nigger? Den dat critter he walk right out to do. I looked out'n the window and dear it was a-goin' in Aunt Martha's cabin. I never did see it no mo. Den another time a white man died and my mammy was a-stayin' with his sister and dis spirit lak an angel come to my mammy and tol' her to tell the white lady to read the Bible backwards 3 times, case dear was one talent, tween her and Jesus. Atter dat she were comforted. Another time, my pappy, Sam Cheatham, who was a wicked man, was a-sittin' in front of the fire and a big brindle dog come to the do and started barkin'. My pappy say, what in the hell am dat? And snapped his fingers at the dog. The dog he den dropped dead. Some folks say dat dear ain't no sich things as ghosts, but I know dear is, 'case dear is good spirits and bad spirits. Dem was good old days, misties, even if'n us did have a hard time and I don't know if'n it warn't better 'an it is now. I has to almost go hungry, and I can't get no HP from the government, 'case I is over 65 years old. Fact is, I believe I drew there be olive in back dear Dan today 'case us at least had plenty sompen to eat and nothin' to worry about. And as for beatin', dey beats folks now if'n dey don't do rot, so what's the difference? Yassum, misties, I worked as long as I was able and didn't ax nobody for nothin', but now it's different, 'case I ain't able to do no work. ISE tried to do rot and ain't never been in but one fight in my life. I now belongs to the Corinthian Baptist Church, and I's tryin' to live so when the good Lord calls I'll be ready to answer wid a clean soul. ISE had 2 wives, but I was only a young nigger when I had the fust un, and had 2 chillens by her, den I lef' her 'case she warn't no 'count. Dat's been 40 year ago, and I ain't never seen my chillens in all dem years. My second wife I got when I lived 30 miles below Birmingham, Alabama, at the Old Bank Mines. Dat's been 35 year ago and us is still together. Us ain't never had no chillens. No I don't know nothin' 'bout Abe Lincoln 'ceptin' dey say he sot us free, and I don't know nothin' 'bout dat neither. Interview with Laura Clark. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Chillin' in Evie Graveyard. Laura Clark, black and wrinkled with her 86 years, moved limpingly about the tiny porch of her cabin on the outskirts of Livingston. Battered cans and rickety boxes were filled with a profusion of flowers of the common variety. Laura offered me a split-bottom chair and lowered herself slowly into a rocker that creaked even under her frail body. "Pully, miss, Pully," she responded to my query about her health. "'Tain't lack de old days. I's crippled and mos blind now atter all de years what I got. I was born on Mr. Pleasant Powell's place in North Carolina, and when I was 'bout 6 or 7 years old I reckon 'twas Mr. Garrett from right up yonder in de Bend, 'bout 8 miles from Livingston Gwine no th on de Livingston and Epes Road, bought 10 of us chillin' in North Carolina and sont 2 white men, and one was Mr. Skinner, to fotch us back in wagons. And he fotch old Julie Powell and Henry to look atter us. Why'n't none of dem 10 chillin' no kin to me, and he never bought my mammy, so I had to leave her behind. I recollect mammy said to old Julie, 'Take keer my baby Chilly,' dat was me, and if'n I never sees her no mo raise her for God. Den she fell off de wagon where us was all set tin and roll over on de ground jes acrian. But us was eatin' candy what dey done give us for to keep us quiet, and I didn't have sense 'nuff for to know what ailed mammy, but I knows now and I never seed her no mo in dis life. When I heerd from her atter shrender she done dead and buried. Her name was Rachel Powell. My pappy's name I don't know case he done been sold to somewheres else when I was too little to recollect. But my mammy was de mother of 22 chillin and she had twins in her lap when us drive off. My grandmammy said when I left, "Pray, Laura, and be good gal, and min, both white and black. Ever'body will lack you and if'n you never see me no mo, pray to meet me in heaven." Den she cried. Her name was Rose Powell. Us all started den for Mr. Garrett's plantation down yonder in de Bend, 10 chillin and 2 ol' uns, and 2 white men, and us was travelin' solid a month. Fust thing ol' Marsa say was, "Now be good ter dese motherless chillin." Den he went to war, and de overseers forgot all 'bout dey promise. When ol' Marsa come back he done got his arm shot off, but he let both dem overseers go, case dey done whupped dat ol' homon what come with us to death. She brought her 2 little boys, Colvin and Lias, but Joe, dey pappy, didn't come, he was sold, fo Lias was bound. Joe never seed Lias. Laura Clark, Livingston, Alabama. I sets cross de road here from dat church over yonder and can't go, case I'm cripple and blind, but I hears, singin'. A motherless Chile sees a hard time. Oh, Lord, he pee her on the road. Er sister will do the best she can. This is a hard world, Lord, fair a motherless Chile. And I just busts out cryin'. That was the song I had in view to sing for you, it's so mournful. I knowed, TWA ain't no real, TWA ain't nothin' like no real, CASE I been belongin' to the church for 55 years, and I don't fancy no real. I'm glad I got hit to my min, FO, you left. But my recollection is shaller. I ain't never read no verse in no Bible in my life, CASE I can't read. Some my chillin' kin, though. My husband died and left me with 9 chillin', none of couldn't pull the others outer the fire if and they fell in. I had mo and dat, but some come here dead and some didn't. I got chillin' dead in Birmingham and Bessemer. They ain't a graveyard in this here settlement ruin prospect where I ain't got chillin' buried. Hetty Ann, right up dear Termister Hawkins graveyard, and my boy what got killed set tin on the side the road eatin' his dinner, he buried in Captain Jones' place in the bend yonder. Yassum, I been drug about and put through the shackles so bad I done forgot some of they names, and I mos blind now and can't hear good neither. But my eyes is good enough for to see ghosts, but I don't believe in them, CASE I'd see dem chillin' sometime effin' day was ghosties. I know I'd see my boy, CASE day showed me his head where dat Miller boy hit him in the head with a spade and split his head wide open, slip up behin' him and all he said was, squeak, just like a hog, and he was dead. And the murderer live right here but they move and now I'm here. When hit rain us just gets under the bed, CASE the house ain't got no top on hit. Laura Clark's house, Livingston, Alabama. I can't say Moss Garrett wa'n't good to us motherless chillin' but the overseer, Mr. Woodson Tucker, was mean as anybody. He'd whup you nigh 'bout to death, and had a whuppin' log what he strip buck naked and lay on the log. He whup with a wide strop, wider en my han, then he popped the blisters what he raise and night with red pepper, salt, and vinegar. Then he put in the house they called the pest house and have a oman stay dear to keep the flies often 12 day get able to move. Then they had reg'lar men in the fields with spades, and if'n you didn't do what you get told, the overseer would rop dat strap, ruin his han, and hit you in the head with the wooden handle, till he killed you. Then the mens would dig a hole with the spades and throw in hit right dear in the fiel, just like they was cows, didn't have no funeral nor nothin'. Us had a heap of houses in the quarters right on both sides the big house. Us could step outer one house to t'other. But, miss, I didn't work so hard or have no trouble either. I was in the house atter Marsa come home and found me split tin rails and plowin'. He load day done put me in too hard a ship, and I was too little, so he tuck me to the house to draw water and wash dishes, CASE I was a little motherless gal. Oh Marsa done a good part by me, and I was married to my fuss husband, Carrie Crockett, right dear in the parlor. He told the overseer dat us was human and had feelin' same as him, so he rejected the patrollers and made get off the place. I was treated good, CASE I 'membered what my grandma say, and whatever they told me to put my han to, I did, and I was obedient and wasn't hard-headed like some the res. I had no trouble, and wasn't booked none. But I's had mo trouble lost 10 years with my own chillin' den I ever did in slavey time. They gives me sich bitter words till I can't swaller them and I just sets and cries. I can't read no songs to comfort me, just catch from the preacher on the stand and whole that's the way I catch my larnine. Last sermon I hired, he tuck his text and said, don't nobody rob God. Then he say, effin' you is goin' to tend to serve God, serve him in the full, CASE God don't never bat a eye, nor turn his head and he can see you. He frowns at every sin, but he's a sin-forgiven man. I used to know a heap 'bout the Lord, but I'm so cripple and blind since the CAF jumped on my foot I can't go to church no mo, so I done forgot. You ax 'bout dem flowers on the PCH, I show, wish they was mine, you could have case day ain't room enough with dem for me ter sit where I desire. Us ain't got no meal and here 'tis just Tuesday, no mo, till Saturday. Show is bad. Us just pens on de neighbors and Boris. Interview with Hattie Clayton. Preston Klein. The Yanks drapped out in the sky. Aunt Hattie Clayton said, "Ise gettin' around de 90 notch, honey, and I reckon the kingdom ain't fur away." She lives in a tiny cabin not far from Opelika. Her shoulders are bent, her hair gray, but she still does a large amount of housework. She likes to sit on the tumble-down front porch on summer afternoons, plying her knitting needles and stretching her aged legs in the warm sunlight. "'Twas a long time ago, honey," she observed when talk of slavery days was brought up, "but I 'members as 'twas yesterday. My ol' mistus was de widder day. She owned a plantation clost to Lafayette and she was mighty good to us niggers. Ol' mistus boughten me when I was just a little tyke, so I don't 'member 'bout my pappy and mammy. Honey, I 'members dat us little chillens didn't go to de fields twell us was big 'nuff to keep up a row. De overseer, Moss Joe Harris, made us work, but he was good to us. Ol' mistus, she wouldn't let us wook when it was rainin' and cold." Asked about pleasures of the old plantation life, she chuckled and recalled. "I kin heah de banjers yit. Law me, us had a good time in dem days. Us danced most ebery sat tidy night and us made de rafters shake wid us foots. Lots o' times ol' missus would come to de dances and look on. And when brash nigger boy cut a cute bunch UV steps, de menfolks would give 'im a dime or so. Honey, us went de church on a Sundays. I always did lack singin' and I loved de ol' songs lack, ol' Ship of Zion, and Happy Land. Ol' mistus used ter take all de little scamps dat was too little for church and read de book to dem under de big oak tree in de front yard." Aunt Hattie, she was asked, "Do you remember anything about the war between the states?" "You mean the Yankees, honey?" "Yes, the Yankees." Her coal-black face clouded. "Dey skeered us nearly to death," she began. "Dey drapped right out'n de sky. Ol' mistus keep hearin' dey was comin', but dey didn't never show up. Den, all ter once, dey was swarmin' all ober de place wid dere blue coats shinin' and dere horses rarin'. Us chillens run and hid in de fence corners and behin' quilts dat was hangin' on de line. And, honey, dem Yankees rid dere horses rat onto ol' mistus flower beds. Dey hunted de silver, too, but us done hid dat. I 'members dey was mad. Dey sot de house fire and tuck all de vitals dey could fin. I run away and got los, and when I come back all de folks was gone." Aunt Hattie said she went down the big road and come to a lady's house where she remained until she married. "Us moved to Lafayette and den to Opelika," she concluded, "and I been here eber since." She lives with one of her numerous granddaughters now. She finds her great happiness in the promise and the moments when she can sit in the shade and dip her mind back into memory. Interview with Wadley Shorty Clemens. G.L. Clark. He was bent over the lawn, carefully trimming the border into a neat line. A small black figure in overalls, clean but worn blue chambray shirt, the misshapen remains of shoes and a nondescript hat, from under which protruded thin white sideburns. "Good morning, Uncle," I said, "Mr. Lee was telling me about you. He said you lived back in slavery times. Is that right?" "Yes, Sue, I sho did. I'll be 92 years old the 2nd of August, and I was a slave for 20 year. I had a good ol' massa and misties, the best dear was. Ol' massa was a great big man, and he wa'n't scared of nothin', dey was. He wouldn't go nowhere without me. He always took me with him. My grandma was a cook and my ma was a house girl. We lived in Pine Hill, a summer resort in Jefferson County, Georgia, across the river from Louisville. From home we could look over and see the people walkin' about in Louisville." Wadley Shorty Clemens, Tr., Village Springs, Alabama. I remembers the day the Yankees come to Louisville. We could see them goin' about from one house to another, settin' fire. Then they come on to the river and sot fire to the bridge. They wouldn't use our bridge. They built these here pontoon bridges and they could build them before you could look away and look back. Then they come across the river to Pine Hill. Ol' Massa had his hosses and mules hid down in the swamp, but my Uncle Tom went and got 'em and brung 'em to the Yankees at the big gate. He didn't had to do it. He was just mean. He hadn't been much good to Massa since the war commenced. Lay off in the swamp most of the time. Arter he brung Massa's hosses and mules to the Yankees, he went with them into Massa's bedroom and they jest throwed Massa and Misty's clothes all outta the closet and wardrobe, and he give 'em Misty's gold earrings and bracelets, and they took the earrings and put them on the hosses' ears and put the bracelets on the hosses' ankles. Ol' Massa was sittin' on the long porch smokin' one of dese meerschaum pipes with a stem way so long, and dat pipe was white as snow. He had a big can of tobacco on the table in front of him. In them days people made they own tobacco, and I wished I had some of it now. Massa had 'bout 30 fattening hogs, and the Yankees jest went in the pen and cut dem hogs in two. He had jest lots of turkeys and guineas, and the Yankees shot them down. He had 30 hives of bees in one long row, and one Yankee run up to the first hive and jump in it head first, and the bees stung him till he died. The others pulled him out and took him to the well and poured water over him, but he stayed dead, so they just dug a hole down by the side of the road and bury him in it. Yes sir, that's the truth. They stayed there all night and camped out and cooked Massa's good smoked meat and burnt down the barns and done all the devilment they could. I couldn't see no use in dear doin' what they did, but that's what they done. Massa had 71 slaves when they was made free. The next county wasn't fit for much farming, and atter we was freed my Uncle Andy went there and bought a place. The land sold for 50 cents the acre atter the timber was cut off. Uncle Andy had a brother Sam, and Sam had a steer. They plowed with the steer. Uncle Andy worked at the sawmill in daytime, and at night he cut 2 cords of wood before he go to bed. He make 2 bales of cotton the first year, and the next year he make 4. Then he tuck up preachin'. He was a Methodist preacher. Then ol' Massa die and ol' Misty's lose all her land. Uncle Andy was right good fixed, so he took care of her a year or more, for she died. Then when she died, he went to pay all the expenses of the funeral, but the white folks won't let him, 'cause they say he done his share already. My Massa's name was William Clemens, and they name me Wadley for Ol' Man Wadley, the president of the Center Road. Dem days is gone a long time and I still here, but they was good times then. I had plenty to eat, plenty clothes to wear, and when I get sick, ol' Massa come to give me some medicine and I don't need no doctor. People worship God in dem days and not bother with church houses so much. Every Sunday ol' Massa get out by the back door and teach us Sunday school. Then we cut tree limbs and make brush arbors for preaching. In the summer atter crops been laid by, us all, black and white, go to camp meetin' and stay a week. The white preacher preach on one side and the nigger on the other. We carry lots of victuals and feed everybody. Niggers' show was better off in slavery times. Interview with William Colbert. John Morgan Smith. My master was a mean man. Show. I remember the slavery days. How could I forgets? Slowly Uncle Will spoke these words as he made his way up a few rickety steps with the aid of an old broomstick to his cabin door. We can jest set in the swing eff'n you wants to hear a little 'bout dem old days, 'cause I can show tell it. Well, first, Uncle Will, what's your full name and where are you from? My name am William Colbert and I.S.E. from Georgia. I was bound in 1844 on my Massa's plantation in Fort Valley. My Massa's name was Jim Hodison. At one time he had 165 of us niggers. Uncle Will, a gaunt, black figure with 2 weeks' growth of gray hair upon his face, spoke in a soft, quaking voice scarcely audible 10 feet away. His eyes had a far-off, sad expression of one who had known suffering. They were set deep back in bony caverns. "Well, Uncle Will, tell me something about the slave days. Was your master good to you?" William Colbert, Tr., Birmingham, Alabama. "Nazu, he warn't good to none of us niggers. All the niggers roon hated to be bought by him cause he was so mean. When he was too tired to whup us he had the overseer do it, and the overseer was meaner dan the massa. But, mister, the peoples was the same as they is now. Dear was good uns and bad uns. I just happened to belong to a bad un. One day I remembers my brother, January was cotched ober seein' a gal on the next plantation. He had a pass but the time on it done give out. Well Sue, when the massa found out dat he was a hour late, he got as mad as a hive of bees. So when brother January he come home, the massa took down his long mule skinner and tied him with a rope to a pine tree. He stripped his shirt off and said, "Now, nigger, I'm goin' to teach you some sense." With that he started layin' on the lashes. January was a big, fine-looking nigger, the finest I ever seed. He was just 4 years older than me, and when the massa begin a beatin' him, January never said a word. The massa got madder and madder cause he couldn't make January holla. "What's the matter with you, nigger?" he say. "Don't it hurt?" January, he never said nothin', and the massa keep a beatin', till little streams of blood started flowin' down January's chest, but he never holler. His lips was a quiverin' and his body was a shakin', but his mouth it never open. And all the while I sat on my mammy's and pappy's steps a cryin'. The niggers was all gathered about and some of couldn't stand it, they hadda go inside deir cabins. Atter while, January, he couldn't stand it no longer hisself, and he say in a hoarse, loud whisper, "Massa! Massa! Have mercy on dis poor nigger." Will's eyes narrowed down to fine creases as his thick lips came together in smacking noises, and the loose skin beneath his chin and jaws seemed to shake with the impact of dread memories. Then, he continued, after a brief pause in which time there was no sound except the constant drop of a bead of water in a lard bucket, "The war came. The Yankees come in and they pulled the fruit off the trees and eat it. They eat the hams and corn, but they never burned the houses. Seemed to me like they just stay around long enough to get plenty something to eat, cause they left in 2 or 3 days, and we never seed them since. The massa had 3 boys to go to war, but dear wasn't one to come home. All the chillun he had was killed. Massa, he los all his money in the house soon begin droppin' away to nothin'. Us niggers one by one left the old place and the last time I seed the home plantation I was a-standin' on a hill. I looked back on it for the last time through a patch of scrub pines and it looked so lonely. Dear warn't but one person in sight, the massa. He was settin' in a wicker chair in the yard lookin' out over a small field of cotton and corn. Dear was crosses in the graveyard in the side lawn where he was settin'. The FOTH1 was his wife. I lost my old woman 37 years ago, and all this time, I's been a carryin' on like the massa, all alone. Interview with Tildy Collins. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. In the Negro section of Uniontown, locally known as Rabbit Yard, named by the Negroes themselves, lives Aunt Tildy Collins, a typical black mammy of Orthodox type. She is a talkative old soul, running over with slavery tales and greatly beloved by a wide range of acquaintances among both races. Although 84 summers have passed over her snow-white head, Aunt Tildy's spirit is unconquered by time and her physical activity is truly remarkable for her age. She does her own housework and cares for her home without assistance. In front of her one-room cabin is a neat garden of vegetables and flowers combined, with morning glories trained carefully over the fence nearly all the way around. There is a saying in the South, that cotton will grow better for a Negro than for any other race, and this might well be extended to include morning glories in Aunt Tildy's case. since none in Uniontown are quite so fine in growth or brilliance of coloring. Like nearly all old Negroes, Aunt Tildy goes to sleep very readily. She was dozing in a rocker on her small porch, while the scent of wood smoke and the odor of boiling vegetables issued from the cabin. An iron pot, hanging from a crane in the fireplace, sending forth clouds of steam and an appetizing aroma. She clings to old-fashioned equipment and disdains a stove for cooking. Her boiled vegetables or meats in the hanging pot, with baked potatoes and pone bread from the oven make up a meal that leaves little to be desired, as many visitors who have shared her repasts well know. As the gate squeaked, Aunt Tildy awoke with a start and a smile. "Come in, white folks, I was jes' a settin' here waitin' for my greens to bile, and I must a drapped off to sleep. Set down in dat cheer right dar, and tek off your hat. You is lookin' well, and I see proud to see you." "Yas, ma'am, I was born in slavery times, and I wish to God I could get now what I used to have den, 'case dem was good times for de black folks. Dese free niggers don't know what 'tis to be tuck good care of. Cose I means dat. I was borned on a big plantation near, 'bout to Linden, and my ol' marster was name Harris, yassum, Dick Harris, and my ol' misties was Miss Mandy. Both dey boys fit in de wa, and I members when dey went off wid de sojers, ol' misties she cry and hug dem boys and kiss dem goodbye, and dey was gone a long time. I was a leetle gal whence dey went to de wa, and I was mos a grown oman when dey come home, and dey both had whiskers. Young Massa Richard he limp in and look mighty pale, and dey say he been wounded and stay in prison on Mr. Johnson's island, some is up de river, but Moss Willis, he look all right, 'cep in whiskers. Ol' marster had a big house, and dat same house standin' dar right now. Us had plenty to eat and plenty to wear, and dat's mon what some folks got now. Ol' marster was good to all he niggers, and my pappy and mammy both belonged to him. Dey was a slave yard in Uniontown, and every time a speculator come with a lot of new niggers, ol' marster he buy 4 or 5 niggers, and dat's how he come to buy my pappy. Atter de speculator brung him a whole passel of niggers from North Clena. My mammy here already longed to ol' marster. Her was borned his en. Sometime a no count nigger tekken runned way. But de overseer, he put de hounds on he track, and dey run him up a tree, and de overseer fetch him back next mornin', all tuckered out, and he glad to stay home for a spell and have his F. Ol' marster had a good overseer, too. 'Cause he want no quality, lack ol' marster and ol' misties, but he was a good kin man and he didn't have no trouble on de whole plantation. Us alluz had a Christmas tree in de quarter, jes' lack de white folks and dey was presents for everybody. Nobody want left out, big or little. Dere was a meetin' house on de plantation and ol' marster had a rule dat all de chillens had to go to Sunday school soon as dey was big 'nuff, and dey had to go in clean white clothes too. Us chillens hate to see Sunday come, 'case mammy and grandmammy dey wash us and near 'bout rub de skin off gettin' us clean for Sunday school, and dey comb our heads wid a Jim Crow. You ain't never seed a Jim Crow? Hit mos lack a card what you card wool wid. What a card look lack? Humph. Missy, where you been raise, ain't never seed a card. Dat Jim Crow show did hurt, but us hatter stand hit, and sometimes atter all dat, mammy she wrap our kinky hair wid teareed and chweeze so tight us eyes couldn't hardly shet. My grandmammy, her de head cook oman at de big house, and us had to mind her lack us did mammy. I hope he grandmammy in de kitchen, atter I got big 'nuff and she did keep me humpin'. Chillens had to mind dey olders in dem days. Dey want lack dey is now, don't mind nobody, not eben dey pa. When de surrender come, ol' marster he tole all de niggers dey was free now, and some was glad and some was sorry and welse dey might be sorry, if'n dey knowed what a hard time dey goner had knocken ruin de world by dey self. No ol' marster and no ol' misties ter look atter em and feed em when dey sick and when dey well. Look lack ter me, when the surrender parted the white folks and the black folks, it hurt 'em both. Dey oughter be together, just like the good Lord tended dey be. Aunt Tildy sighed deeply and, gazing afar off, said, if an ol' marster was livin' now, I'd be all right and not have to worry 'bout nuffin'. In spite of her 84 years, Aunt Tildy makes her living as a midwife and serves as a doctor man in cases of minor ailments. But her practice is so closely interwoven with conjuin that it is difficult to say which is the more important to her. For example, she prescribes wearing matches in the hair or a little salt on the mole of the head for headache. Her sovereign remedy for rheumatism is, 9 the JNTs with a little kerosene oil and put some mullein leaves on it. A good dose of turpentine is good for mos anything the matter with you. A coin with a hole in it, usually a dime, tied around the ankle will keep you from getting poison. Furthermore, this same treatment warns against the ill effects of getting conjued. If'n you gets conjued, the dime turn black, and you kin go to the conju doctor and get the conju took off. Is you got to go, missy? Come back again. I's alus proud to see you, Aunt Tildy called after me from the edge of the porch. Interview with Sarah Colquitt. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. She just can remember her husband's name. Sarah Colquitt, who used to till the fields in slavery days, now has a handmaiden of her own. Sarah does not know the date of her birth in Richmond, Virginia, but she says it was more than a century ago. 1937. The girl, whom her daughter has employed to take care of the nearly blind and helpless centenarian, is well past 80 herself, yet she keeps her charge neat and clean and the cabin in which they live tidy. Sarah's daughter works in the fields nearby at Opelika, Alabama to keep the family going. Mr. Bill Slaughter and Miss Mary Slaughter was our Marster and Miss Tess and they had 2 chillens, Marsa Robert and Marsa Brat, Sarah said. I had 4 brothers and sisters, Tate, Sam, Jenny, and Tenor. Us lived in log cabins with dirt floors and they was built in 2 long rows. Us beds was nailed to the wall at one end and us used corn shucks and pine straw for mattresses. Miss Mary was good to us, but us had to work hard and late. I worked in the fields every day from 'fore daylight to almost plumb dark. I usta take my littlest baby with me. I had 2 chillens, and I'd tie hit up to a tree limb to keep off the ants and bugs whilst I hoed and worked a furrow. All us niggers was fed from the big kitchen and wasn't hungry, but sometimes us would steal more food Dan was give us anyhow. Sarah Colquitt, Opelika, Alabama. I was one of the spinners, too, and had to do 6 cuts to the reel at the time and do hit at night plenty times. Us clothes was homespun Osnaburg, what us would dye, sometimes solid and sometimes checked. Sides working the fields and spinning, sometimes I'd hope he would the cooking up at the big house when the real cook was sick or us had a passel of company. Us cooked on a great, big fireplace what had arms hanging out over the coals to hang pots on to bile. Then us had 3-legged skillets what set right over the coals for frying and sec like. Us cooked show 'nuff bread in dem days, ash cakes, the best thing you ever eat. They ain't nothing like dat these days. I was sold oncet before I left Virginia. Then I was brung down to Alabama and sold from the block for $1,000 to Mr. Sam Rainey, at Camp Hill, Alabama. I still worked in the fields, but I would cook for the white folks and hope around the big house on special cast irons. Our overseer was Mr. Green Ross, and he was a bad one, too. Mean, my goodness. He'd whup you in a minute. He'd put you in the buck, tie your feet and then set out to whup you right. He would get us slaves up for day, blowing on his big horn, and us would work 12 plumb dark. All the little niggers'd get up, too, and go up to the big house to be fed from wooden bowls. Then they'd be called Aegean for us come from the fields and put to bed by dark. I used stop by the spring house to get the milk, it was good cold too, and toted it up to the big house for dinner. I had 2 chillens. They was named Lou and Eli, and they was took care of like the rest. Us used have some good times. Us could have all the fun us wanted on Saturday nights, and us show, had it, cutting monkeys' hinds and dancing all night long sometimes. Some would pat and sing, keys not a-rooning, and us show, did more and dance, I'm telling you. Sometimes our mistress would come down early to watch us dance. Next to our dances, the most fun was corn shucking. Marsa would have the corn hauled up to the cribs and piled as a house. Then he would invite the hands round to come and hope he shuck it. Us had 2 leaders or generals and choose up 2 sides. Then us see which side would win first and holler and sing. I disremembers the hollers just now. My mind is sorter missing. Marsa would pass the jug round, too. Then they show, could work and dat pile just vanish. Us used to white folks' church in the morning. I in the church den, 'cause I always tried to live right and with the Lord. When the Yankees come through Dadeville, Alabama. Us heard 'bout Hit and Marsa hid his money and lots of his fine things in the colored folks' houses. They never found 'em neither. Lemme see who I married. I mighty nigh forgot who it was I did marry. Now, I knows. Hit was Prince Hodnett. No I don't want no more slavery. I hope they don't have no more such, 'cause Hit was terrible. Yes'm, I'd be proud to have my picture took. So pridefully Sarah's chair was dragged out on the porch by her maid, and the picture was took. Interview with Mandy McCullough Cosby. Margaret Fowler, Fruithurst, Alabama. They called U.S. McCullough's free niggers. Mandy McCullough Cosby puffed reflectively at her mellowed corncob pipe and began her story. My massa, Bryant McCullough, was a Chambers County man. He had so many slaves I can't tell you the number. He didn't know hisself how many he had. I is now 95 years old and what I remembers most is the way the chillun roll around in the big nurse's room. Mandy lives at 1508 Pine Street, Anniston, Alabama. She was cutting collards for dinner and left her dishpan and butcher knife to receive her caller. Mist, McCullough, he raised niggas to sell, and the little black chillun play around until, 'bout sundown, they is give day supper. A long trough out in a cool place in the backyard is filled with good, cold buttermilk and cornbread crumbed in, and they each is give a spoon, and they eats they fill. Then they is ready for bed. Some of dem just fall over on the ground, asleep, and is picked up, and put on day pallet in the big chillun's room. They was old woman called the nurse, look after them. They get good care of the master expects they will bring good money. Oh miss, she don't lack to see dem sold, and she cry ever time, she's so tender-hearted. But Mist McCullough is just lack men's is today. He just laugh and go on. But he was good to his black folks. Folks called us McCullough's free niggers. Wasn't much whippin' went on ruin our plantation, but on some places close to us, they whipped until blood run down. Some places they even mixed salt and pepper in water and bathed 'em with it. The salt water'd heal, but when the pepper got in there, it burned like fire, and they'd as well get on to work quick, 'cause they can't be still nohow. One woman, on a plantation not so far from us, was expectin', and they tied her up under a hackberry tree, and whipped her until she died. Mose any time at night if you go round that tree, you could hear that baby cry. I expect you could hear it yet. Everybody said that was murder, and that something ought to be done about it, but nothin' ever was. Mist McCullough always give his folks plenty of somethin' to eat and then he say, I's lookin' for plenty UV work. Niggas fat and greasy can't do nothin' but work. My mother was a loomer. She didn't do nothin' but weave. We all had reg'lar stints of spinnin' to do, when we come from the fiel. We set down and eat a good supper, and ever night until 10 o'clock we spin cuts of cotton, and reel the thread, and next day, the rolls is carted and packed in a basket to be wove. Spinnin' wheels was in every cabin. Dear was so many of us to be tuck care of, it took lots of spinnin'. Interview with Emma Crockett. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. On the old East Road from Livingston to Epes, about 6 miles northeast of Livingston, is the double house built of widely assorted materials, where Emma Crockett lives. The older part of the house is the set-tin room, where the stick-and-clay chimney of its earlier days has been replaced by a new brick chimney. A roof of corrugated sheet metal tops the warped, roughly hewn logs which form the walls. The new room is built in the later shanty style, pine boards, unplanned, and nailed upright to a frame of 2x4s, the cracks of the flat joints stripped with narrow siding. A roof of bought shingles covers this room. Connecting the two rooms is an open hall roofed with heavy boards, rived from pine blocks. Despite its conglomerate architecture, this is a better, colored folks' house than many in the Black Belt. These double houses often have no roof for the hall, and some also lack a floor, the hall being made entirely of earth, sky, and imagination. Emma settled herself on the top step at the front of the hall to talk to me, after first ironing a tiny wrinkle out of her string apron with her hand. Emma Crockett, Livingston, Alabama. Miss, I'm about 79 or 80-year-old, she told me, and I belong to Moss Bill Hawkins and Miss Betty. I lived on Dare Plantation right over yender. My mammy was called Cassie Hawkins and my pappy was Alfred Jolly. I was Emma Jolly, for I married old Henry Crockett. Us had 5 chillun in days 2 of 'em livin' in Birmingham, Fanny and Mary. Sometimes I can't get my min together so as I can tell nothin'. I fell out t'other day and had a misery in my head ever since. I wish I could read, but I wa'n't never larnt nothin' 'cept in atter surrender Miss Sally Coates she showed us how to read printin', but I can't read no writin'. I can't tell you so much 'bout de wa case my recollection ain't no count dese days. All I knowed, 'twas bad times and folks got whupped, but I can't say who was to blame, some was good and some was bad. I seed the patrollers, and atter surrender de Ku Kluxes day come den, but didn't never bother me. See, I wa'n't so old and I minded everybody, and didn't vex 'em none. Us didn't go to church none, but I goes now to de New Prophet Church and my favorite song is Set down, set down, set down. Set down, set down. Set down, chilly, set down. Soul so happy till I can't set down. Move de member, move Daniel. Move de member, move Daniel. Daniel, member, don't move so slow. Daniel, member, don't move so slow. Got on my rockin' shoes, Daniel. Got on my rockin' shoes, Daniel. Shoes gwine to rock me home. Shoes gwine to rock me home, Daniel. Shoes gwine to rock me home, Daniel. Shoes gwine to rock me home, Daniel. Daniel. Shoes gwine to rock by faith. Shoes gwine to rock by faith, Daniel. Shoes gwine to rock by faith, Daniel. Love de member, move Daniel. Love de member, move Daniel. Got on my starry crown, Daniel. Got on my starry crown, Daniel. That's all I can tell you today, honey. Come back when dis misery leave my head and I gwine to think up some tales and old songs. Emma Crockett's House, Livingston, Alabama. But I didn't never fool with no hoodoo and no animal stories neither. I didn't have no time for no sich foolishness. And I ain't scared of nothin' neither. I lives here with my grandchilly now on Mr. Bob Davis's place. Us gets enough to eat, I reckon, but it's tight, I tell you dat. Interview with Cheney Cross. Annie D. Dean. Gettin' my pension. From all accounts, Aunt Cheney Cross must be quite 90 years old. In Juin the war, she says, I had done long past my 13th birthday. Today Aunt Cheney is a true reflection of slavery days and the Southern mammy. Away from highways and automobiles, she lives several miles from Evergreen on a small farm in the piney woods with her baby boy. Talk with Aunt Cheney reveals that Evergreen City Marshal, Harry L. Riley, put out to Hope, this old family servant who had tended to his father, George Riley, his mother, Miss Narcissus, and Miss Liziable, his sister. She also helped bring his own children into the world. Aunt Cheney had promised Mr. Riley that she would come in town on a certain Saturday morning in May, 1937, and would bring a letter from her young Misties for me to read. It was past noon on that particular Saturday when she came up the back steps, a little out of breath, but smiling. "Lord, honey," she said, "here 'tis pa dinner time and I see jest makin' my arrivement here." "No, I don't wants no dinner, thank you jest the same. What makes me so late here now, I stopped by Miss Ella Northcutt's. She's my folks too, you know, and she done made me eat all I kin whole. No, honey, I can't eat no cabbage. Me and cabbage never is set horses together much, but I will thank you for the iced tea." Settling herself down in a low chair, she sighed and began taking off her shoes. "Honey, you don't mind if I resses my feets, does you? My white folks is SP Island me here today. I'll be lookin' for it tomorrow, too, and I won't be gettin' it." Her black eyes twinkled in her shiny, old, wrinkled face as she talked on. "I told Mr. Harry ISE comin'. And here I is. How'd I come? I come on Mac and Charlie, that's how." "Yes, ma'am. Dese two boys here, dey brung me." Pushing her feet out for inspection, she leaned forward, smiling and pleased. "Dese here foots, dey's Mac and Charlie. Dey's my whole penance for gettin' about. Don't you worry none. Mr. Harry he'll get be back home, 'gainst dark come on. Lord, honey, I don't want to know no better folks than Mr. Harry and Miss Emma. I follow dem good folks clean up to Muscle show. Yes I show did. At fust, I tole 'em I couldn't go nohow. But dey pull down on me so hard, look lak I couldn't pee myself. I stayed on up there at Muscle show twell I got so homesick to see my baby boy I couldn't stand it no mo. Now, coz, my baby boy he was den the father of his own, a boy and a girl, but to me dat boy is still jest my baby, and I had to come on home." Aunt Cheney's little, old body shook with laughter as she leaned back and said, "Yes, ma'am. I ain't been home no time at all neither, twell here come Mr. Harry back to Evergreen with his own self. Yes, Lord. I kin see 'em now, comin' up the big hardwood road, his haid red back, asmakin a sugaret lak he's a millinary. Lord. Me nor Mr. Harry neither one ain't never gonna be contentious nowheres but right here. And dat's the God's truth. If'n Mr. Harry hadn't come on back here, I never would a seed no pension. Dat's the God's truth, too. Nobody here didn't know my exact age, 'cause dis wasn't my originally home. All dem what did know close onto my age done died out and I knows it. So when Mr. Harry put out to hope me, I says in my heart, thank God. I told Mr. Harry dat if'n anybody in the world knowed my age, it was my young Misties, and I didn't know exactly where she at, but her papa was Captain Purifoy. Back yonder he was de magistra of our town, and he had all of dem law and books. I figured dat my birthright would be down in one of dem books. I knowed and reasoned dat my Misty still got dem books with her, 'cause dey ain't been no burnin's dat I done heard about. I knowed, too, dat Mr. Harry was gonna find out where she at. I 'members Captain Purifier jes' lack a book. I does dat. Now, 'cause, when he come on in home from de war he didn't zactly favor hisself den, 'cause when I seed him comin' roun' de house he looked so ragged and ornery I tuck him for de old bad man hisself. I tuck out behind de smoke house, and when I got a good look at him through a crack it looked like I could recognize his favor, but I couldn't call his name to save my life. Lord, honey. He's a sight. All growed over and bushy. You couldn't tell if'n he's man or bios. I kep' on a lookin' whilst he's comin' roun' de corner, and den I heard him say, Cheney, dat you? I see so happy, I jes' melt down. Aunt Cheney was really living over her past. You see, It's like this, she said, my 4 parents, they was bought. My misties and my daddy's misties, too, was Miss Mary Fields, and my daddy was Henry Fields. Then the Carters bought my daddy from Miss Mary Fields. Well, they mix up and down like that, twell now my young misties, what used to be little Frances Purifier, she's married to Mr. Cunningham. I was brung up right in the house with my white folks. Yes I slept on the little trundler bed what pushed up under the big bed, in durance the day. I watched over dem chillin' day and night. I washed em and fed em and played with em. One of the babies had to take goat's milk. When she cry, my misties say, Chaney, go on and get dat goat. Yes Lord. And dat goat show did talk sweet to dat baby. Just like it was her own. She look at it and wag her tail so fas and say, ma a. Then she lay down on the floor, whilst us holds her feets and let the baby suck the milk. All the time dat goat bees talkin', ma a, twell dat baby got satchified. When us chillin' got tuck with any kind of sickness or zeases, us tuck as a fizzity and garlet. You know, garlet what smell like onions. Then we wore some round us necks. Dat kep off fluans. These days it look like some pin to eat don't tase lack dat we cooked back yonder. The coffee us used had to be fresh ground every day. And, when it commenced to bile, I put these here knees down on the flow befo the fire and stirred dat coffee for the lunges. Then my grandma she hung dat pot up on dem pot hooks over the fire and washed the meat and drap it in. Time she done pick and overlooked the greens and den rinsed em in spring water, the meat was bilin'. Then she take a great big mess of dem fresh turnip greens and squash em down in dat pot. They just melt down and go to seasonin'. Next thing I knowed, here come my misties, and she say, now Chaney, I want some pone bread for dinner. Dem hickory coals in dat fireplace was all time ready and hot. They wouldn't be no fingerprints left on dat pone when Chaney got thu pattin' it out neither. Better not. Look like dem chillin' jest couldn't get nuff of dat hard corn bread. Plenty of fancy cookin' went on roun' dat fireplace, but somehow the pot liquor and pone bread longside with the fresh buttermilk stirs my memory worse'n anything. All this good eatin' ise speakin' 'bout tuck place befo the Yankees raided us. It was den, too, that my misties tuck me down to the spring back of the house. Down there it was a holler tree stump, taller'n you is. She tell me to climb up to the top of dat holler tree, den she han me a big heavy bundle, all wrapped up and tied tight. Hit show was heavy. Den she say, drap it in, Chaney. I didn't know den what she's up to, but dat was the silver and jewelry she was hidin'. Yes honey, I 'members dat Yankee raid like it was just yistiddy. Ise set tin dear in the loom room, and Mr. Thad what's lil, gal, Louise, she's standin' at the winder. She say, oh. Nanny. Just look down yonder. Baby, what is dat? I says. Dem's the Yankees comin'. God help us. I says, and befo I kin catch my breath, the place is kivered. You couldn't stir em up with a stick. Feet sounded like mutter and thunder. Dem bayonets stick up like they jest setting on the mouth of they guns. They swords hangin' on they side singin' a chun whilst they walk. A chicken better not pass by. If'n he do, off come his head. When they pass on by me, they put nigh shuck me out of my skin. Where's the men's, they sayin' shake me up. Where's the arms? They shake me twell my eyeballs loosen up. Where's the silver? Lord! Was my teeth strappin' out? They didn't give me time to catch my breath. All the time, Miss Mary just look em in the eye and say nothin'. They tuck dem Enfield rifles, half as long as dat door, and bus in the smokehouse winder. They jack me up off en my feet and drag me up the ladder and say, get dat meat out. I kep on throwin' out Miss Mary's hams and sausages, twell dey holler, stop. I come backin' down dat ladder like a squirrel, and I ain't stop backin', twell I retch Miss Mary. Yes, Lord. Dem Yankees loaded up a wagon full of meat and tucked a whole barrel of lasses. Tuckin' dat lasses kilt us chillun. Our mainest 'musement was makin' lasses candy. Den us cakewalk ruined it. Now dat was all gone. Look lak dem sojers had to sharpen dey swords on everything in sight. The big crepe mullein bush by de parlor winder was bloomin' so pink and pretty, and dey jest stood dear and whack off dem blooms lak folkses heads drappin' on de ground. I seed de sergeant when he run his bayonet clean through Miss Mary's bestest feather bed and rip it slam open. Wid dat, a wind blowed up and tucked dem feathers ever which away for Sunday. You couldn't see where you's at. The sergeant, he jest thro'd his head back and laugh fit to kill hisself. Den fust thing next, he done suck a feather down his windpipe. Lord, honey, dat white man show struggled. Dem sojers thro'd water in his face. Dey shuck em and beat em and roll em over, and all the time he's gettin' limber and bluer. Den dey jack him up by his feets and stand em on his haid. Den dey pump him up and down. Den dey shuck em twell he spit. Den he come to. Dey didn't cut no mo mattresses. And dey didn't cut nothin' much up in de parlor, 'cause dat's where de lieutenant and de sergeant slep. But dey left de next day, de whole place was strewed with mutilation. I, members well back dear in Juin de war however once at a month that come ruin a big box, longer and I is and wider too, was tucked to our soldier boys on de battlefield. You never seed de lack of sausages dat went in dat box. Wid cake and chicken and pies, and lard. The butter all rolled up in corn shucks to keep it fresh. Everybody from everywhere come to fix dat box and heap pile in de stuff. Den you hear em say, poor soldiers. Put it in here. Den everything look sorta misty, and dey haids droop over, lack. Den you see a mother's breast heave with her silent prayer. Directly atter de surrender, the Ku Klux's show was bad atter de Yankees. Dey do all sorts of things to aggravate em. Dey's continual, tyin' grapevines cross de road, to get em tangled up and make em trip up and break dey own necks. Dat was bad too, 'cause dem poor Yankees never espicioned no better end dat dem vines jest blowed down or sompin. Long about den, too, seem lak hints and spirits was ridin' everything. Dey raided mostly ruin de graveyard. Lord, honey, I ain't hankerin' atter passin' by no graveyards. 'Cause, I knows I got to go in deer some day, but dey do make me feel lonesome and kinder jubus. I, members one night, way back deer, when I se walkin' down the big road wid Bud, and he say, look. Didn't you see me give dat road? Dat hint done push me clean out of my place. Now let me tell you sompin. If'n you ain't never been dat close to a hint, you don't know nothin'. I'd load he gwine follow me home. When I got deer I shuck mustard seeds down on my flow. When you sprinkles, lack dat he can't get out of dat room twell he done count ever lost one of dem seed. Well sir, the next mornin' all us could see was sompin lak a lump of jelly layin' deer on de flow, mongst dem seeds. Look lak he done counted hisself to a pulp. After dat night, I puts a big sifter down at my do. You know hints has to count ever hole in dat sifter befo dey can come thuf. Some folks puts de Bible down deer, too. Den de poor spirit has to read ever word of dat book befo he crosses over. I reckon 'bout de terriblest thing ever happened to me was dat big lookin' glass. The lookin' glass was all laid out in the top of my trunk, waitin' for my weddin' day. One night I standin' by the trunk wid hit wide open. I seed sompin black befo my eyes and den a screech owl lit in my winder and screech right in my face. I so scared I sot right down in the middle of dat lookin' glass. Hit bus in a million pieces. Mama t'chowed up her hands and holler, get up from dear, gal. You gonna have 7 years of bad luck. Shoo dat hootin' owl away befo you dies in your tracks. Den I swoons off. I feels dem hinties gettin' ready to ride me clean down in my grave. Bout den sompin kep sayin' to me, over and over, how dem pieces of lookin' glass in runnin' water. Den hit say, burn your mammy's ol' shoe and de screech owl leave. Adder I does dat my min was at res. Soon as my daddy hear firin' off for de surrender, he put out for de plantation where he fust belong. He left me with my misties at Pine Flat, but 'twant long twell he come back to get me and carry me home with him. I hates to leave my misties, and she didn't want to part from me. She say, stay here with me, and I'll give you a school learnin'. She say to Captain Purifier, you go buy my lil nigger a book. Get one of dem blueback Websters, she say, so I kin educate her to spell. Den my daddy say, her mama told me not to come home without her and she has to go with me. I never will forget ridin' behind my daddy on dat mule way in de night. Us left, in sich a hurry I didn't get none of my clothes hardly, and I ain't seed my misties from dat day to dis. Interview with Matilda Pugh Daniel. Gertha Couric. Matilda was wed in the white folks' parlor. Near Eufaula, Alabama, on a bluff stands a little 3-room cabin neatly furnished with plain, well-worn, but nicely kept furniture. Surrounding the house are small beds of pretty flowers, and rows of fresh vegetables. Here resides in peace and tranquility Aunt Matilda Pugh Daniel, an old Negro slave, aged 96 years. Aunt Matilda was a full-grown buxom gal when the war between the states was raging. She belonged to United States Senator, James L. Pugh, and was born on his plantation, near Eufaula. Even though time has dimmed her sight, and slightly diminished her hearing powers, she is still active of mind and accurate in her memories. We will let her speak for herself. Yasu, white folks, I remembers lots of things dat happen in de slabbery times. I works around the house for Misties, who was the daughter of Gen. John Lingard Hunter Befo, she Maed de Massa. When I was a little pig-tailed nigger, I usta play rune with masses chillins. We play Injuns in the woods, and build dams down on the creek and swing in the yard and sometime we show do devilish things. We hid red pepper in old black Bob's Chewin Baka, and you ought to see the faces he made. It makes me laugh still yet. Den we tooken a skunk dat us little white and black devils cotched and turn him loose in the slave quarters. You ought ter see dem niggers come a flyin' outer dear. Dey come out like a swarm of wet anses. Adder I grew up I Maed Joe Daniel, a house nigger, and Gen. L. Hunter, de Misties's pappy, formed the ceremony. We was Maed in the parlor, and I wa a party dress of Miss Sarah's. Its show was putty, made outen white tarlatan wid a pink bow in the front. I had a pink ribbon roun' my haid too, and Joe, he looked proud of me. Adder de wed din, all de niggers on de plantation gathered about and we had a soiree in the backyard. Me and Joe moved to the quarter den, but I still worked in the house. Misties warn't goin' ter let nobody wash dem julep glasses but me, and warn't nobody a-goin' ter polish dat silver but dis here nigger. Nazu. Matilda Pugh Daniel, Eufaula, Alabama. Durin' the war us warn't bothered much, but adder the surrender, some white trash tried to make us take some lawn. Some of em come to the slave quarters, and talk to us. Dey say, niggers, you is just as good as the white folks. You is titled to vote in the 'lections and to have money same as dey, but most of us didn't pay no 'tention to em. Den Massa James and Misties moved to Washington, and Miss Sarah wanted me to go with her to be her housemaid. She said she'd pay me money for it, but I couldn't leave my old man, Joe, 'cause he had a case of consumption. Joe died a year later and left me with little chillins. Us stayed roon on the plantation and the new massa paid us good money for workin', but soon the house cotched fire and burned to the ground, and I have to move to Eufaula. I bought this little house with the money I saved. I has kinfolks in Detroit that sends me a little money, and some good peoples in Eufaula helps me out some, so I is in pretty good financial shape. I ain't never associated with no trashy niggers, and I ain't never tend to. I is goin' to be a proud and good nigger to the loss. Interview with Carrie Davis. Preston Klein, Lee County, Alabama. Plantation punishment. Carrie Davis said, "Honey, dear, was a lot of cruel things done in slavery times." She was washing when I arrived at her shanty near Smith Station, Alabama. She asked, as so many of the old Negroes do, "Has you come to help me?" I said, "No, Carrie, I want you to tell me about slavery." She shook her gray head, recalled, "Dem was good and bad times, mistis, good and bad. I had a pretty good marster. But the marster on the plantation dat J&RN was mighty mean. He was a bad man, no matter if the slaves behaved or not. Honey, I members dat he had regular days to whup all the slaves with strops. The strops had holes in him so dat they raised big blisters. Den they took a handsaw, cut the blisters and washed 'em in salt water. Our ol' mistis has put salve on a heap of back so they could get their shirts off. The shirts stick, you see. The slaves would come to our house for water and mistis would see 'em. Asked about her life as a slave, she said, "I was born in Harris County, Georgia, and was 'bout 10 or 12 when freedom come. My mammy and pappy was Martha and Nathan Perry and had 7 chillun. Besides me, dear was Amy, Ida, Noxie, Jim, Abraham, and Franklin. Us lived in the Perry quarters. The cabins was made of split logs, put up edgeways and daubed with mud inside and out. They was 'bout 100 yards from the big house, where Marster Billy and Mistis Nancy Perry lived. Their chillun was Clara Maria, Melinda, Sarah, Alec, Jim, and Bill. They was real good to us, too. Us eaty at the big house. Course the food was cooked on the fireplace, but us had meat and greens but not much biscuits. Us had collards and cabbage, too. Sometimes us would have wild game, case the men hunted lots and cotched rabbits, possums and coons. They also cotched a lot of fish. Noem, our beds weren't so good. They was homemade and the sides was scantlings with legs nailed on. Then slats was nailed on top of it to put our shuck and straw mattresses on. My grandparents was from Virginia. When I was a slave I was used as a house girl and to help keep the yards clean and bring in water. Us wore mostly slips, wove in homemade looms, and they was Osnaburg homespun. We wore Sunday and Monday the same. Us shoes was made at a tanyard and they was brogans as hard as rocks. I members dat some of our white neighbors was poor and didn't have no slaves. They would help us work. The overseer couldn't whip dem, but he would make dem work hard and late. I members, too, dat the overseer waked us up with a trumpet. They used to tell us dat if us didn't work they was going to sell us to help feed the rest, and bless yo soul, us niggers go to work, too. Marster wasn't mean. He would just lock the slaves in the crib fair punishment. When slaves was sold, I seed many a nigger put on the block for $500 and $600. Us couldn't leave the plantation without a pass, and you better not let him catch you with a book. Us walked to the white church and sat in the back. Mr. Davy Snell preach and baptize, and they had foot washings. Sometimes the niggers get so happy they would shout. Then they would keep shoutin' in the fields next day and get a whipping. If a nigger got out without a pass, they sought the hounds on you. And the patrollers tear you up too, if you stayed out too late. Carrie Davis, Smith Station, Alabama. Us had sec good times on Sat-tidy nights, frolic, dance and corn shuckins. Most of 'em would be drinkin' and sing and holler. Sheep's in the cotton patch. Got him out Monday. Had it been a white man. Got him out Sunday. Kid Kimbrough was our leader, and he could sing Dixie, too. Christmas mornin' us'd have a better breakfast and they would give us rations at the big house. When any of the slaves got married they went up to the white folks' house and jumped over the broom. That was the ceremony at the weddin'. And if Marster wanted to mix his stock of slaves with a strong stock on 'nother plantation, they would do the men's and women jest lack horses. I 'members that when two niggers married, they got a big supper. All us chillens had a big time. Played, Pretty Pauline, Turn, Charlie, and Seclack. No I never did see nor believe in ghosts. When us got sick mistest give horse mint, life everlasting, goldenrod, and holly teas, yes some. And us wore asafoetida and popball seed. When the Yankees come, they handcuffed our folks and took 'em off. Marster had his meat, corn, fodder, and Sec hauled in the swamp near the plantation. Them Yankees went as straight to it as if they had seed us put it there. They burned it all up and took some niggers from the other farm. When freedom come, I 'members dat Marster told us dat us was free, but dat we could stay on if we lacked. Most of us stayed on with him for a spell. Now and then the Ku Klux Klan come around and beat on a nigger. I married Charlie Gibson and had 2 chillun, 12 grandchillens and 9 great-grandchillens. Honey, I's heard Abraham Lincoln's name, but don't know nothin' 'bout him. I got tired livin' 'mong wicked peoples, and I wanted to be saved. That's why I joined the church and still tries to do right. Interview with Clara Davis. Francois Ludger Dyard. Aunt Clara Davis is homesick for old scenes. I was bound in the year 1845, white folks, said Aunt Clara, on the Mosley plantation in Bellevue just north of Monroeville. Us had a mighty pretty place back dar. Massa Mosley had near 'bout 500 acres and Mose near to 100 slaves. Was Moss Mosley good to us? Lor, honey, how you talk. Coese he was. He was the best white man in the lawn. Us had everything that we could hope to eat, turkey, chicken, beef, lamb, poke, vegetables, fruits, eggs, butter, milk, we just had everything, white folks, everything. Dem was the good old days. How I longs to be back dar with my old folks and a-playin' with the chillens down by the creek. 'Tain't nothin' like it today, Nazu. When I tell you 'bout it you gwine to wish you was dar too. White folks, you can have your automobiles and paved streets and electric lights. I don't want 'em. You can have the buses and streetcars and hot pavements and high buildin', 'case I ain't got no use for 'em no way. But I'll tell you what I does want. I wants my old cotton bed and the moonlight nights a shireen through the willow trees and the cool grass under my feet as I runned around catchin' lightnin' bugs. I wants to hear the sound of the hounds in the woods atter the possum, and the smell of fresh mowed hay. I wants to feel the sway of the old wagon a-goin' down the red, dusty road and listen to the wheels groanin' as they rolls along. I wants to sink my teeth into some of dat good old ash cake, and smack the good old sorghum off'n my mouth. White folks, I wants to see the boats a-passin' up and down the Alabamy River and hear the slaves a-singin' at dear work. I wants to see the dawn break over the black ridge and the twilight settle over the place spreadin' a sort of orange hue over the place. I wants to walk the paths through the woods and see the rabbits and watch the birds and listen to frogs at night. But they tuck me away from dat a long time ago. 'Twarn't long befo' I ma'ed and had chillens, but don't none of 'em tribute to my support now. One of 'em was killed in the big war with Germany and the res is all scattered out, 8 of 'em. Now I just live from han to mouth, here one day, somewhere else the next. I guess we's all a-goin' to die if in dis Presian don't let us alone. Maybe someday I'll get to go home. They tells me dat when a pussin crosses dat river, the Lord gives him what he wants. I done tole de Lord I don't want nothin' much, only my home, white folks. I don't think dat's much to ax for. I supposed he'll send me back dar. I been waitin' for him to call. Interview with George Dillard. Alice L. Barton. I love to pick dat box. George Dillard, born in Richmond, Virginia, in 1852, now idles about his little home at Utah and recalls days when he was a slave. The memories bring smiles to his wrinkled, black face. Honey, dar was a dance every Saturday night, he chuckled, and all de niggers nigh, 'bout broke dey legs a dancin', dot. And didn't you dance just as hard as the others, Uncle George? Well, mistis, I was right spry, but I was at my best in de job of pickin' de banjer. I surely did love to pick dat box while de other niggers danced away. George said his family came from Virginia to Mississippi, and that he came to Greene County about 60 years ago. His two masters were a Mr. Dillard and Bob Steele. George explained that he was a field hand and had to work hard most of the time. But us had plenty to eat, he said. The food was cooked in Ol' Mista's kitchen and sent to the fiel on a big cart. I 'member dat a bell would ring for us to get up, and we would work as long as it was daylight. George said that Mr. Steele owned about 200 slaves and that he always had plenty of everything. The plantation, he said, consisted of about 2,000 acres. Ol' Massa had a church right on the plantation for us niggers, he continued. Many's the time I danced late in the night and den had to get up and go to church with the rest. All of us had to go. A white man would preach, but I always enjoyed the singin' most of all. George believes earnestly that ghosts exist, but admits they have never bothered him. George Dillard, Utah, Alabama. Day is all around, he maintains, but day don't follow me. No I's not 'fraid of But I knows plenty of niggers dat'll run if a ghost so much as brushes by The old darky said that, atter freedom come to the world, he continued to live with his master and worked a sharecrop. He said that Mr. Steele was always fair and good to him, always giving him the best of everything. George married Celia Shelton, and to them were born 24 children. It was a bunch of dem, he said, but I loved every one. I had a nice weddin' and the white folks helped me to get myself a oman and then to get married to her. Personal interview with Ella Dillard. 756, Canal Street, Mobile, Alabama. Ila B. Prine. Ella's white hen is heaps of company. Ella Dillard, an old Negro woman who lives at 756, Canal Street, Mobile, says she was a small girl during slavery time, and does not know the hardships of it, because she was owned by good people. Her mother's name was Mary Norris, owned by Mrs. Calvin Norris, who lived in Selma, Alabama, but had a homestead in Mobile. Her father belonged to people by the name of Childress, and his name was Green Childress. She doesn't remember much about him because his white people took him to Texas. Ella said that her mother was her madam's hairdresser, and that Mrs. Norris had her mother taught in Mobile. So Ella's life was very easy, as she stayed around the big house with her mother, although her grandmother, Penny Ann Norris, cared for her more than her mother did. One of the things she remembers quite distinctly was her grandmother's cooking on the fireplace, and how she would not allow anyone to spit in the fireplace. She said her grandmother made corn pone and wrapped it in shucks and baked it in ashes. Ella said she did not know many colored people, since the quarters were quite a ways from the big house, and that the plantation was managed by an overseer. She said the quarters were built in rows with streets between them. She also remembers the first boat she ever saw. That was when she was brought to Mobile after the surrender, and when she saw the boat she said to her mother, "Look at that house sitting on the water." Ella said that there were 3 cooks at the big house, their names being Hannah, Judy, and Charlotte, and the gardener's name was Uncle John. Ella also said that one thing that she remembers so well about the kitchen in the big house was a large dishpan, that had a partition in the middle of it. One side you washed the dishes in, and the other side was used for scalding them. The slaves always had Saturdays to wash their clothes and do things for themselves. Ella, not having lived among Negroes, does not know much about their habits and customs, but she does remember seeing the big white covered wagons that the slaves were carried in to be sold, and remembers hearing talk of the paddy rollers. She said when the slaves were sold, they were put on a block, and that the man who were buying would look in their mouths just like they did horses. Ella said she was born in Greensboro, Alabama, but the plantation where she later lived was on the Alabama River near Selma, Alabama. She doesn't know how many acres it comprised, or how many slaves that her master owned. She remembers her madam made her stop calling her mother Mammy, and her father Daddy. She said, "You know, miss, that the white children nowadays calls their parents Mammy and Daddy, like the colored people used to. The children now do not respect their parents as they should, and in fact everything is so different, the truth done, be under the table. You know, miss, I am telling the truth, because the Bible says, woe be unto the one that lies. Judgment is on the land." In those days people had to work to live, and they raised most everything they used, such as cattle, hogs, cotton, and foodstuff. Then the women spun the thread out of the cotton, and wove the cloth. Ella helped her grandmother at the weaving by picking up the shuttles for her. She said they generally used the cloth as it was woven. The shoes were made on the place and were called red brogans. As for the churches, the white folks had the brush arbor camp meetings, where the people would go and camp in little cabins for weeks, so they could attend the church. They had newspapers then, Ella said, but course they ain't like you have now, there warn't so many as there is now. You asked something, miss, about medicines. I don't remember much about any medicine, because Mr. Calvin Norris was a doctor, and he always treated us when we were sick. There was a Dr. Browder who tended the plantation. Ella is a bright-colored, small woman, whose eyes are very keen. She says that a short time ago she had some trouble with her eyes, and she got something from the drug store to bathe them with, but it did not help them. So she caught some pure rain water and anointed her eyes with that, and now she can see to thread a needle. Her life has been very colorful in many respects. She recalled as a small child, that, during the war, a Minié came through a brick wall of the servant house where they were living, but it fell without harming any of the servants. She said when Wilson's raid was made on Selma, that the Yankee men went through the houses just like dogs, taking whatever they wanted. I members Mr. Parkman putting 2 sacks of money down in his big well, and him getting it out with hooks after the Yankees left. Later when she was brought to Mobile she worked for Judge Oliver Semmes for 20 years. Judge Semmes was the son of Admiral Raphael Semmes, and she said he was a blessed, good man. For the past 14 years she has been working for the Frank Lyons family of Mobile. Ella lives in a double tenement house, having 1 room and a small kitchen. The room is full of old furniture and odd things. On the mantel is a lovely old china pitcher that once was owned by Judge Semmes and which Ella prizes very much. The thing that puzzles Ella most among the modern inventions, she said, are the aeroplanes, and the way ice is made. She said, "Miss, we never had any ice way back yonder. We had nice, old, open brick wells, and the water was just like ice. We would draw the water and put around the milk and butter in the dairy. It's a mystery to me how they make that ice, but, my goodness. I guess I need not worry my head about things, because I am not here for long. All my family is dead and gone now, and the only companion I have is this here little white hen. Her name is Mary. You see, I bought her last year to kill for Christmas, but I couldn't do it. She is so human, and you ought to see the eggs she lays. I even have a few to sell sometimes. I just keeps Mary in the room at night with me, and she is heaps of company for me." Interview with Rufus Dirt. Woodrow Hand, Birmingham, Alabama. Rufus would talk a lot for a dime. Forward, this Negro, Rufus Dirt, was found on one of Birmingham's busiest streets begging for coins. Because of his inability to read, he was unable to give the number or location of his home. All he knew was, Jess Somers on South Side, boss. I'll drop a dime in your hat uncle if you'll stand here and talk to me for a few minutes. Show, boss, if'n you wants, I'll talk all day fo, dat much money. I been here fo, a long time and I knows plenty to talk 'bout. What does yo want to know? I explained my interest in slavery days and my search for ex-slaves, but he began telling me before I had time to finish. His ability to talk had somehow escaped what his age had done to his hair, which was sparse as well as snowy white. His eyes were a glazy red. One hand and arm seemed to be crippled, but the other waved around in the air as he talked and finally settled on my shoulder. Boss, I don't rightly know just how old I is. I was a driver, Negro boss of other slaves, during slavery and I reckons I was about 20 somepin. I don't remember nothin' in particular that caused me to get dat drivin' job, 'ceptin' hard work, but I knows dat I was proud of it 'cause I didn't have to work so hard no mo'. And den it sorta made the other niggers look up to me, and you knows us niggers, boss. Nothin' makes us happier dan to strut in front of other niggers. Dear ain't nothin' much to tell about. We jest moved one crop atter de other till layin' by time come and den we'd start in on de winter work. We done jest 'bout de same as all de other plantations. My massa's name was Digby and we live at Tuscaloosa befo de war. And 'bout dat war, white folks. Dem was some scary times. De nigger women was feared to breathe out loud come night and, in de daytime, dey didn't work much, 'cause dey was a loose lookin' fo, de Yankees. Dey didn't come by so much 'cause atter de first few times. Dear wa'n't no reason to come by. Dey had done eat up everything and toted off what dey didn't eat. Dey tuck all massa's stock, burned down de smokehouse atter dey tuck de meat out, and dey burned de barn, and we all think ever time dat dey goin' to burn de house down, but dey musta forgot to do dat. When the war was finally over and I was free, my family went to Vicksburg, Mississippi where we made a livin', first one way and den the other. I don't know how long we stayed dear, but I was livin' in Birmingham when dear wa'n't nothin' much here atoll. I watched all the big buildin's round here go up and I seed dem build all the big plants and ISE still watchin', but I still don't know how to tell folks where places is, 'cause I don't know how to read numbers. I goes anywhere I wants to go and I don't ever get lost, but just the same, I can't tell nobody where I am. I don't even know where we is standin' talking like this right now. And, boss, I ain't beggin' 'cause ISE too lazy to work. ISE worked plenty in my time till I crippled dis arm in de mines and befo my eyes got so bad, and with a grace and gentleness that may be called a characteristic of his generation, he added, I hope ISE told you what you wants to know. He had. I felt well repaid for the dime I had given him. As he walked off down the street, I noticed for the first time the large crowd that had gathered around us. Evidently slave tales carry more interest than this writer realized. Interview with Catherine Epps. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. Cabins as far as you could see. Ma Epps sat on the steps of her weather-beaten, unpainted little cabin, duplicate of the dozens that make up Rat Row, Negro quarter of Uniontown. And looked down the vista of memory to her childhood when she lived in, where the log cabins stretched as far as you could see into slave quarters. Despite her 87 years, Catherine Epps, known to everyone as Ma, came as spryly to her tiny porch as her rotund body would permit. She smiled broadly at her interviewer and seated herself slowly. "Sho, honey, I can tell you anything you want to know, 'bout the big fight, CSE I been here a long time," she began her story. "Dey ain't many left to tell 'bout dem days. My mammy and pappy was Peter and Emma Lines and us all belonged to Marsa Frank and Miss Sarah Lines. I was born on Day Plantation 5 miles below Faunsdale, 'bout 1850 so Day tells me. I is right old but thank God I still got my teefies and my har left. Proudly the old woman unwrapped her head rag to display a thick mop, woolly white but neatly parted into squares. Dozens of little plaits, wrapped with yards of twine, just as her hair had been dressed in the slave quarters before the war, adorned her head. She sat with uncovered head unblinking in the bright June sunshine, as she took up the tale of her health. I sees pretty good, too, but I's so heavy I ain't able to tow myself round as pert as I used ter. It was different back in dem days when I belonged to rich white folks. Dey had plenty of niggers and dey was log cabins in de quarters jes as far as your eyes could see. Marsa Frank and Miss Sarah was good to de black folks, too. Dey son, young Marsa Frank, fit in de big war. Atter de war was over I stayed on de line's place, twell atter I ma and ol' Miss gin me my weddin' dress and a long veil down to my foots. When us was chillin' in de quarters we did a mighty lot of playin'. Us you see to play, sail away Raleigh, a whole lot. Us would hole Hans and go roon in a ring, gettin' faster and dem what fell down was out of de game. My mammy wucked in de big house, Aspen Neen and us in de white chillin'. All of dem called her mammy. Ah, members one thing jes like it was yesterday. Miss Sarah went to Mospolis, Demopolis, to visit with her sister, and whilst she were gone to overseer, what go by de name of Allen, whupped my mammy crossed her back, twell de blood runned out. When Miss Sarah comed back and found it out, she was de mad's white lady I eber seed. She sont for de overseer, and she say, Allen, what you mean by whupping mammy? You know I don't allow you to tek my house servants. She jerk her dress down and stand dear lookin' like a soldier with her white shoulders shirneen black as snow bank, and she say, I druther see dem marks on my own shoulders dan to see em on mammy's. Dey wouldn't hurt me no wuss. Den she say, Allen, tek your family and get offen my place. Don't you let sundown catch you here. So he left. He wasn't nothin' but white trash nohow. Ma Epps sat silent for a time as she recalled the vision of Miss Sarah standing straight and regal in her dismissal of the overseer. Finally she turned with an abrupt change of subject. Honey, is you a Christian? She asked earnestly. I hopes you is, case you is too fine lookin' for to go to hell. I belongs to de Baptist church, and dey calls me Ma Epps case I's de mother of de church. I loves to sing de gospel hymns. She began to sing in a high, cracked voice, her body swaying with the rhythm. The song rose until her neighbors had gathered to form quite an audience. With much moaning between every line, she sang. I am a soldier of de cross. A follower of de Lamb. I'm not afeard to own his name. Nor to fun his cause. Chorus. I want you to come. I want you to come. I want you to come. And be saved. She was still singing as I left her, the neighbors joining in the choruses. Suppers would be late in the row of weather-beaten cabins, because the spirit of song was on the gathering. Interview with Reuben Fitzpatrick. H.W., Mabel Ferrier, Montgomery, Alabama. A horn for a headache. Reuben Fitzpatrick, of Eugene Street, Montgomery, was born January 9, 1854, 83 years old. He says. My marster was Mr. Golson from Bullock County. He had lots of slaves, 'cause he was a rich man. I was jes a boy 10 years old and he was a squire dat tried cases, so he rode all over de country to diff'runt places. I rode wid him to hole his horse. He wore a high-top black hat and had a buggy wid a top dat let back. When we went we was gone a long time and when night come he would fix it fair me to sleep wid some of de niggers in de quarters where we stopped. I show lack to go 'bout wid him. My mother was de cook. She had rule over all the cookin'. She spin thread and reeled it off too. When the Yankees come through the country I seed em all runnin', so I thought it was Judgment Day and I runned and hid under the chimney and stayed dear, tell night. Dey didn't tarry long, but dey drove the horses right up on the piazza, and throwed thing out the houses, eben knocked down the smoke booze doors. Dat's the truth. One time I was taken to the slave market and I was screwed on the block and Mr. Martin bought me and my mama. The man that was selling us would holler, who'll bid? Who'll bid? We was supposed to be spry and fidgety so as to make the men want to buy us. My fust marster was Wash Jones. He want good to us. He would hit us with his cane jess as if it had been a switch. Ben Jones didn't like the way Moss Wash treated us niggers. He bought us for his son. We didn't have no doctors much in dem days, but us had a horn us use when we got sick. If us had the headache, that horn would go right over the spot and it wouldn't be no time for the pain be gone. We'd use that horn any time we was ailing and it'd do the work. I used to have the horn, but I don't know just where it is now. Interview with Haywood Ford. Susie R. O'Brien, Uniontown, Alabama. Haywood Ford tells a story. White folks, said Haywood Ford, "I gonna tell you a story, 'bout a mean overseer and what happened to him durin' the slavery days. It all commenced when a nigger named Jake Williams got a whuppin' for stayin' out atter the time on his pass done give out. All the niggers on the place hated the overseer was Dan Pison, 'case he was so mean and you see to try to think up things to whup us for. One mornin' the slaves was lined up ready to eat deer breakfast and Jake Williams was a pettin' his old red-bone hound. 'Bout dat time the overseer come up and seed Jake a pettin' his hound and he say, "Nigger, you ain't got time to be a foolin' long dat dog. Now make him git." Jake tried to make the dog go home, but the dog didn't want to leave Jake. Den the overseer pick up a rock and slammed the dog in the back. The dog he den went a howlin' off. Dat night Jake he come to my cabin and he say to me, "Haywood, I is gonna run away to a free state. I ain't gonna put up with this treatment no longer. I can't stand much mo." I gives him my hon and I say, "Jake, I hopes you gets deer. Maybe I'll see you again sometime." "Haywood," he says, "I wish you'd look atter my hound, Belle. Feed her and keep her the best you kin. She a mighty good possum and coon dog. I hates to part with her, but I knows dat you is the best pusson I could leave her wid, and wid dat Jake slip out the dew and I seed him a walkin' toward the swamp down the long furrows of corn. It didn't take dat overseer long to fin out dat Jake done run away, and, when he did, he got out the bloodhounds and started off atter him. It warn't long afore Jake heard dem hounds a howlin' in the distance. Jake he was too tired to go any further. He circled round and doubled on his tracks so as to confuse the hounds and den he clumb a tree. 'Twarn't long afore he seed the light of the overseer comin' through the woods and the dogs was a gittin' closer and closer. Finally dey smelled the tree dat Jake was in and dey started barkin' round hit. The overseer lift his lighted pine knot in the air so's he could see Jake. He say, "Nigger, come on down fum deer. You done wasted 'nough of our time." But Jake, he never move nor make a sound and all the time the dogs kep a howlin' and the overseer kep a swearin'. "Come on down," he say again, "if'n you don't ise comin' up and knock you out'n the tree with a stick." Jake still he never moved and the overseer den began to climb the tree. When he got where he could almost reach Jake he swung dat stick and it come down on Jake's leg and hurt him terribly. Jake, he raised his foot and kicked the overseer rot in the mouth, and dat white man went a-tumblin' to the ground. When he hit the earth dem hounds pounced on him. Jake he den lowered hisself to the bottom limb so's he could see what had happened. He saw the dogs a-tearin' at the man and he holla, "Hole him, Belle. Hole him, gal." The leader of dat pack of hounds, white folks, warn't no bloodhound. She was a plain old red-bone possum and coon dog, and the res done just lak she done, tearin' at the overseer's throat. All the while, Jake he a-hollerin' the tree fair dem dogs to git 'im. 'Twarn't long afore dem dogs took dat man all to pieces. He died rot under dat maple tree dat he run Jake up. Jake he and dat coon hound struck off through the woods. The res of the pack come home. I see Jake atter us niggers was freed. Dat's how come I knowed all 'bout it. It must have been 6 years atter dey killed the overseer. It was in Kentucky dat I run across Jake. He was a-sittin' on some steps of a nigger cabin. A hound dog was a-sittin' at his side. I tells him how glad I is to see him, and den I look at de dog. Dat ain't Belle, I says. Nah, Jake answers, dis her puppy. Den he told me the whole story. I always did want to know what happened to M. Interview with Bert Frederick. Preston Klein. Wants my friends to go with me. Wants my friends to go with me, New Jerusalem. Wonder if I'll ever get to heaven, New Jerusalem. Nappy-headed, humble little Bert Frederick sang the old song in a voice that trembled and broke on the high notes. His black face beamed when he had finished, and the old times came flooding back into his mind. Honey, ol' master us to sing dat good song to us niggers, and he always could sing it so pretty. Uncle Frederick, like all the other gray-bearded Negroes of the Old South, is occupied mostly these days with getting ready to meet the sweet Jesus. As well as he can remember, he was around 12 years old when the horn of freedom sounded. He shook his white head when the interviewer asked his age, a slow smile spreading over his face. Honey chilly, you's axed me a riddle. I disremember, 'bout dat the best I kin tell you is dat I is 80-odd, but as to exactness, I can't tell. Some years ago, Uncle Frederick suffered a broken back in an accident. Since then he has been unable to stand erect, but can straighten his back when seated. Therefore, he politely asked to sit down when he was asked to pose for a picture. His first master, he says, was Dr. Rich Vernon, who lived in Chambers County. Afterward, he was sold to William Frederick. He chuckled as he recalled the old days. I was a shirt-tail nigger, he laughed. Dat is, I wore jes' a long shirt, twell I was a big scamp more dan 12-year-old. Honey, I was a sight to look at. What did I do about the plantation? Well, I drive de cows and sheep to pasture and seed dat no eagles cotch de lambs. Us had big eagles ruin den, and us had to be careful with de small stock. Ef us warn't, ol' eagle ud swoop down and tote off a whole lamb. Us had a time in dem days. I members dat us had a pen to catch wild turkeys in. And us cotched a few of dem, too. Uncle Frederick's mother was Harriet Lumpkin, who lived below Opelika. He had 3 sisters, Mary Dowdell, and Carlisle and Emma Boyd, but all are dead. Bert Frederick, Opelika, Alabama. When the Yankees come to Alabama, he recalled, Ol' master told the niggers to hitch up all the wagons and load all the food and sec on 'em. Us had 'bout 40 acres of swamp land, so us hid the stuff deer. For long I seed a long string of black and white horses, with mules behind dem. Dey had packs on dey back. In de packs was grub the Yankees had tuck off and the white peoples. Did you enjoy the old slavery days, uncle? Yes, chilly, dey was good days. Some of the white peoples was bad to the niggers, but my ol' master warn't dat kind. Dat the reason he would let all the niggers sit around whilst he was a-singin', and he could sing. Uncle Frederick putters about his tiny home in Opelika, managing to grow a profusion of flowers and vegetables despite his bent back. He was hoeing in his garden when the interviewer came upon him, but he eagerly laid down the hoe when told what he sought. Uncle, I want to talk with you about the old times. Lordy me, chilly, he beamed, his eyes twinkling, you done found the rot nigger. Interview with Delia Garlick. Margaret Fowler, Fruithurst, Alabama. Dem days was hell. Delia Garlick lives at 43, Stone Street, Montgomery, and insists she is 100 years old. Unlike many of the old Negroes of the South, she has no good words for slavery days or the old masters, declaring, dem days was hell. She sat on her front porch and assailed the taking of young children from mothers and selling them in different parts of the country. I was growed up when the war come, she said, and I was a mother befo' it closed. Babies was snatched from dear mothers' breas and sold to speculators. Chillens was separated from sisters and brothers and never saw each other again. Course dey cry, You think dey not cry when dey was sold like cattle? I could tell you 'bout it all day, but even den you couldn't guess the awfulness of it. It's bad to belong to folks dat own you soul and body, dat can tie you up a tree, wid yo face to the tree and yo arms fastened tight around it. Who take a long curlin' whip and cut the blood ever flick. Folks a mile away could hear dem awful whippings. Dey was a terrible part of livin'. Delia said she was born at Powhatan, Virginia, and was the youngest of 13 children. I never seed none of my brothers and sisters 'cept brother William, she said. Him and my mother and me was brought in a speculator's drove to Richmond and put in a warehouse with a drove of other niggers. Den we was all put on a block and sold to the highest bidder. I never seed brother William agin. Mammy and me was sold to a man by the name of Carter, who was the sheriff of the county. Dey warn't no good times at his house. He was a widower and his daughter kept house for him. I nursed for her, and one day I was playin' with the baby. It hurt its lil han and commenced to cry, and she whirl on me, pick up a hot iron and run it all down my arm and han. It took off the flesh when she done it. Atter a while, Marster married agin, but things warn't no better. I seed his wife blacken her eyebrows with smut one day, so I thought I'd black mine just for fun. I rubbed some smut on my eyebrows and forgot to rub it off, and she cotched me. She was powerful mad and yelled, "You black devil, I'll show you how to mock your betters." Den she pick up a stick of stove wood and flails it in my head. I didn't know nothin' more till I come to, lyin' on the floor. I heard the mistress say to one of the girls, I thought her thick skull and cap of wool could take it better than that. I kept on stayin' dear, and one night the marster come in drunken, sat at the table with his head lollin' around. I was waitin' on the table, and he look up and see me. I was skeered, and dat made him awful mad. He called an overseer and told him, take her out and beat some sense in her. I begin to cry and run in the night, but finally I run back by the quarters and heard Mammy callin' me. I went in, and right away dey come for me. A horse was standin' in front of the house, and I was took that very night to Richmond and sold to a speculator agin. I never seed my mammy any more. I has thought many times through all these years how Mammy looked that night. She pressed my hand in both of hers and said, "Be good and trust in the Lord." Trustin' was the only hope of the poor black critters in dem days. Us just prayed fair strength to endure it to the end. We didn't 'spect nothin' but to stay in bondage till we died. Delia Garlick, Montgomery, Alabama. I was sold by the speculator to a man in McDonough, Georgia. I don't recollect his name, but he was opening a big hotel at McDonough and bought me to wait on tables. But when the time come around to pay for me, his hotel done fail. Den the Atlanta man dat bought the hotel bought me, too. Long, though, I was sold to a man by the name of Garlick, down in Louisiana, and I stayed with him till I was freed. I was a regular field han, plowin' and hoein' and choppin' cotton. Us heard talk 'bout the war, but us didn't pay no 'tention. Us never dreamed that freedom would ever come. Delia was asked if the slaves ever had any parties or dances on her plantation. No, she replied, us didn't have no parties, nothin' like dat. Us didn't have no clothes for goin' roon. I never had a undershirt until just befo' my first child was born. I never had nothin' but a shimmy and a slip for a dress, and it was made out and the cheap's cloth dat could be bought, unbleached cloth, coarse, but made to loss. Us didn't know nothin' 'cept to work. Us was up by 3 or 4 in the mornin' and everybody got dey somethin' to eat in the kitchen. Dey didn't give us no way to cook, nor nothin' to cook in our cabins. Soon as us dressed us went by the kitchen and got our piece of cornbread. Dey wasn't even no salt in dem lost years. Dat piece of cornbread was all us had for breakfast, and for supper, us had the same. For dinner us had boiled victuals. Greens, peas and, sometimes beans. Coffee? No us never knowed nothin' 'bout coffee. One mornin' I members I had started to de fiel, and, on the way I lost my piece of bread. I didn't know what to do. I started back to try to find it, and, it was too dark to see. But I walked back rot slow, and, had a dog dat walked with me. He went on ahead, and, arter a while I come on him lyin' dear garden dat piece of bread. He never touched it, so I gived him some of it. Just befo' the war I married a man named Chatfield from another plantation, but he was took off to war and I never seed him again. Arter a while I married a boy on the plantation named Miles Garlic. Yes Massa Garlic had 2 boys in the war. When they went off the Massa and Mrs. cried, but it made us glad to see them cry. They made us cry so much. When we knowed we was free, everybody wanted to get out. The rule was that if you stayed in yo cabin you could keep it, but if you left, you lose it. Miles was workin' at Wetumpka, and he slipped in and out so us could keep on livin' in the cabin. My second baby soon come, and rot then I made up my mind to go to Wetumpka where Miles was workin' for the railroad. I went on down there and us settled down. Arter Miles died, I lived there long as I could and then come to Montgomery to live with my son. I eatin' white bread now and havin' the best time of my life. But when the Lord say, Delia, well done, come up higher, I'll be glad to go. Interview with Angie Garrett. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Mules be eaten and niggers be eaten. She sat in the door of her small cabin, a short distance from Livingston, Alabama, in philosophical reflection. Time has not softened her memories. As she told these facts an occasional expression of bitterness passed over her face. I's Angie Garrett, she said. I was about 16 years at beginning UV de Wa. I was born in DeKalb, Mississippi. My mother was Betty Scott, and I didn't know my father's name. I had 4 brothers, Ember, Johnny, Jimmy, and Henry, and 3 sisters, Delphi, Lizzie Sue, and Frankie, and my grandmother was Suki Scott. She lived 5 miles from Gainesville across Noxubee Creek, in full Okanoxubee, and I lived with her. Never axed 'bout my granddaddy, 'case wyant no tellin'. My mammy lived right here in Gainesville and belonged to Mr. Sam Harwood. I belonged to the Moorings and Captain Mooring run on a boat to Mobile from Aberdeen, Mississippi, 'twas on the Bigby River, and 'twas called the Cremonia. I was the house gal and Nuss and I slept on a pallet in old Mrs. room. I had plenty to eat long as us was on dat boat, and dat show was good. But when us was in the Kalb, victuals was give out at the smoke house, a slice o' meat and piece of bread and peas, and 'twas sarn't out ter de fiel. Mules be eaten and niggers be eaten. I nussed the Mooring's little boy Johnny. The little gal had died. Mr. Scott in DeKalb had 'bout 50 slaves and a big plantation and a overseer named Barnes. He was a haughty man, and niggers was skeered to death 'case he would come in a cussin'. Us would get up, fo daylight. 'Twas dark when go out, dark when come in. Us make a little fire in de fiel, some mornin's, hit bees so cold. Dan us let it go out, fo de overseer come. Ef he seed you he'd make yer lay down flat on yo belly, foots tied out and hands tied out and whoop yer with slapper leather strap wid a handle. But I was laid, cross a cheer. I been hooped, till I tell lies on myself to make quit. Say dey whoop, till I tell de truth, so I had ter lie, 'bout myself keep from killin' me. Dis here race is mo lack de chillin' UV Israel, 'cept dey didn't have ter shoot no gun ter set free. I was sold ter Mr. Johnny Mooring, 'case de property was in debt. And den fuss I belonged ter Mrs. Scott at DeKalb, and her sold me, and I show was glad. I walked here to Gainesville from DeKalb, Mississippi. Us wyant load to learn nothin'. Sometimes us sing and have a little prayer meetin', but 'twas mighty easy and quiet like. Grandma Suki used to sing, travel on, soon be over. Ef any us died in dem days, buried us quick as dey could and got out of deer and got to work. At night dey blowed de horn for to bring in de cotton wut de women spinned. Dey made all de cloth. Us worked nights too, but us rested Sundays. Us didn't get no presents at Christmas. Sometimes us had a corn shuckin', and no celebration for no marriage. Dat was called jumpin' into broom, just taken up with Dey all want you to have plenty of chillin', though. Us wa asafetida rune us neck keep off the smallpox and measles. Us didn't have much medicine and some of was always full of bad complaints like Carrie, my neighbor, what you axed about. I be's a hurtin', but I can't never get in edgeways for her. Always got a lot excuses, don't never spects to die, 'thout folks knows what ails her. But she brought me some black-eyed peas today, and I lacks case de biles soft, and I say, ef de devil brought hit, God sarn't hit. Sometimes I be's hungry, and I say, what is I'm gwinter eat, and along comes somebody with sompin'. Angie Garrett, Livingston, Alabama. Wish you could have heard dat calliope on de Cremonia. Dey dance sometime mo's all night, but dey didn't act lak dey do now. 'Twas nice behavior. Look lak everything goin' back ter heathenism, and hit's on de way now. But de good Lord he ps me. He holds my hon. I ain't got nothin' gin nobody. I don't see no need of fussin' and fightin' and drinkin' whiskey. Us livin' in a new world and I go on makin' de best I kin of hit. Some I lack, some I don't. I got one daughter, Fanny Watson, a good washer and I run her right here in Gainesville, and I got a son, too, say he ain't gonna marry, tell he kin treat da, mon good as she kin treat herself. I makes him wait on me, and he gets mighty raw sometimes, but I tells him I'm jest much older den he is now as I was when he was bound. Den he gives me a old dirty dime, but now with dese here tokens, you gotter pay some of hit fair spendin'. Dey tells me hit's de governor, and I say, let him carry he kin tote I ain't able. Well, once ain't always, and twice ain't forever. No I don't never go ter church no mo. De preachers here is goin' blind about money. Dey ain't interested in dey soul. Some folks belongs ter de church and ain't been changed. De church ain't all of hit. Members dey uv manipation. Yankees told us we was free, and dey call us up from de fiel to sign up and see ef us wanted to stay on with I stayed dat year with de moorings, den I bargained for lawn, but couldn't never pay fair hit. Turned loose, 'thout nothin'. But dey was a coal-black free-born nigger named George Wright, had a floatin' mill right here on de Bigby River, stayed at de p'int of de woods jes' bove de Spring Branch, and hit did a good service. But he got in debt and he sold his 5 boys. Dey was his own chillin', and he could sell under de law. De names was Eber, Eli, Ezekiel, Enoch, and Ezra, and he sold ter de highest bidder right yonder, front of de post office for cash. And Jack Tom was another free nigger here and he bought some of and dey others de white folks bought, and I never heard no complaint and I seed long as dey lived. Dey was a heap of things went on. Some I lacks to remember, some I don't. But I'd rather be free now. I never seed Mr. Lincoln, but when dey told me 'bout him, I thought he was partly God. But Mr. John Rogers right here, he's dead and gone now, he was what he was and wasn't deceitful. Go to him ef you got into anything, and he more an apt to tell you what to do. He was wild when he was young, but he settled down and was de best white man to de niggers I ever knowed. He'd he pee me right now ef he was livin' and seen me wearin' dis here rag nasty, he show would. Interview with Henry Gary. W. F. Jordan, Birmingham, Alabama. Mr. Renfro hangs on a chinyberry tree. Howdy Captain. Can you tell me how to fin Jedge Ab's coat? I knowed zackly war hit was in de old coat house, but I gets all bumfuzzled tryin' to fin anybody in dis new buildin'. His name was Henry Gary. He wore a suit of faded and extensively patched Confederate gray and a cap of the regulation porter's style. His face bore the expression worn only by those of his race who had lived and toiled in a much earlier and in many instances, happier day. In the presence of white folks, he was at ease, indicating an intimate association and relationship among them and in their service. "What business have you in Judge Abernathy's court? You don't look like a criminal," was the response. "Oh, Naza, I ain't never done nothin' to nobody no time. But I don't know what this new generation of niggas comin' to. Hit war bad 'nuff when dey couldn't get nothin' but bootleg corn liquor. Now dey kin buy all the gin dey wants right here in Birmingham, and dem rapscallions get out on Saturday night, fill up on gin and get all lit up like a meetin' house. Den the fust thing dey know dey gets tangled up with somebody with a razor or a meat axe or something and long come the law, locks em up and the bills to pay. But why should all that disturb you? They haven't run you in, have they?" he was asked. "Nazu, hit's dat triflin' nephew of mine. Dat boy kin get into mo kins of trouble dan a pet monkey. He in jail now for some debilment or yuther and I 'spect ise gwine to hab to get him out agin. Dat's what ise gwine to see jedge about. Wished I could get dat boy back down in Sumter County on Moss John Rogers' plantation. Dat's where he belong at. Betcha Moss John wouldn't take none of his foolishment. Are you familiar with the people and history of Sumter County?" He was quizzed further. "Lord man, I was bound in de backyard where Moss John Rogers live right now. Dat was right atter de surrender and my mammy belonged to de Vandegraff family who used ter live dar and owned all dat plantation. My daddy's name was Daniel Grady. Dey come from Virginie long time fo de war. All dem old peoples is dead now. Only skinfox I hab left down da is a cousin. She mo's 100 years old and still lives on her little farm a few miles from Gainesville. And, Captain, when I says libs, I means libs. Ain't nothin' dat grow out'n de ground nor in de ground in Alabama dat's good for folks to eat but what she got it in plenty. I goes down dar to visit her twice a year, and, man alive, hit em a sin de mount of grub I puts away in durin' dem 2 weeks I stays dar. Yassa, I see 'bout due to go down da now, kase dat jardin sass and spring chickens jes 'bout ripe. My mammy was a seamstress for de Vandegraff plantation and made all de clothes for both black and white. She neber did leave de plantation atter de slaves was freed but stayed right dar till she died, she and my daddy both. But dey was good homes, spectable, chu-ch goin' people, my daddy and mammy was. The little log chu-ch house is still dar and de niggers still keeps up de services. De old pastor nearly 100 years old now, but it would surprise you how spry he gets 'bout and conducts de meetings. I don't know 'bout y'other parts, but from what my mammy tell me de slaves in Sumter County Mews have had a mighty good time, had plenty of ebry TNG and nothin' to worry 'bout. Seems lak dar warn't no trouble, 'mongst de whites and blacks twel atter de war. Some white men's come down from the north and mess up with the niggers. I was a mighty little shaver, but I 'members one night atter supper, my daddy and mammy and us chillens was set tin under a big tree by our cabin in the quarters when all at once, lickety-split. He come gallopin' down the road what look lak a whole army of gozies. Mews have been 'bout 100 and dey was men ridin' hosses with de men and hosses both robed in white. Captain, dem men's look lak dey 10 feet high and dey hosses big as elephants. Dey didn't bother nobody at de quarters, but de leader of de crowd ride right in de front gate and up to de big dug well back of our cabin and holler to my daddy. Come here niggu. Ho-oh, 'cause we skeered. Yasu, look lak our time done come. My daddy went over to war he set tin on his hoss at de well. Den he say, nigga get a bucket and draw me some cool water. Daddy got a bucket, fill it up and han it to him. Captain, would you believe it? Dat man jest lift dat bucket to his mouth and neber stop twel it empty. Did he have enough? He just smack his mouth and call for mo. Just like dat, he didn't stop twell he drunk 3 buckets full. Den he just wipe his mouth and say, Lottie, dat show was good. Hit was the first drink of water ISE had since I was killed at the Battle of Shiloh. Was we good? Captain, from den on dar wasn't a nigger dare stick his head out to do FO a week. But next day we fin out day was Ku Kluxes and they found the body of a white man hangin' to a paz oak tree over by Grand Prairie. His name was Billings and he come from the north. He been ober Rune Livingston messin' up the niggers tellin' they had been promised 40 acres and a mule and they ought to go head and take from the white folks. But dat carpetbagger couldn't do nothin' wid ol' Slick dough. Slick. Yassa, dat what everybody call him. He hang round the cote house at Livingston and listen to the lawyers argufy. He try to remember all the big words dem lawyers use. When dat carpetbagger come to town dat nigger Slick was carryin' his bag to the hotel and when they passed the mineral well in the street, the man asked Slick, what dat water good for? Have it been tested? Slick say, oh yassa, dat water been scandalized by the best phenologists in the country, and they say hit's 3/4 carbolic acid gas, and the yother 7/8 is hydrophobia. Yassa, dat old cannon in the cote house yard at Livingston was drug out in the Tombigbee River where the Yankees done sunk it time of the war. The men's used to load her up and shoot her off on big days at Livingston. They had to spike the old gun, though, to keep the devilish boys Rune town from shootin' it off just fo fun. Get rid of the carpetbaggers. Oh yassa, they vote out. Well, saw, tell you how they done dat. The publicans done paid all the niggers poll tax, and gib a receipt so they could vote same as the whites. They made up to elect the officers at the court house all niggers and den send y'other ones to Montgomery to make the laws. Same day the election come off dar was a circus in Livingston and the Democrats sued the boss man of the circus to let all Sumter County niggers in the show by showin' dear poll tax receipts. Yessa, when the show was over the election was over too, and nobody was elect seepin' white Democrats. 'Cause dat made Sumter County a mighty unhealthy place for carpetbaggers and uppity niggers. Henry Gary, Birmingham, Alabama. Yo, ax me 'bout the old songs the slaves used ter sing. Well, I don't members many of dem. Atter the surrender all the old slaves what stayed on the plantations Rune Gainesville used ter gather at the landin' dar waitin' to see the steamboats pull in from down the Tombigbee on dear way to Columbus, Mississippi. And somebody'd start a song, and law man, how dem niggers sing. Here when I heard my mammy sing so much I learnt it. Read in the Bible, understand. Methuselah was the old's man. He lived 969. Den died and go to heaven in the Lord's due time. Methuselah was a witness. For my Lord. For my Lord. Read in the Bible, understand. Samson was the strong's man. Went out to battle to fight one time. Killed 1,000 of the Philistines. Samson was a witness. For my Lord. For my Lord. Daniel was a Hebrew chili. Went to the Lord to pray a while. The Lord told the angels the lions to keep. So Daniel lay down and went to sleep. And that's another witness. For my Lord. For my Lord. Now 'bout the ghost tales. I never heard many ghost yarns 'cept 'bout the chinyberry tree war day hung Mr. Steve Renfro. He was 'lect high sheriff dat time they got all the niggers to go to the circus 'stead of goin' to the 'lection. He a fine-lookin' man and ride a big white hoss and everybody like him a lot 'cept the carpetbaggers and bothersome niggers. No matter war, if he meet one of them, he look squar in the eye for a minute, den 'bout all he say would be, get to hell outen here. And man, if'n they could fly dat would be too slow travelin' for gettin' outen the county. But atter while he got in trouble, 'bout money matters. Dey say he got color blind, couldn't tell his money from de counties. So dey rest him and put him in jail, but he bust right out and run off. Atter while he sneak back and case his Ku Klux friends would and help him out in de trouble when he got back in jail, he give em away and tell what der name was. One night a gang took him out'n the Livingston jail and go 'bout a mile out'n town and hang him to a chinyberry tree. ISE heard if'n you go to dat tree today and kinda tap on hit and say, Renfro, Renfro, what did you do? The tree say right back at you, nothin'. Nazu, folks down Roon, Gainesville didn't pay much min to signs and conjup and all dat stuff. My mammy wouldn't let us tote a axe on our shoulder thuf the house, and she wouldn't low a umbrella to be opened in the house, say hit bring bad luck. She never failed to have conffiel, peas and hog jowl for dinner on New Year's Day. She say hit a sign you have plenty to eat balance obedya. She put a ball of asafoetida on a string and make all us chillin' wear it round our neck to keep off sickness. If a owl begin to hoot ober in Tom Bigby bottom too close to the house, she put the shovel in the fire to make him stop. Wall, sir, I come to Birmingham mos 40 years ago when Moss Josiah Morris finished the Morris Hotel. I fust run the elevators a while, den they wuck me in the saloon what used to be jest back of the office. I been here eber since. I spec 'bout the last thing that'll happen to dis ol' niggu will be to haul him away from the Morris Hotel in a black box. But Lottie, Captain, I got to get up to Jedge Ab's coat. Leeson, Captain, if'n I gets dat no-count nephew out'n jail I show would lack to get him a job. You don't know nobody what don't want to hire nobody to do nothin', does you? Interview with Georgia. Gertha Kurick. Dey planted the silver in the fiel. No, honey, I never seed my mammy. She died when I was bound, and my Misty's Mary Mitchell raised me in the big house. I was named after her sister, Miss Georgia. I slep in her room and I was a house nigger all my days. I never went to a nigger ch till I was grown and Maud didn't associate with niggers, 'cause I was a nursemaid. I raised Miss Molly, her lost baby. I was bound at Elmoreland, Massa Americus Mitchell's place, more'n 90 years ago, and after freedom I stayed da, till ol' Massa died and my Misty's moved to Eufaula to live with her son, Ma's Mary. 'Bout all I know of the Wav is when they said, the Yankees is comin', the Yankees is comin'. Us show was skeered, and dear'd be some faw's doin's about the place. All the cattle and hogs and hosses we drive to the swamp on the North Creek, and the feather beds down deer too and hid em in the brush and leaves. My Misty's tied her trinkets in sacks and put em in outlandish places like the henhouse and the hay loft. And the silver, they planted in the fiel. Interview with Fanny Gibson. J.R. Jones, Columbus, Georgia. Fanny Gibson was born the slave property of Mr. Benager Goff, a planter of near Roanoke, Alabama. She says that during her girlhood she piddled in the fields and helped in the kitchen o' the big house. She has very pleasant memories of slave days, and wishes to God that she was as comfortably fixed now as she was then. Her antebellum owner she pictures as a very humane, Christian gentleman, a man that took great interest in the material and spiritual welfare of his slaves. 2 hymns, sung by Aunt Fanny for her interviewer, are appended. Going home to live with the Lord. Goin' home soon in the mornin'. Goin' home soon in the mornin'. I's goin' home to live with the Lord. In the mornin' so soon. In the mornin' so soon. I's goin' home to live with the Lord. I's goin' home to live with the Lord. I's goin' home to live with the Lord. I's goin' home soon in the mornin'. Oh, the Lord is a-waitin' for me. Oh, the Lord is a-waitin' for me. I's goin' home soon in the mornin'. Where were you when you found the Lord? My brother, where were you? My brother, where were you? My brother, where were you? When you found the Lord? I was low down in the valley. I was low down in the valley. I was low down in the valley. When I first found the Lord. My sister, where were you? My sister, where were you? My sister, where were you? When you found the Lord. I was low down in the valley. I was low down in the valley. I was low down in the valley. When I first found the Lord. This song can be extended indefinitely by addressing the question to various members of one's family, and to friends. Personal interview with Frank Gill. 708, South Hamilton Street, Mobile, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. A slave boy escapes whipping by pulling tail of frock coat. A low, stout, sleek-headed Negro man, sat in an old rocking chair in an end room of a long row of rooms of a tenement house at 708, South Hamilton Street, Mobile, Alabama. This old darky said, when asked by the writer if he lived during slavery times, "I not only lived during slavery times, but I was here before a gun was fired, and before Lincoln was elected. I tells you, miss, the fust time I members anything, a tale of any kind. I was livin' in Vicksburg, Lee County, Mississippi, and Mama and Pa's names was Amelia Williams and Hiram Gill. I couldn't tells you where they war from, dough. But I does know dat Mr. Arthur and George Foster owned us, up till I war a big boy. The way it was, dear mother, ol' Missy, was a widow, and her had dese 2 boys, and she had money, I tells you she had barrels ob money. So when the 2 boys got old enough she divide the slaves, and property, tween em. Me and Mama fell to Arthur Foster, and some ob our kindred fell to George Foster. Mr. George was a captain in the army and was killed near Vicksburg. The ol' Missy's place sure was big, I couldn't say how many acres dear was, but hit run 4 or 5 miles, and she owned hundreds ob slaves. She had lots ob log cabin quarters, what had the cracks daubed with mud, and den sealed with boards. ISE tellin' you dey was twice as warm as the houses we lib in now. Dey had chimblies built ob mud and sticks, and had big wide fireplaces, that we cooked on, and the beds was homemade, but lor, dey was heap stronger dan dey is now, in dese times. Dem beds was mortised together. As I said before, I was a boy between 14 or 15 years old before the slaves was divided, and when I was on the ol' Missy's place, I stayed around the house, and wait on dem, and tend the horses. Another thing I had to do, dey would send me for the mail. I had to go 12 miles atter hit and I couldn't read or write, but I could bring everybody's mail to dem just right. I knowed I had better get hit right. You see I could kinder figure, so I could make out by the numbers. Ol' Missy and Mr. Arthur both was good to me and all the slaves, dey load the slaves to make dear own patch ob cotton, and raise chickens, and he would sell hit for dem. Cotton was the main crop, in dem days, hit would sell as high as 25 cents a pound. Course dey raises corn, pears, and other things on the plantation, too, but dey made the cotton. Master Jesus. Dey sometimes made from 50 to 150 bales. I members how all the women had looms, both black and white, weavin' cloth for the clothes, and den dey raised sheep to get the wool to make dem gray uniforms. Lord, at sheep shearing time. Hit was big times. Let me tell you, miss, dem uniforms was made out ob all wool, too, but I can't member what dey used to dye gray, but I members dey dyed with red oak bark, walnut bark, and also a brush what growed down on the branch. Also dey used the laurel leaves to dye yellow, as well as clay. Dey soaked the dye with salt, and hit really stayed in. Let me tell you, dey really fed us slaves good, up till such a length o' time atter the war broke out, den food began to get scarce. You see the government taxed and dey had to give so much to feed the soldiers. Even den us had a good time, I members how the lil chillun played ball, and marbles, specially marbles, hit was our big game. Even atter night dey had a big light out in the backyard, and us would play. Sometimes us would hunt at night, and well I 'members one Saturday night I went huntin' wid my uncle, and didn't get in till daylight next morning, and I was sleepy and didn't get the shoes all cleaned before church time. So ol' Marsar called me and tuck me to the carriage house to give me a whippin'. Ol' Marsar's boy was about the same age as me and he begged his paw not to whip me, and I was beggin', too, but he carried me on, and when we got in the carriage house, ol' Marsar had to climb up on the side wall to get the whip. And he had on one obi dose long-tailed coats, and hit left dem tails hangin' down, so I jest grabbed hold obi dem, and made him fall, and then I run to the ol' missy's room, case I knowed when I got in dear, dat ol' Marsar would never hit me. The ol' missy got up out obi the bed and wouldn't let ol' Marster whip me, and she got so mad dat she told him dat she warn't going to church with him dat morning, and dat lack to killed ol' Marster, case he sure loved and was proud obi ol' missy. She was a beautiful woman. Dat ended the whippin', and dat's the only time I 'members him tryin' to whip me. Ol' missy didn't load dem to whip the women either, and they wouldn't load the women to roll logs either. But they did work dem in the fields. Course they kept the young women with babies ruined the house, and they eat the same grub as the white folks eat. Talking 'bout log rollin', dem was great times, case if some obi the neighborin' plantations wanted to get up a house, they would invite all the slaves, men and women, to come with dear masters. The women would help with the cookin' and you may be sure they had something to cook. They would kill a cow, or 3 or 4 hogs, and then have peas, cabbage, and everything lack grows on the farm. And, if there was any meat or food left they would give dat to the slaves to take home, and just before dark the Osier or ol' Marster would give the slaves all the whiskey they wanted to drink. Sometimes after the day's work, they would have a frolic, such as dancin', and old-time games. They would have dese same kind obi gatherin's at corn shucking time, and cotton pickin' time, but there warn't so much foolishness at cotton pickin' time, case they didn't call one another den, 'ceptin' when the cotton got so far ahead obi dem. And was 'bout to set in fair a wet spell, or rainy season. You ax me 'bout the paddy rollers. You see the city policeman walkin' his beat? Well, that's the way the paddy rollin' was, only each county had dear paddy rollers, and they had to serve 3 months at a time, then they was turned loose. And if they caught you out without a pass, they would give you 39 lashes, case dat was the law. The paddy rollers knowed nearly all the slaves, and it wa'n't very often they ever beat 'em. You know folks was just the same den as they is now, both black and white. Some folks you could neighbor with den, just like you can now, and dear was good folks den, just the same as they is now. Christmas time was the best obi all, case us alus had a big dinner, and the ol' Marster give the women calico dresses and shoes, and the men shoes and hats, and would give us flour, and sugar, molasses, and would buy beer, whiskey and wine. The ol' Marster tuck good cure obi us too. When any obi us got sick he sent for the doctor, then when they ordered the medicine to be given at night, he'd see dat us got hit. But nowadays if you get sick, you have to get the doctor, and then pay him sef. Then the ol' Marster had to find clothes and shoes for us, but now us has to scuffle and get them the best way us can. You know, miss, I been here a long time, I eben 'members Jefferson Davis. I seen him many a time. He had a home, tween here, Mobile, and New Orleans, and you knows he fust tuck his seat in Montgomery, and then moved to Richmond, Virginia. I'd 'members, too, how I used to think dat the Baptist was the only religion. You see John the Baptist come here baptizing, and everybody had to offer up sacrifices, a goat or a sheep or somethin', just like the man who was going to offer up his son for a sacrifice. But you knows, Jesus come and changed all dat. The folks in dem times didn't have nobody to worship, and then one come, who said, Father, hand me a body, and I'll die for dem, that's Christ, and he was baptized, and God give Jesus this whole world. So I believed, that was the only religion. I, members how us would have big baptizings and shout. Us alus went to church in the white folks' church, they had church in the mornings, us had ours in the afternoons. Us would have to have a pass, though, case the church was 8 miles away from the plantation. Dear was plenty old songs us useda to sing, but I can't member em. Dear is this one that goes. Wonderful Peter. Wonderful Paul. Wonderful Silas. Who for to make my heart rejoice. On good shepherds, feed at my sheep. Don't you hear the young lambs a-bleatin'? Don't you hear the young lambs a-bleatin'? Don't you hear the young lambs a-bleatin'? Oh. Good shepherds feed at my sheep. Interview with Jim Gillard. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Sold at 3 months for $350. Jim Gillard was 11 years old when the war between the states began. Thus, the memories of the conflict are fresh, with the retreat from Rome, Georgia, to Salem, Alabama, as a refugee, transcending the others. Jim was born on a plantation at Pendleton, South Carolina, and was sold for $350 when he was only 3 months old. He was one of 8 children belonging to James and Hannah Gillard. Atter bein' sold, I fust lived 'bout 3 miles from Rome, Georgia, Jim recalled. Den, when the Yankees come into Georgia us refugeed fust to Atlanta, then to Columbus and later to Salem. Us was at Salem when the war ended. Jim remembers catching partridges as a boy, taking them to the train and selling them to Charlie Crowder for 10 cents each. Game was plentiful in dem days, he said, and I never had any trouble catchin' dem birds. No'm, our houses wasn't nothin' to brag about. They was built of hewn logs and had slab floors, havin' 2 rooms and a shed cook room. Us beds was lack tables, with 4 legs nailed onto the sides and den corded over the top with ropes that was tightened with a big key. Us had shuck mattresses to sleep on. Us cooked on a great big fireplace. I, members that deer was plenty of meat in the winter, case ol' Marster used to kill as many as 30 hogs at a time. Us had meat and bread and homemade light bread and the white folks was mighty kind. I, members us was carried to Sunday school every Sunday at 3 o'clock in the evening. Ol' Mistus teach us the lesson. The white chillens had dear Sunday school at 9 o'clock in the morning. I always went to Sunday school, but on the weekdays us little niggers would slip off and go huntin' when we could. Jim recalls that the little niggers ate from tin plates on the plantation, but declared he didn't mind that because the food was always good. Yes'm, us had pretty good clothes. They was dyed brown with walnut leaves and hazelnut bush, and on Sunday us had striped gingham pants and shoes. My father was the shoemaker and had a government 10-yard war he would make old hard brogans fare $8 a pair. My marster and mistus was Stephen and Lisbeth Wilson. They fust lived in a big log house, but then moved into a planked house. They had 9 chillun, Ann, Stephen, William, Liza, Hughie, Eddie, Laura, Mary and Lizzie. Ike members lots, 'bout mistus Lizabeth, case she used to read the Bible to us niggers. She would talk to us 'bout the good book and have prayer meetin' with us. My dad used to look atter the fiel hands. No'm, he warn't he no overseer, but ol' Mars Turaloos had confidence in him. Ike members dat when day would be a funeral, us'd sing. Marchin' befo the body for us'd get to the grave and singin', hark come the tune a doleful sound, my ears a tender cry, a livin' man come view the ground where you may shortly lie. Us frolics on Sat tidy night was fine and us dance 12 Mo's day. Marster's brother would fiddle for us, and at Christmas time us would have 6 days to frolic. Us also had a big time at the corn shuckins, and us'd whoop and holler and sing Mo's all night. The big niggers had plenty of liquor the boss give, High tables was filled up with corn and the niggers would shuck, twell it was all done. My aunt married up at the big house and they give her a big dance. They had the fiddle and had a great big time. Dey just jumped over de broom to marry, so atter slavery dey had to get married again. I acted as houseboy in slavery times. And all the little niggers did have lots of fun. When the slaves got Eileen, I members dat Marster had Dr. Word and Dr. Dunwoody to come to see us. I members, too, how the Yankees come to Spring Villa, 'bout 8 miles from Opelika, and said to some mens, halt. The mens wouldn't stop, so the Yankees throwed dey guns on dem. 2 white ladies threw a white flag and dey wouldn't shoot, but dey carried Mr. John Edwards to Spring Villa and made a cross on his wrist, then turned him loose. Cse his wife was raw sick. When the Yankees come, us niggers buried a cigar box with the jewelry in it under a certain pine tree. 12 day went on. Atter the big war, I married Jane Davis fust time, then Carrie Cooper. Us had 2 chillin and 1 grand chili, Emmanuel Trotter, 10-year-old. Yasum, Mr. Abraham Lincoln died a warrior for dis country. I belongs to the church. Case if a man dies outer the ark he is not saved, and I wants to be saved. Interview with Mary Ella Granberry. Levi D. Shelby, Jr. Tuscumbia, Alabama. Today's folks don't know nothin'. Life as a child is not clear in the 90-year-old memory of Mary Ella Granberry, who lives in Sheffield, but she remembers that she did not have time to play as do children of today. I don't know Jess how old I is, Mary Ella said, but I knows dat I'm summers nigh 90 years old. I was born in Barton, Alabama. My father and mother come from Richmond, Virginia. My mammy was named Margaret Keller and my pappy was Adam Keller. My 5 sisters was Martha, Sarah, Harriet, Emma and Rosanna, and my 3 brothers was Peter, Adam, Jr., and William. Us all live in a lil 2-room log cabin just off the big house. Life wa'n't ver much for us, case we had to work and slave all the time. Massa Jim's house was a little old frame buildin' like a ordinary house is now. He was a single man and didn't have so terribly much, it seem. He had a whole lot, too, but just to look at him you'd think he was a poor white man. There was a lot o' cabins for the slaves, but they wasn't fittin' for nobody to live in. We jest had to put up with 'em. I don't 'member much about when I was a chiel. I disremembers ever playin' black chillins do today. Ever since I kin 'member I had a water bucket on my arm tottin' water to de Hans. If'n I want doin' dat, I was choppin' cotton. Chillins nowadays sees a good time to w at we did den. Ever mornin' Jess 'bout hip of day de overseer was roon to see dat we was ready to get to de fiels. Plenty times us had to go wid it in breakfast, case we didn't get up in time to get it. Fo the man done come to get us on de way to de fiel. Us wucked 12 dinner time just the same before we got anything to eat. The food we eat was fixed just like hit is now. My mammy fixed our grub at home. The only difference tween den and now was us didn't get nothin' but common things den. Us didn't know what hit was to get biscuits for breakfast ever mornin'. It was cornbread. 12 on Sundays den us get fo biscuits apiece. Us got fatback mo's ever mornin'. Sometimes us mought get a chicken for dinner on a Sunday or some day like Christmas. It was mighty seldom us gets anythin' like dat, dough. We lacked possums and rabbits but they didn't come 12 winter time when some of the men folks run, crossed one in the fiel. They never had no chanced to get out and hunt none. There was no sec tang as havin' different clos for winter and summer. Us wore the same tang in summertime as in the wintertime. The same was true 'bout shoes. Us wore brogans from one year to the other. My ol' massa was a putty good man but nothin' ixter. One tang 'bout him, he wouldn't loan none of the overseers to whup none of us, lessen he was dar to see hit done. Good tang he was lak dat, too, case he sobbayed de blacks a many a lick what dey'd got if'n he hadn't been dar. Massa Jim was a bachelor, and he ain't never had much truck with women folks. If'n he had any chillins, I never knowed nothin' 'bout 'em. The overseers was terrible hard on us. They'd ride up and down the fiel and haste you so twell you near, bout fell out. Sometimes and most in general why ever, time you hin, the crowd you got a good lickin' with the bull whup dat the driver had in the saddle with him. I hearn mammy say dat one day they whupped Pavlia twell she fall out like she was dead. Then they rubbed salt and pepper on the blisters to make 'em burn real good. She was so twell she couldn't lay on her back nights, and she just couldn't stand for no cielos to tek back whatsomever. Massa Jim had 'bout one of the biggies plantations in dat section. I guess he had nigh onto 100 blacks on the place. I never knowed exactly how many there was nor how big the place was. The folks nowadays is alus complainin' 'bout how they is havin' sec hard times, but they jest don't know nothin'. They should have come up when I did and they'd see now they is leabeen just lack kings and queens. They don't have to get up fo day when hit's so dark you kin just see your hands fo your eyes. They don't know what it's like to have to keep up with the leader. You know they was alus somebody what could walk faster than the res of the folks and this fellow was alus the leader, and everybody else was supposed to keep up with him or her whatsomever hit was. If'n you didn't keep up with the leader you got a good thrashin' when you gets home at night. Hit was alus good dark when the Hans got in from the fiel. Coessy if'n dar was a lady what had a baby at home, she could leave just a little fo the sun sot. Young guns nowadays don't know what it is to be punished, they think if'n they gets a lil whuppin' from they mammy now dat day is punished terrible. They should have had to follow the leader for one day and see how they'd be punished if'n they gets too far behin. The biggies tang dat us was punished for was not keepin' up. They'd whup us if'n we was caught talkin' 'bout the free states, too. If'n you want whupped, you was put in the nigger box and fed cornbread what was made with it and saltin' with plain water. The box was just big enough for you to stand up in, but hit had air holes in hit to keep you from suffocatin'. Dear was plenty tenin' room in hit to low you to change your position ever once it in a while. If'n you had done a bigger 'nuff tang you was kep in the nigger box for months at the time, and when you got out you was nothin' but skin and bones and scarcely able to walk. Half the time a slave didn't know dat he was sold, twell the moss'd call him to the big house and tell him he had a new massa from den on. Ever time dat one was sold, the res of 'em say, I hopes next time'll be me. They thought you'd get a chance to run away to the free states. I hearn my mammy say dat when she come from Virginie dat she come on a boat built out'n logs. She say she never was so sick in all her life. I seed a whole wagon load of slaves come through our farm one day what was on dear way to Arkansas. They was the most I ever see travel at the same time. The white folks didn't low us to even look at a book. They would scowl and sometimes whup us if'n they caught us with our head in a book. Dat is one thing I surely did want to do and dat was to learn to read and write. Massa Jim promised to teach us to read and write, but he never had the time. Dear want but one ch on the place what I lived on, and the colored and the white both went to hit. You know we was never load to go to ch withouten some of the white folks with us. We want even load to talk with nobody from another farm. If'n you did, you got one of the wuss whuppins of your life. At our freedom Massa Jim told us dat day was 'fraid we'd get together and try to run away to the no th, and dat was why they didn't want us gettin' together talkin'. A few years fo the war my pappy learned to read the Bible. Mary Ella apparently forgot her previous comment on penalties for learning to read. Whenever we would go to ch he would read to us and we'd sing. 'Bout the most two poplar songs they sung was Steal Away and I Wonder Where Good Old Dan'l Was. Steal Away is sec a poplar song what everybody knows hit. The other one is done mot nigh played out, so I'll sing hit for you. It goes like this. I wonder war was good old Dan'l. I wonder war was good old Dan'l. I wonder war was than kin, thinking, Peter. I wonder war was than kin, Peter. Chorus. I'm going away, going away. I'm going away, going away. I wonder war was weepin' Mary. I wonder war was weepin' Mary. I'm going away, I'm going away. I'm going away to live forever. I'll never turn back no mo. The slaves would get tired of the way they was treated and try to run away to the noth. I had a cousin to run away one time. Him and another fellow had got way up in Virginia fo Massa Jim found out war day was. Soon as Massa Jim found the warbouts of George he went atter him. When Massa Jim gets to George and them, George pretended like he didn't know Massa Jim. Massa Jim as him, George don't you know me? George he say, I never seed you fo in my life. Den they as George and them war did they come from? George and this yother fellow look up in the sky and say, I come from above, where all is love. If'n they had owned they knowed Massa Jim he could have brung em back home. My pappy tried to get away the same time as George and them did, but he couldn't see how to take all us chillin' with him, so he had to stay with us. The blacks and the whites would have the turbless battles sometimes. That would be when the blacks would slip off to the noth and was caught and brung back. The patrollers catch the colored folks and lock em up twell the owner came atter them. If'n a slave was cotched out after 9 o'clock he was whupped. They didn't loan nobody out atter it was dark lesson he had a pass from the massa. One night, fo George and this fellow, I disremembers his name, but I thinks it was Ezra, runned away. George tried to get over to the bunk where he lived and one of the overseers seen him and they put him in the nigger box for 3 weeks. Just as soon as he got out again, George and this Ezra slipped off. They had a sign that they would give each other every night atter sundown. George would hang the lantern in the window, and then he would take it out in the window and hang it rot back in dar agin. I couldn't never make no sense out'n it. I asked him one day what he was a-doing that for. He say dat, fo long I'd know exactly what is all about. This was the sign of how long they have to wait, fo they try to get away. After the day's work was over, the slaves didn't have nothin' to do but go to bed. In FAC, they didn't feel like doin' nothin' else. On Saturday they sot up and washed so's they could have some clean clothes to wear the comin' week. We worked all day, every day, 'cept some Saturdays, we had a half day off then. Us didn't get many an ony when us as 4 On Sundays us just laid ruined mows all day. Us didn't get no pleasure out'n goin' to church, 'case we warn't load to say nothin'. Sometimes even on Christmas us didn't get no res. Ike members on one Christmas us had to build a lime kiln. When us get a holiday us rested. If'n dear was a weddin' or a funeral on our plantation us went. Otherways we don't go now har. The war come when I was a big gal. I 'membered dat my uncle and cousin Jean'd in with the Yankees to hope fight for the freedom. The Yankees come to our place and runned Massa Jim away and tucked the house for a hospital. They tuck all of Massa Jim's clothes and give them to some of dear friends. They burned up all the cotton, hay, peas and everything that was in the barns. They made the white folks cook for the colored and then serve them while they eat. The Yankees made em do for us like we done for them. They showed the white folks what it was to work for somebody else. They stayed on our place for the lunges. When they did leave, there warn't a mouthful to eat in the house. When the war was over, Massa Jim told us that we had to find somewheres else to live. Some of my folks had already gone when he come home. Us left Massa Jim's and moved to another farm. We got pay for the work what we did on this yother place. Rot atter the war the Ku Klux got atter the colored folks. They would come to our houses and scare us mos to death. They would take some of the niggers out and whup em and dose dat they didn't whup they tied up by dear fingers and toes. These Ku Klux would come to our windows at night and say, your time ain't long Ackerman. The Ku Klux got so bad dat they would even get us in the daytime. They took some of the niggers and throwed them in the river to drown. They kept this up twell some folks from the north come down and put a stop to it. I'm Nelson Granberry. The weddin was private. I don't have no chillins, but my husband got FO. I haven't heard from any of them in a long time now. I guess they all died. Abe Lincoln was the best president that this country ever had. If'n it hadn't been for him we'd still be slaves rot now. I don't think so much of Jeff Davis, 'case he tried to keep us slaves. Booker T. Washington was one of the greatest niggers that ever lived. He always tried to raise the standard of the race. I joined the church, 'case the Bible says that all people should join the church and be Christians. Jesus Christ set up the church and said that everybody what wanted to be saved to come unto him. Sin is the cause of the world being in the fix that it's in today. The only way to fight sin is to get together. If'n we can do away with sin rot now, the world would be a paradise. In the church we learned the will of God and what he would have us do. There was no white trash in our community, they was kept back in the mountains. Interview with Esther Green. Isla B. Prine. U.S. chillin' wore shoes like grown-ups. Aunt Esther Green, of 554, Texas Street, Mobile, Alabama, was all too ready to talk about her slavery days in spite of her assertion that she didn't remember much about the war. I was just a chilly, she says. You can figure for yourself. Somebody told me I was born in 1855, so I couldn't have been very old. I was born in State Line, Mississippi, and was owned by Edward Davis. He owned my mother, Rachel Davis, and her mother, Melinda Davis. I never did know who my pappy was, 'cause I never did see him. To the best of my recollections, my white folks was always good to us niggers. He never allowed no overseers and he never whipped none of dem, 'ceptin' maybe a switching once in a while for us little uns when we didn't behave. I never saw a growed-up nigger whipped in all my life. Ol' Massa just didn't believe in dat. Massa was surely a good man. Lots of times he would get us little niggers up on the porch at the big house and have us dance for him. We used to have a big time out on dem big white porches. I never had no work to do myself, 'cause I always stayed in the big house with Miss Mary Davis, ol' Massa's wife. I was in the house one day and ol' Massa asked me if I wanted to eat at the table with dem, so I pulled up a chair in spite of the fact there was all kinds of good stuff to eat in front of me. I called for lie hominy. I did love dat stuff better'n anything else I ever eat. Ol' Massa and the res of dem just laugh fit to kill. I reckon they thought I was crazy enough, but I eat hominy just the same. As to the number of slaves ol' Massa had, I never knew. Us had log cabins to stay in. The cracks was chinked up with yellow mud to keep the cold out and the chimney was made of straw and the same kind of mud, but dem cabins was warmer than the house is nowadays. We didn't have no furniture, 'ceptin' a homemade bed which was nailed to the wall on one side and two legs out in the middle of the floor. The mattresses was made of straw and hay. All the cookin' was done on the big open fireplaces what had big pot racks to hang the pots on. Massa rationed out the food every week and we usually got a peck of meal. We had plenty of taters and peas and other vegetables that we growed on the place. At Christmas time, we was give meat and molasses to make cakes. Us always had plenty of plain food. And too, the men would go huntin' at night and come back with lots of big fat possums and rabbits by the dozen, and most of the time, they would even catch a coon. And old Ben, a nigger who had turkey traps, was always bringin' in lots of dem big fat birds. The men and women worked in the field all day, but I never picked a bit of cotton all my life. At night the women would spin and weave cloth, but I never did learn to do dat. Den they would dye the cloth different colors, mostly red and blue though, and make dem into clothes. Us chillins had a one-piece dress or slip. Our shoes was all homemade too. Massa had one man who tanned the leather. He would take it and put it into a long trough for a long time, and then whatever was done that was supposed to be done to it, he would take it out and cut it and make shoes. Us chillens had shoes same as de grown folks. On Sundays, we would got to de white folks' church. There was a shed built onto the church, and we would sit on benches out under the shed and listen to the preacher. The white folks would have lots of big baptizings, but I never did see no niggers baptized then. Ol' massa had a big family, 3 boys and 6 girls. My own ma had 8 chillens. Us was always healthy and never had to have much medicine. 'Bout the only thing I remembers ever talking was tea made from the root of the China berry tree. It made good tea for worms, but was to be used only at certain times of the moon. My man also used Jerusalem oak seed for worms. I never fools with tryin' to doctor nobody's chillens nowadays, things is all so different. My grandma, Melinda, and old Ben and his wife was 3 old people massa freed long time before the war. When all the niggers was freed, massa called them up to the house and told them that they was loose to go wherever suited them, but most of them stayed on the place 2 or 3 weeks, and then one mornin' I woke up and all of them had left durin' the night. I was the only nigger left on the place, and I just cried and cried, mostly because I was just lonesome for some of my own kind to laugh and talk with. I don't remember exactly what I did after the surrender, but it was about 4 years afterwards that I come to Mobile, and I've been here ever since. I's a member of the Mobile, Delaware Baptist Church, but I can't attend very regular, count of bein' all crippled up with the rheumatisms. I reckon that ailing is natural though, 'cause I been here a long time and I's got 40 grandchillens and more dan dat many great-grandchillens. Interview with Jake Green. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. A conju what didn wook. Yes, some, dem niggers show was scared when old Buck showed up in the fiel. Jake Green, former slave. Laughed with a vigor that denied his 85 years as he described a conju what didn't wook. Jake has a vivid memory of those days before the Civil War, though he was only a small boy when it started. Me and my mother and father belonged to Old Man Lamb Whitehead just a few miles from Cotopa, about 10 miles east of Livingston, Alabama, he began. My mother was Molly Whitehead, my father was Dan Whitehead. I don't know nothin' 'bout my grandmammy and grandpappy, but I had a heap of unkais. Mr. Whitehead owned Durton Ferry down to Belmont, and they had a darky deer named Dick what claimed sick all the time. So the massa man said, "Dick, damn it, go to the house. I can't get no work outen you." So Dick went on. He was a fiddler, so they jest tuck his vittles to him for 7 years. Then one day, old massa say to the overseer man, "Let's slip up deer and see what Dick doin'." So they did, and deer sought Dick, fat as he could be a playin' the fiddle and a singin'. Fool my massa 7 years. Gwinner fool him 7 mo. Hey diddle, the diddle, the diddle, the do, dot. 'Bout dat time ol' massa poked his head in the dew, said, "Damn if'n you will. Come outen deer, you black rascal, and go to work," and I ain't never hired of Dick complainin', no mo. But they wa'n't so mean. Sometimes us got whupped, but massa had fo men he didn't loan nobody to hit, white or black. They was Unker Arch, he was the main carriage driver, my father, he was the house servant. Unker Julius, the fo man of the plow Hans, and Unker Edwards, the fo man of the hoe Hans. Whenever anybody wanted to hire anybody to work for them, the massa send dem fo out and hire him by the day to chop cotton or pick. And dem fo niggers could chop much cotton in a day as the mule could plow. Whenever they'd stop to plow at 12 o'clock, dem niggers was right dear to lay the hoe handles on the plow, and that's choppin'. All 4 could pick a bale of cotton a day. Whenever anybody say, "Mr. Whitehead, I want a bale of cotton picked today," he'd send dem fo men and they could pick 500 pounds apiece and leave the sun still runnin'. They was pickers in dem days. 'Cause day had to begin, and all us got up fo day. 'Twant nothin' strange to be standin' in de fiel by your plow waitin' for de sun to come up. Ever'body was early risers in dem days. Dey was pretty good to us, but ol' Mr. Buck Bracefield, what had a plantation jinin' us an, was so mean to his end dat 'twant nothin' for em to run away. One nigger, Rich Parker, runned off one time and whilst he gone he seed a hoodoo man, so when he got back Mr. Bracefield tuck sick and stayed sick 2 or 3 weeks. Some of the darkies told him, Rich been to de hoodoo doctor. So Mr. Bracefield got up outen dat bed and come a yellin' in de fiel, you thought you had old Buck, but by God he rose agin. Dem niggers was so skeered, dey squatted in de fiel, jes like partridges, and some of em whispered, I wish to God he had a died. Jake Green, Livingston, Alabama. 'Twant long atter dat come surrender, but dat nigger done left dear, and didn't nobody know where Parker was at. Some of the niggers done bought and paid for day mule and me and Pappy was rentin' and wuckin' on sneers, when here come Parker, jes hired, 'bout surrender. He say, why didn't somebody come tell me 'twas surrender? Den he start a singin'. Slavy chain, Slavy chain. Thank God a mighty I'm free at loss. Free at loss, free at loss. Thank God a mighty I'm free at loss. But dat want none of old massa's niggers. He had one, call him John, and hit come a traveler and stayed all night. Ol' massa peent out John, and said, he ain't never told me a lie in his life. The traveler bet massa $100 jinst fo bits he'd catch John in a lie, fo he left. Next morning at the table de mice was pretty bad, so the traveler caught one by the tail and put him inside a kiverlid dish what was set tin deer on the table. And he told ol' massa tell John he could eat somethin' out of every dish atter day got too but dat kiverlid one, and not to take kiver often hit. And John said, no Sue, I won't. But John just naturally had to see what was in dat dish, so he raised the lid, and out hopped a mouse. Den higher come old massa and axed John if'n he done what he told him not to do, and John need hit. Den the traveler look in the dish and the mouse want deer, and he said, see dear, John been lyin' to you all the time, you jes ain't knowed hit, and I reckon he right, 'case us had to lie. Interview with Charity Grigsby. R.P. Tart, H.W., Livingston. I knows I's 85 but specs I's more den dat. Charity Grigsby lives in a tumble-down shanty about 9 miles from Livingston on the old Epes Road. She was sewing on a quilt when I arrived. Humming an old plantation song that ran. Angels in the water, walkin' by the light. Sinners stand in darkness and cannot see the light. A broad smile flowed across her black face as I entered the cabin. She placed her needle aside, exclaimed, law me, honey, I's always proud when the white folks drap around, and that's directly so. Charity, I said, I want you to tell me about slavery times. She lowered her head and thought a moment, said. Honey, what would I tell? Just all you remember, Charity. And this is what she told. Honey, I was born Charity Grigsby, but I married Nelson Grigory, ain't much distinguish in the names. But 'twas a little. My pappy was Daniel Grigsby and my mammy was Mary Moore. See, us belonged to ol' Mr. Jim Moore right up yonder, Bove Sumterville near Ramsey Station. Charity Grigsby, Livingston, Alabama. You goes up to Gainesville and Livingston Road and turns off at the cross road, 'bout 9 miles from Livingston. Den you goes due west. It ain't far from Deer, 'bout 6 miles, I reckons. 'Twant no big plantation, 'bout a dozen of us deer, and Moss Jim didn't have no overseer lack the rest. He had dem boys of his en what seed to us. Dey was John and William and Jim. Dey was all tolerable good to us. But dey would whoop us if we wasn't obedient, just like a mother raisin' a chili. I can't say how old I is, it's done got away from me, but I was a stroppin' gal durin' de war. I knows I's 85 and I specs I's more dan dat. I's de mammy of 'leven chillens, I knows dat, but ain't but 5 of dem a livin'. As you knows, I lives wid 2 of dem, Matty and Evie. Dey treats me good. Hattie and Ellen and my boy lives in Bessemer. Dat is all my individual chillens, but I's got a few others. I can't recollect much to tell, been a good while since de war, but when you calls it to my 'membrance I can think it up. Honey, dem nigger dogs, dey show did run. Sometimes dey cotched a nigger, but dey didn't never run me. I was in de house weavin' and spinnin' like mistus showed me, and I didn't never get in no trouble wid nobody. And then again, Moss Jim was pretty tolerable good to us, but Mr. Irvin Lavender was show mean to his niggers, and his plantation warn't far from our en. He had a pack of dogs what run de niggers, and dem was skeery times, I tell you. Us didn't lar no shoelin, nor go nowhere nor have no corn shuckin', nor nothin', jes' quired to stay in de cabins. I hired 'bout Briar Rabbit and Hoodoo, but I never takes up no time with dat foolishness, never seed no sense in it. Us got on all right, 'thout dat. Some of de other niggers sides me was all de time in trouble, dough. Mr. Fulton, who lived close to Mr. Lavender, had a nigger driver and overseer named Sanders, and I bet he was de meanest one of dem all. You know, honey, dey planted wheat fields in de fall in dem days and cut it in de spring. It would come off in time 'nuff to make corn. Deer was a flock of birds like blackbirds, only dey was wheat birds. And dey went in droves and fly way up yonder. Us had planks to slap together to keep the birds out de wheat, because dey eat it up. Well one day Mr. Sanders told one of de women what was one of de sucklers on de place, dat if she wouldn't do what he axed her today was a black coffin over her haid. She fused him. So when he was loadin' his gun deer in de wheat fiel, he was holdin' de gun barrel propped under his chin, jes' so, and de other end set tin, on de ground. Well sir, it went off and he killed hisself 'stid of dat sucklin' woman. And dat was a awful time, case de niggers got skeered and run, and dey sought Mr. Lavender's pack of nigger dogs on em. De dogs cotched some and chewed em nigh 'bout to death. It warned none of us, but it were close. Us laid low, didn't go out nowhere. Us wasn't load to, couldn't go to prayer meetin' or nothin'. Charity Grigsby's house, Livingston, Alabama. You ax what dat song I singin' when you come. Dat was all of it, and dat's 'nuff fair me, case it's true. What day gwine to be no mo fair? Jess. Angels in de water, walkin' by de light. Sinners stand in darkness and cannot see de light. I don want no mo myself, jes' dat. Dat's all. How come you want some mo? Don't that much satisfy you? But honey, the sun gettin' low and my chillens will soon be comin' from the swamps. Ain't no bread cooked fair, I'll tell you some mo when I gets my mind on it, case it's been a good while since the war. Yas us has 'nuff to eat, but if us could get any more, us would lack it. You know how 'tis, can make out with mighty little. Us eats greens. Lookin' forward to roas in years comin' in. Interview with Charles Hayes. Mary A. Poole, Mobile. Show, I believes in spirits, says Charles. Misties, said Charles Hayes from his porch in Maysville, near Mobile, Alabama, I was a little bitty nigger when the war broke out. And I belonged to Massa Ben Duncan who lived at Day's Landin' on the Alabama River. Moss Ben's house was the regulation plantation with slave quarters. Most of the things us used was made rot deer on the plantation, such as, beds, buckets, tools, soap, brogans, breeches, and chairs. Our mattresses was either made outen corn shucks or cotton bowls. Us cooked on an open fireplace, and every sad day night us would go to the big house for supplies. Moss Ben was good to his slaves and he'd load them to have a little plot of ground next to the cabins where they could raise their own little crop. My mammy was a fiel han and my pappy was a mechanic and he used to be the handyman around the big house, making everything from churns and buckets to wagon wheels. My pappy also used to play the fiddle for the white folks dances in the big house, and he played it for the colored frolics too. He show could make that thing sing. Us used to have all sorts of cures for the sick people, for instance, us used a Jerusalem weed cooked with molasses into a candy for to give to the chillens to get rid of worms. Then us boiled the root and make a kinda tea for the stomach worms. You know the kinds that little puppies and little chillens has that eats all the food that goes into the stomach, and makes the chilly or dog eat plenty but don't get no benefits from all dairy eatin'. Horehound, that growed wild in Clark County, was used for colds. Mullein tea was used for colds and swollen JNTs. Den deer was the life everlastin' tea that was also good for colds and horse mint tea that was good for the chills and fevers. Co-se, misties, us niggers had a regular family doctor dat tended to us when we was show nuff down rot sick, but dese remedies I's tellin' you 'bout us used when warn't nothin' much ailing us. It was always to the owner's interest, misties, to have the niggers in a good, healthy condition. Does I believe in spirits, you says? Show I does. When Christ walked on the water, the apostles was skeered he was a spirit, but Jesus told them that he warn't no spirit, that he was as live as they was. He told him that spirits couldn't be teched, that they just melted when you tried to. So, misties, Jesus must have meant that deer was sich a thing as spirits. Atter the war my pappy and mammy stayed on the Duncan plantation and worked on sharecrops. Deer was a school on the grounds for us slave chillens, and my grandmammy, Selina Duncan, taught the Bible, case she was Virginie and had been learnt to read and write by her misties up there. My fuss wife was named Alice Bush, and us had 10 chillens. My second one was named Caroline Turner and us didn't have but 8. Both my old womens is daid now, white folks, and I stays here with one of my daughters. You see, my eyesight is almost gone due to one day when I was a-workin' in the forge, a hot piece of iron flew up and landed in my eye. 'Twarn't long befo' it started to hutten in my other eye. Now both is 'bout to give out. Interview with Lizzie Hill. Gertha Couric. The story of Aunt Lizzie Hill. Aunt Lizzie Hill, 94 years of age, moved from the Spurlock plantation, 4 miles out, to the city of Eufaula about 20 years ago. She was of such vigorous constitution, that until recently, she carried on her regular occupation of laundress or washerwoman, as she calls herself. Too feeble to work regularly, she now is cared for by a niece with whom she lives. Sitting before the fire in a rocking chair, smoking a clay pipe, her neat clothing, snow-white hair and wrinkled, kindly face make a pleasing picture of contentment. Her mind is, apparently, unimpaired, and she readily responds to her recollections of slavery. Lizzie Hill, Eufaula, Alabama. Show, Missy, I, members, 'bout it. I was most grown when freedom come. My marster, Richard Dozier, and my misties was good to all day niggers and they raised me right. I had 2 little mistesses 'bout as old as me, and I played with them all the time and slept on a pallet in day room every night. They slept on the big bed. My clothes was just as good and clean as theirn, and I eat what they eat. The little girls, she explained, were about 6 and 8 years old when this association began, and it continued until close of the war, when all were nearly grown. Atter freedom come, continued Aunt Lizzie, Mammy moved to Cuthbert and tuck me away from old Misty's, but I runned away and went back to Misty's, and walked all the 14 miles down the big road at night. I runned most obed away. 3 times I done dat, but Mammy come and tuck me back to work in the field every time. I wanted to stay with old Misty's. They called her Miss Everline and everybody liked her. Both my little mistesses got married and den old Marster and old Misty's moved off to Texas, and I ain't eber seed none ob-em no more. I's had a hard time workin' in the field since the war. Freedom come, I never worked sepen in the house, I was a house girl and didn't do no field work. Interview with Gabe Hines. Gertha Kurik. Gabe was kidnapped by carpetbaggers. Old Gabe had been long in this world, close to 100 years. He had experienced much, but one incident had outlasted all the others, even the stroke that made him older and more feeble. That experience had caused Gabe and his old woman to stray far from the fold and to walk all the way back to its shelter. That was back in Reconstruction days, when he was not bandy in his knees, and long before Anna left him alone in his cabin with just memories of earlier and happier days. Gabe was birthed in Cusseta, Georgia, the son of two faithful old slaves, Hetty and Gabe Hines, and they all longed to Marsa Williams Ship and Miss Mai. He told his story thus. In Durin of Dawa, I was big enough to be water toter on the plantation. No, Lil Missy, I don't exactly know how old I is, septin, by de squeakin' and atchin' of my bones. I members lots, 'bout those days. Dem was happy times, Lil Missy. Arter we all was freed, I went to Silver Run to live and dar I mahied Anna. She left me 9 years ago and that broke the happiness. I miss her evwar, just keep a missin' her though 9 years hev gone since they tuck her from the cabin and left her up thar on the hill. Dear's nights when the misery in dese old bones just gets past standin' and on sich nights she come ter me and holp me with the liniment jest as she used ter do. But she can't stay long when she come. I was tellin' 'bout Silver Run. Arter we was mahied and was gittin' used to bein' free niggas, and happy in our cabin, one night a gentleman from the NOTH was to see us and he told us if we'd go with him he'd pay us big wages and gin us a fine house to boot. Fair 2 nights we sot dear by dat chimbly thinkin' a sight to do or to don't and ponderin' this way and t'other one. Den we sighed to go. We left everything dar, septin, what we tied up in a bandana handkerchief, and we tied that onto a stick for the gentleman from the NOTH wouldn't let us take no baggage. We was goin' to Columbus, Georgia, but we didn't know dat. Lil Missy, when we got dar, or he was talkin' us, we found the big wages to be 50 cents a month, and dat fine house to net out to be like a stable. Instead of our cabin and jardin and chickens and our trees, we had a tobble place, right out under the hot sun with water miles away down a hill. And he want no gentman from the NOTH. Missy. I never will be able to tell myself what made us do hit no mo, den I'll ever be able to tell how skeered I was one night when the wind howled and the lightnin' was sprayin' over the place and the rain was so trouble hit was sobbin' in the fire. We knowed the bill was ridin' the wind dat night. We was sittin' dar befo the fire, me and my old woman, when we heard a stompin' like a million horses had stopped outside the dew. We tipped to the dew and peeked out and, Lil Missy, what we seed was so trouble our eyes jest mos popped out our haid. Dear was a million hosses all kivered in white, with dey eyes pokin' out and seddin' on the hosses was men kivered in white too, tall as giants, and dey eyes was pokin' out too. Dear was a leader and he held a Bunine cross in his hand. When we seed dat, we fell on our knees, skeered mos to death and we axed the great Mars ter to holp 2 ol' niggers and holp dem quick. The fust thing we knowed dem Ku Kluxes had the genman from the NOTH out of his hidin' place hind our house and seddin' on one of dem hosses. Dey neber spoke with him. Dey jest tuck him off somewhar, we neber knowed war, but he didn't come back no mo. Lil Missy, we heard arterwards dat dis gentleman from the NOTH was no quality at all. Dat he was the worst leader of all the debilment bein' done. One of dem carpetbaggin' men. Next day arter the Ku Kluxes cotched dis man, his wife left Columbus in a hurry, sayin' she couldn't sociate with the Columbus ladies, kase dey was so puh. Dey wa puh. Dey is no denin that. We was all puh kase the Yankees done ruined Columbus. But, Lil Missy, dey's a big difference in bein' puh and quality and bein' just puh white trash. Gabe Hines, Eufaula, Alabama. What did I do then? Well, Lil Missy, we left Columbus arter what happened and we walked to Eufaula, where 'twas safe to be. For 40 years I uked for de city in Anna, she tuck in washin'. Endurin' dat time we was gettin' along pretty likely, when one day Gabriel blew his horn for Anna, and Gabe was left alone. My ol' woman's gone. Lil Missy, mos' everyone I knowed is dead. Dis here cabin ein home to me no mo. Hit's lonely every war. Maybe I'd orter be thinkin' 'bout Canaan, but hit's old times crowds dis old darky's heart. Lil Missy, maybe when I gets to war Anna is hit will be old times all over again. Personal interview with Aunt Adeline Hodges. 3, Fry Street, Mobile, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, H.W., Mobile. Hungry for punkin pie. Aunt Adeline, a tall, gaunt, bright-skinned Negro woman, lives on Fry Street, Mobile, Alabama. The day I called she was nodding in a cane-bottom rocking chair on a wide porch that extended across the front of a cottage almost hidden in a grove of giant oaks. She opened her eyes, which were covered by a pair of steel-rimmed glasses with one lens badly cracked. The news that a search was being made for old people who had lived during slavery days acted like an electric shock on the old woman, who immediately sat up straight and said, "Lor, yes'm, I lived in dose days. And I tells you I members all 'bout dem. Do come in and set down. The fust white people I belonged to was a man named Jones, who was a colonel in de war, but I can't tell you much 'bout dem, 'case I was jes' a lil gal den. I was jes' big 'nuff to tote water to de fiel to de folks wucking and to min de gaps in de fence to keep de cattle out when dey was gatherin' de crops. I don't spec you knows anything 'bout dose kind of fences. Dey was built of rails and when dey was gatherin' de crops dey jes' tuck down one section of de fence, so de wagons could get through. A tear de war broke out ol' Mr. Jones went off to hit, and I members de day he left. He come to de fiel to tell all de Hans goodbye, wid a big white plume on his hat. Dat was in Bolivar County, Mississippi. A tear ol' Mr. Jones left, for de war, den de nigger drivers and overseer begun to drive us round like droves of cattle. Every time dey would hire de Yankees was coming dey would take us out in de woods and hide us. Finally dey sold us ater carrying us away from Bolivar County. Some of us was sold to people in Demopolis, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia, and some to folks in Meridian and Shabuta, Mississippi. I don't any more know where my own folks went to dan you does. I members afore leaving ol' Mr. Jones' place how dey grabbed up all de chillun dat was too lil to walk and puttin' us in wagons. Den de older folks had to walk, and dey marched all day long. Den at night dey would strike camp. I has seen de young niggers what was liable to run away with dear legs chained to a tree or de wagon wheels. Dey would rake up straw and throw a quilt over hit and lie dat way all night, while us chillun slep in de wagons. When us come to the big river at Demopolis, Alabama, I members seein' the big steamboat steer, and dey said dat de sojers was goin' away on dem. Hit was in Demopolis us was sold, and a man named Ned Collins of Shabuta, Mississippi, bought me. Aunt Adeline said that the houses the slaves lived in on the Jones plantation were board houses, and that Mr. Jones owned a big plantation and lots of slaves. She said that they had homemade beds, nailed to the walls, with mattresses made out of shucks. After having been sold to Mr. Collins, of Shabuta, Mississippi, Aunt Adeline said that life was very hard, not so much for herself, but she saw how hard the other slaves worked. She was the house girl and helped clean house, wash dishes, and take care of the children. After finishing that work, she had to spin thread. Each day she would have to spin so many cuts, and if she did not finish the required number, she was punished. She said that her mistress kept the finished work on top of a large wardrobe, and Aunt Adeline said that many times she would steal a cut of thread off that wardrobe to complete the day's task to keep from being punished. As she grew older she did have to go to the field and pick cotton. Aunt Adeline does not remember it pleasantly. She said, "I jes' hates to have to weigh anything today, KSI members so well dat each day dat the slaves was given a certain number of pounds of cotton to pick. When weighing up time come and you didn't have the number of pounds set aside, you may be show dat you was goin' to be whupped. But hit wasn't all bad times, us did have plenty to eat, specially at hog killin' time. They would have days ob hog killin' and the slaves would bake deer bread and come with pots, pepper, and salt. A tear cleanin' the hogs, they would give us the livers and lights, and us would cook dem over a fire out in the open and hit show was good eatin'. The usual allowance a week of pickled pork was 6 or 7 pounds, and if'n you had a big family of chillin' they give you more. Then they give you a peck of meal, sweet taters, sorghum syrup, and plenty of buttermilk. At Christmas times, they give you extra syrup to make cakes wid and sweet taters to make tater pone. And, lor, they would have big cribs of pumpkins. Hit makes me hungry to think 'bout dem good old pumpkin pies. And did they raise chickens? You knows in Mississippi dat the minks was bad 'bout killin' dem. I members one time the minks got in the chicken house and killed nearly every chicken on the place. Ol' Mr. Jones had to cook to clean and cook dem, and he come out in the fiel and eat with dem to let the slaves know dat hit was all right. Den us had dem good old kashaws and lie hominy, too. The clothes was made out ob homespun in one piece. Members I always had mine split up the side so I could get 'bout in a hurry. The women had pantalettes made and tied to deer knees to wear in the fields to keep the dew off deer legs. The shoes was made of cow hide and was called red russets. The way they got dem darker was to take a hog gristle and hang up in the chimbley. When hit get full of soot, we rubbed the shoes with dat den they used the darker shoes for deer Sunday best. You asked me about huntin'. Lor, yes they hunted in dem times. Up in dem swamps in Mississippi deer was bears as big as cows, and deers aplenty. They both was bad about comin' in the corn fields and tearin' down the corn. You could hire dem at nights out in the fields. They also caught plenty of possums and coons. Of course, us got sick, but they had the doctor. In those days the doctor would cup you and bleed you. I seen a many a person cupped. The doctor had a lil square-lookin' block of wood with tiny lil knives attached to hit. On top was a trigger lack is on a gun, and the doctor would put the block of wood at the nape of deer neck and pull that trigger. Then he have a piece of cotton with some pin on hit to stop the blood when he had cupped you long enough. They would always give us calomel, to clean us out, and then the next morning they give us a big bowl of gruel made out ob meal and milk. Then us be all right. The slaves warn't low to go to church, but they would whisper, "Roon," and all meet in the woods and pray. The only time I members my pa was one time when I was a lil chilly, he set me on a log by him and prayed, and I knows dat was where the seeds ob religion was planted in my min. Today I's happy to tell folks 'bout Jesus and thank him for his goodness to me. Hit won't be long twell I meet him face to face and thank him. Interview with Caroline Holland. Mabel Ferrier. Caroline Holland had many masters. "Yasu, I was a slave," spoke Aunt Carrie from her vine-shaded porch at No. 3 Sharp Street, Montgomery, Alabama. "I was born in 1849 on Mr. Will Wright's plantation on the Mtmeegs Road. Massa Will had a big slave house and us niggers used to have a good time playin' roon down at the slave quarters. We had a row of houses 2 stories high, and they was filled with all sorts of niggers. When I was 12-year-old, I was made new SS fair my misty's little girl and at the fuss I couldn't do nothin' but rock the cradle. I didn't know how to hold the baby. Us niggers had guardians, that look atter us like they did atter the hosses and cows and pigs. One night atter we had all gone to bed I heard a noise at the window, and when I look up there was a man a-climbin' in. He was a nigger. I could tell even do I could scarce see him, I knowed he was a nigger. I could hear my misty's a-breathin', and the baby was sown asleep too. I started to yell out but I thought dat de nigger would kill us so I just kept quiet. He come in de window, and he see us asleepin', dear, and all of a sudden I knowed who it was. Jade, I whispers, what you a-doin' here? He come to my bed and put his rough hand over my mouth. Listen you black pickaninny, you tell em dat you saw me here and I'll kill you, he say, I thou yo, hide to the snakes in the swamp. Now shut up. With dat he went to the dresser and taken Misty's money bag. Atter dat he went to the window and climbed down the ladder and I didn't do nothin', but shake myself nearly to death from fright. The next day the overseer and the patty rollers went a search in, the slave quarters and they found the money bag under Jade's cot. They took him and whooped him for near 15 minutes. We could hear him holler way up at the big house. Jade, he never got over dat whoopin'. He died 3 days later. He was a good nigger, pure to me lack, and the best blacksmith in the whole county. I couldn't wonderin' what made him want ter steal dat purse. Den I found out later dat he was a-goin' to pay a white man ter carry him over the line to the northern states. Jade just had two big ideas fo a nigger. I usta see Jades goes a-walkin' out in the garden in the moonlight. Sometime he sit on the fence and look at his old cabin, then sometimes he stroll off down the cotton field. When the Lord get a punishin' him fo a stealin' dat money, I guess he won't make us no mo visits. He just go right on in he ben. Dat's what ghostes is, you know, peoples dat can't quite get in he ben, and they had a stroll roon little longer on the outside repentin'. Soon atter dat my guardeen tuck me to Talas when the massa died. My guardeen was a good man. He was always makin' speeches fo the slaves to stay under bondage till they was 21. One day he was in front of a sto talkin' bout the slaves and a man come up to him and said he don't like the way Captain Clanton talk, dat was my guardeen's name. Captain Clanton asked him what he goin' ter do bout it and the man tuck out a pistol and killed the captain right dear on the spot. Den I was sold to another man, a Mr. Williamson, bout the time the war broke loose, and Massa Williamson tuck me over ter live with some mo peoples. He said he had mo slaves dan he could take care of. This was the Abernathy plantation. While the Massa was a standin' in the slave quarters a talkin' to Mr. Abernathy, I noticed a boy with a bad eye. I didn't lack him at all and I told the Massa I don't wanna stay, cause I didn't like the way dat boy lum with the bad eye looked at me. Den Mr. Abernathy brung a boy, bout 17-year-old, a big strong-lookin' boy named Jeff. He say, Jeff, look out after Carrie here. Don't let her get into no trouble. From dat time until, bout 5 year ago, Jeff he always look after me, cause atter the war I mied him. Now I ain't got nobody but myself. Interview with Jane Holloway. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. They brung whoopins on deselves. Jane Holloway was ill. For weeks she had been in bed, and the untidy condition of her cabin brought profuse apologies when I entered. Jane, do you remember me? I asked. I don't know, honey. I been sick so long with the flus I can't remember much of anything, she answered peering up at me from her pillow. Suddenly she smiled, shucks. Cose I members you, honey. Your daddy show was good to my boys. What worked for him so long? Res yourself in dat cheer and I'll tell you all about myself and slavery times what I can recollect. I.se. all alone now, seppin' for my grandson. He ain't but 12 and he can't hope he much. But I guess I got no right to complain, I guess I done got me plenty out of life. I was borned up in North Alabama. My mammy was Carrie Holloway and my pappy was Trailer Holloway. I had a brother Maryland. Dear never was but the two of us. Us lived in a mud and log house, just one room but it show had a big fireplace. Us had a good old time den, effin' us just had knowed it, case us was always fed good. Dey had long wooden troughs what dey poured our bread and milk in and us eat it with a wooden spoon. When dey yell, "Chillin', chillin'. Bread, you bet we jest burnt the wind getting dear, 'case us was always hungry." We had high tester beds in all the houses, what was 'bout a mile from the big house. It had 4 rooms and was all planked up. Mr. Billy Taylor was mighty good to his niggers. He didn't have so many slaves, he jest had a little plantation. Our overseer was good, too. He had to whip some of dem sometimes, but dey wouldn't work. Dey brung it all on deyselves. Jane Holloway, Opelika, Alabama. When the Yankees come in during the war, the men come a-rooning and a-screaming dat the Yankees coming. And dey did come on horseback and took all our provisions what was in the smokehouse. Dey took everything we had in the way of victuals and stock, too. I joined the church when I was 10 years old, 'case I was trying to live right and do what the Bible said. The white folks had their services in the morning, and in the evening would let us niggers have ourn. Jane forgot her misery long enough to come out to the porch of her comparatively comfortable cabin, and she was plumb proud to have her picture took. Personal interview with Joseph Holmes. Grand Avenue, Pritchard, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. Dey kept niggers in good condition to sell. Standing in the middle of the road at Pritchard, suburb of Mobile, and gesticulating while talking to a small group of interested listeners, an old Negro man ended his talk to the small gathering and punctuated his last sentence with a spat of tobacco. "No, he continued after I had put in my appearance and asked him a question, I doesn't know whether I was a slave, but just the same I see Gen. L. Grant's army when it went to Virginie. Just as show as you is standin' dar, lady, I see dem men's all dressed in blue suits, marching, side by side, gwine down the road pa our place. It tuck 3 days to go by our house. And I remembers when dem Yankees came to our ol' Misty's house and take a ladder and clumb up to the roof and tear the boards outer the ceilin' to get dem big hams and shoulders my white folks done had hid up dar. When the Yankees find dat stuff dey give it all to the niggers. Den atter the soldiers left, ol' Miss called us to her and told us we was free, but for us to give back some of the meat and things dat the Yankees done give us, case she didn't have nothin' to eat, ruin the place. Course we was glad to do it, case Misty's show was good to us. I remembers every Sunday morning dat she'd make the older slaves bring all the little niggers up to the big house, so she could read the Bible to 'em, and den she give us plenty of dem good biscuits and taters dat Suzanne cook for us. She'd say, "Git roon, dear, Suzanne," and heap dem little niggers plates. I really thought Misty's was a angel. Talkin' 'bout niggers bein' free. Ol' Miss told us was free, but it was 10 or 12 years atter the surrender befo' I knowed what she meant. I was a big boy goin' to school befo' I had an understandin' as to what she meant. Ol' Miss taught the niggers how to read and write, and some of 'em got to be too good at it, case dey learned how to write too many passes so's the patty rollers wouldn't cotch 'em. And on dem occasions was the only's times dat I ever seed one of our niggers punished. Misty's never load no mistreatin' of the slaves, case dey was raisin' slaves for the market, and it wouldn't be good business to mistreat 'em. Lord miss, my white folks was rich, dey had as many as 500 or 600 niggers. Men, women and chillins. The plantation was big, but I doesn't remember how many acres it was, but I does remember dat the cabins was all built in rows, and dear was streets laid out among the cabins. The chimneys was built out'n dirt and sticks, and up in Virginie it got powerful cold, so when dey built the cabins dey tho dirt up under 'em to keep the wind and snow out. I was bound in Henry County, Virginie, near Danville, and I's been to Vicksburg and Petersburg a many a time with my pappy to the wheat and bacca market. Lor, honey, Virginie is the best place on earth for good eatin' and good white folks. If anybody tells you dat the white folks was mean to dear niggers, dey neber come from Virginie, case us was too near the free states, and I done already tole you dat dey raised niggers to sell and dey kept em in good condition. In those days white folks and black folks was black folks. Just like Booker T. Washington was a riber between the niggers of this generation and learnin'. He had all dat was fine and good, and he give the best to his people if and they would take it. Dat was the way with the white folks den, they didn't do no whoopin'. I's the only rat left in the pond, and case I ain't hung in the smoke house, folks thinks I's not as old as I say I is, but chilly, I's been here a long time. I 'members how Black Sam Uceta preached to us, and when I growed up I Uceta think warn't nobody Christians 'cept us Baptists, but I know better now. And the longer I lives the mo I realizes dat the churches go way, case dey leaves off the ordinances of God, although us has a Bible and mo Christian readin' dan ever befo. My mammy's name was Eliza Roletts and my pappy's was Joseph Holmes. My pappy had the same name as the peoples dat owned him and my grandmammy name was Lucy Holmes. Grandmammy Holmes lived to be over 100 years old, and she was the fust pussin I ever seed daid. In dem days it took 3 days to bury a pussin, case dey dug the graves as deep as the corpse was tall. Land sakes a livin', us had great times, and I forgot to tell you dat us had homemade beds with 2 sides nailed to the wall and the mattresses was made outen wheat straw. As for huntin', I done plenty of it and one thing I got to get forgiveness for was when I left Virginie, I left 'bout 50 or 60 snares set to cotch rabbits and birds. My mammy had 8 chillens and we was raised in pairs. I had a sister who come along with me, and if'n I jumped in the river she done it too. And if'n I go t'achoof a briar patch, here she come along too. 'Bout the fruit. It makes my mouth water to think about dem cheese apples, dat was yaller lack gold, and dose Abraham apples, and the cherry tree as big as dese oaks here. I's eaten many a big sugar and sweetheart cherry. But dear was another kind called the gorilla dat growed as big as the yaller plums down this way. Now let me tell you somepin 'bout Virginie, dey had dear laws 'bout drink. Dey had the best peach and cherry brandy and mos any kin you eber heard of, but dey didn't low you to make drink outen anything you could make bread wid, sich as corn or rye. Us had our brandy same as you would coffee, case it was cold, and some mornin's my pappy would get the brandy out and my mammy would put a little water and sugar with it and give it to us chillens. Us neber thought nothin' 'bout drinkin'. I kinda believes lack dat ol' infidel Ingersoll who said dat anything dat was a custom was dear religion. Now you asked about hog killin' time. Dat was the time of times. For weeks the men's would haul wood and big rocks, and pile 'em together as high as this house, and den have several piles lack dat ruin a big hole in the ground what had been filled with water. Den just a little atter midnight, the boss would blow the ol' horn, and all the men's would get up and get in dem pig pens. Den they would sot dat pile of wood on fire and den start knockin' dem hogs in the haid. Us neber shot a hog like us does now. Us always used an axe to kill 'em wid atter knockin' the hog in the haid. They would tie a rope on his leg and atter the water got to the right heat, from dose red-hot rocks the hog would be throwed in and drug around a while, then taken out and cleaned. Atter he was cleaned he was cut up into sections and hung up in the smoke house. Lawsy, lady, they don't cure meat these days, they just uses some kind of liquid to brush over it. We Uceta have show 'nuff meat. Den come conshuckin' time. My goodness, I would just love to be dar now. The corn would be piled up high and one man would get on dat pile. It was usually a kinda nigger foreman who could sing and get the work outen the niggers. Dis FO man would sing a verse sompen lak dis. Polk and Clay went to war. Polk come back wid a broken jaw. Den all the niggers would sing back at him wid a kinda shoutin' sound. Near 'bout all the times the FO man made up his own songs, by pickin' dem outen dat shuckin'. It war the jug dat day brung around every hour. That's the only time the slaves really got drunk. In dem old days I went to plenty of dances and candy pullins durin' the Yule season, but I doesn't do dat no mo. I's a preacher and, when I fust left Virginie, I come to Georgie and stayed dar 20 years where I kicked up plenty of dus. I even taught school dar. Den I come to Alabama and lived in Evergreen for 'bout 20 mo years. Since I been in Mobile I's worked for sich men as Ol Simon, Dem Rich, and Van Antwerp, and all dear chillins has been in dese here arms of mine. I's been a square citizen and dear hasn't been a time dat I is had to call on nobody but Uncle Sam when ol' man press I on cotched me. But thank the Lord I is still able to get about and have all my senses, 'cep my eyesight, and it's just a little pulley. I is got all my teeths, 'cep one, and my mammy was always proud of my hair. See how silky and fine it is. Not quite white, dough. I hope I lives long enough for it to turn white as snow. I think St. Peter will lack it better dat way. 2. Personal interview with Joseph Holmes. Grand Avenue, Pritchard, Alabama. Isla B. Prine, Mobile, Alabama. 12 years, 12 I understood surrender. In the middle of the road near Pritchard, an incorporated suburb of Mobile, stood an aged Negro man, gesticulating as he told a tale of other days to a small audience. Tall, straight, with gray hair and mustache, he was a picturesque figure. He does not know whether he was born in slavery, he said, but he knows his age to be about 81. I doesn't know whether I was a slave, but jest the same I see General Grant's army when hit went to Virginie, he said, jest as show as yo is standin' dar, lady, I seed him. And I seed dem men all dressed in dem blue suits a marchin', side by side, gwine down the road pa our place. Hit tuck dem 3 days to get pa our house. And does I 'member when dem Yankees come to ol' Mister's house and tuck a ladder and climb up to the roof and tear the boards out of the ceilin' to get dem big hams and shoulders they had hit up dar? I show does. The women folks makes the slaves hide with the meat. And, when dem Yankees fin dat stuff they jest give hit all to the niggers, and I 'members too, how ol' Miss calls us all to her atter day lef and tol us dat us was free. But she tol us dat us have to give back obi the meat and serves case she didn't have a bit to eat. 'Cause we was glad to do hit case ol' Miss show was good to her slaves. I 'members every Sunday morning dat she made the older slaves bring all the little niggers up to her big white, 2-story house, so she could read the Bible to us, and den she give us plenty dem good biscuits and taters dat she had to cook, Suzanne. Cook for us. She'd say, get roon, dear, Suzanne, and heapy dem lil niggers plates. I rarely thought ol' Miss was an angel. Talkin' 'bout niggers bein' freed, ol' Miss tol us was free, but hit was 10 or 12 years atter the surrender, befo' I knowed what she was talkin' 'bout. I was a big boy goin' to school befo' I had any understandin' as to what she meant. Ol' Miss taught the niggers how to read and write, and some obi dem got to be too 'ficient with the writin', case dey larn how to write too many passes so the patty rollers wouldn't get dem. Dat was the onliest time I ebier knowed ol' Miss to have the slaves punished. Ol' Miss neber load no mistreatin' the slaves, case dey was raisin' slaves for the market, and hit wouldn't be good business to mistreat them. Lor, my white folks was rich, dey had as many as 500 or 600 niggers, men, women and chillun. The plantation was big but I don't 'member how many acres I does 'member the cabins was all built in rows, and streets was laid out 'tween the cabins. The chimbeys was built out of dirt and sticks, and yo know up in Virginie hit got tobble cold and the snow would pile up, so when the cabins was built, the men th'owed dirt up under the house to keep the snow and cold out. Yo might think dat dirt would wash out from under the house, but hit didn't. Hit jes made dem so warm and comfortably we didn't suffer. Dat was the way with the white folks den, they didn't do no whippin' and mistreatin' obi the slaves. Oh, once in a while Ole Miss might slap the cook's face and tell her to bear down, roon dear, and, if she wanted the servant boys to hurry, she would say, "Kutch hit, may neen fair dem to cut some steps and get bout in a hurry. I's de oldest rat in de pond, and case I ain't hung in de smokehouse, folks think I's not as old as I says I is, but chilly, I's been here. I 'members how Sam used to preach to us, when we was at Ole Miss's place, and, when I growed up, I 'members how I used to think nobody was a Christian, 'ceptin' us Baptists, but I knows better now. And, the longer I lived I realized dat de choo-chees go away, case dey leaves off de ordinances obe God, though us has got de Bible and Christian literature dan eber befo. My ma's name was Liza Roletts, and my daddy's name was Joseph Holmes. My daddy had the same name as the people what owned him, and my grandma's name was Lucy Holmes. Grandma Lucy lived to be 100 years old, and she was the first pussin I eber seed dade. Hit took 3 days to be a pussin den, case they dug the graves as deep as is tall, which means than 5 feet deep. Lor, sakes a livin' us had great times. I forgot to tell dat us had homemade beds with 2 sides nailed to the wall, and the mattresses was made out of wheat straw. Dat's minds me dat dear wa'n't no poor cattle in dem times, case could go where dey thresh de wheat and get all de straw wanted and feed de dry cattle on hit. And you wouldn't believe de fruit us did hab. Don't never see de like down dis way. Sich as apples, cherries, quinces, peaches and pears. As fair huntin', I done plenty of it, and one thing I got to get forgiveness fair was when I left Virginie, I left 'bout 60 or 70 snares set to catch rabbits and birds. My ma had 8 chillun and we was raised in pairs. I had a sister who come along with me, and, if I jumped in the river to swim, she did hit too, if I clumb a tree, or went to a briar patch, she done hit right behind me. Ma wanted to know why her cielos was so tore up, and, when day was pretty, we'd make hit right with Ma by havin' a rabbit or coon with us, and sometimes a mud turtle. And, as fair possums and coons, us catch dem in plenty. 'Bout de fruit, hit makes my mouth water to think 'bout dem cheese apples dat was yaller lack gold, and dose Abraham apples de lack of which ain't now to be had. And dose cherry trees as big as dese oaks, with long limbs and big sugar and sweetheart, and black heart cherries. Den deer was another kin of cherry called the gorilla, dat was roon and growed as big as de yaller plums down dis way. Now, let me tell somethin' 'bout Virginie. Hit had hit's own law 'bout drink. Dey made the best peach and cherry brandy and mos any kin, ebier heerd ob, 'ceptin' dey didn't low to make drink out ob anythin' you could make into bread. Now understands, sich as corn and rye. Us had our brandy same as would coffee, case hit was cold and some mornin's us would get up and the snow would be halfway up to dew, and the men would have to ditch hit out, so us could get out of the house. On dem rail cold mornin's my daddy would get the brandy out and my ma would put a lil water and sugar with hit and give to us chillun. And den she'd take some in her mouth and put hit in the baby's mouth and hit would open hit's eyes and stamp hit's foot rail pert lack. Us never thought nothin' of drinkin'. I kinda believes lack dat ol' infidel, Ingersoll, who said dat anythin' dat was de custom, was de religion. Folks was a heap kinder-hearted den dey is now, case dey kep big dogs to hunt up people los in de snow. Dey all seemed happy, case dey was all busy. At night instead of wastin' day time, dey would go to the big house and spin' weavin' make cielos. I kin hire dat ol' loom hummin' now, and see great cards obi cloth comin' out, and dem was cielos den dat was made from hit. Hit tuck fire to get dem offen, dey was so strong. I doesn't 'member what dey used fair dye, but I knows dey used copperas as sizin' to hold the colors. Some of the cloth was dyed red, blue and black. I just can't 'member 'bout the dye, but dey used copperas. Dat was the qualification of the intelligence ob the primitive age, in usin' dat copperas. Dey not only made our CLOs, but also made out hats. Of course dey weren't very hatty, but was mo cappy. Dey made with tabs over de ears, and to tie under de chin, and was dey warm, I'll say. Now, when yo axes, 'bout hog killin' time, dat was de time. Fair weeks de men would haul wood and big rocks, and pile hit all together as high as dat house. Den hab several piles like dis roon a big hole in de ground what had been filled with water. Den jes a lil atter midnight de boss would blow de ol horn, and all de men would get up and get in dem hog pens. Den dey would set dat pile of wood on fire, and den start knockin' dem hogs in de haid. Us never shot a hog like dey does now. Us always used an axe to kill dem wid. Atter knockin' de hog in de haid, dey would tie a rope on hits leg, and atter de water got to de right heat from dose red hot rocks what had been pushed out ob dat pile ob new inwood into de water. Dey would throw de hog in and drag hit around a while, and take him out and hab him clean in 'bout 3 pair o' minutes. Atter he was clean dey hung him up, and den later cut him up and hung him in de smoke house, and smoke him with great oak logs. Dey don't see you all meat now, dey jes use some kinda brush and liquid, but dey don't have meat like us did. Den come koshuckin' time. Ma goodness, I jes would love to be deer now. De koen would be piled up high and one man would get on dat pile. Hit usually was one who was kinda nigga fo man dat could sing and get de wuck out of de otter niggers. Dis fo man would sing a verse somethin' like dis. Poke and Clay went to war. And Poke come back with a broken jar. Den all de niggers would sing back to him, and hello, a kinder shoutin' son. Generally dis fo man made up his songs by pickin' dem up from what he had heard white folks tell of wars. But Miss Yo know what was de motor power of dat koen shuckin'. Hit was de old jug dat was brung roon every hour. Dat's da unliest time any ob de slaves rarely got drunk. I wish I could 'member dose ol songs, but all dat hello done left me, case da unliest singin' I hears now is de good ol sisters singin' and sayin' amen. In days gone by I went to plenty of dances and candy pullins but I doesn't do dat any mo. I's a preacher, and when I first left Virginie I come to Georgia and stayed dear 20 years, and I kicked up a plenty of dust in Georgia. I eben taught school and built a plenty of choo-chees dear. Den I come on to Alabama, and lived in Evergreen fo, about 20 years, and I built a 2-story brick choo-ch dear. Since I's been in Mobile I's wooked by dat Bienville squaw for 28 years, for sich men as Ol' Man Simon, Damrich, and Van Antwerp, and all dear chillin' has been in dese arms. I's been a squaw citizen and dear hasn't been but one time in my life I's had to call on anybody, and dat was when I had to call on Uncle Sam when Ol' Man Depression got me. But thank God I's still able to be 'bout and have all my faculties, 'ceptin' my eyesight is a lil poorly. I still has all my teeth, 'ceptin' one, and my ma lose tuck pride in my hay, yo, see how fine and silky hit is, and hit ain't snow white yet. Dear is one thing to be thankful fair. Dat is, case I is so near home. Interview with Josh Horn. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Chasing Guinea Jim, the runaway slave. 7 miles east from Livingston on State Road No. 80, thence left 2 miles via a dim road through the woods to a cultivated section, the beginning of a large plantation area, stands the old-timey cabin of Josh Horn, a well-known and influential figure in the colored community. Vigorous and active despite his more than 80 years, Josh exemplifies the gentleness with which time deals with those dwelling in a healthful spot and living the simple lives of a rural people. I found him nodding on his front steps. "Josh," I said, "I've come to get you to tell me some old wartime stories, and I want to ask you some questions about you and Alice and how you all are getting along. I just want to know all about you and your family as far back as you can remember." "All right, Miss Ruby, I's glad to tell you what I knows," said Josh, "and it ain't gonna be a lot of fibbin', but jest like everything was. I's telling you like you axed me. Now, 'bout how us is getting along. I's telling you the truth, ef I was took, for God, I'd say jes lak I's saying now, ef my chillun ever eat a mouthful dat wasn't honest, they eat it somewhere else, case I ain't ever stole a mouthful sompin to eat for em in all my life. It's honest vittles they eat, and varmints I's killed in the woods, case us raised chillun fast, and us had a heap of 16, if I members right, and soon's I found out dat I could help feed dat way, I done a heap of hunting. And everybody knows I's a good hunter. Alice used to make me go every Friday night, den us always had a possum or two for Sunday. Why, I asked, didn't you go Saturday night? Well, I'll tell you, Josh said, Alice is a good Christian woman, and she knowed I'd hunt mighty nigh all night, and she didn't want nobody see me coming in Sunday morning with no gun and no dogs. So I went every Friday night and went in the week too, and dat hope a lot to feed the chillun. I don't owe nobody, not a nickel. I lack to got in debt, when the government come in and tried to help us with dat cotton doings. They cut it down so on me, till I couldn't make nothing, but I's getting on all right now, and so is my chillun. Us is got 14 living, and they's all been to school, but ain't but one been to Booker Washington School, but they kin all read and write, and some of em teaching school out here in the country. The doctor, he come clear out here to see us, case I always pays him. He jes here with Alice last night. It's 9 mile and 2 of dem's back here in the woods through Moss Johnny's place, but he come when us went atter him, 'bout midnight, and dat's a comfort to know he come. I asked, what was the matter with Alice? Well, I'll tell you, Miss Ruby. She was back there with me in the kitchen, and I got through eating and I come out and set down in the swinger to get some air. The moon was shining, and Alice come out, saying loud as she could, "Who is you? Who is you?" The chillun run to her with a lamp and I run, and 'twant nobody dear. Well, Alice said 'twas a big man standing right side her dressed in black, and she called it death. Us couldn't do nothing with her, and she didn't know nobody, me nor the chillun, so I went to Livingston atter Dr. McCain, and he come and set with her, 'bout a hour. He said 'twas the cute digestion or sompin lak dat. I knowed 'twant no spirit. I don't believe in nothing lak dat. Well, I said, I don't know, Josh, I've been hearing some ghost tales that freeze the blood in my veins. Yassum, said Josh, if you wants to hear ghost tales, I can show tell case I seed dis here with my own eyes. 'Tain't no made up nothing, neither, jes sompin I seed jes lak I tells you. Green Hale and Isham Matthews belonged to New Hope Church, and the Reverend Bird Hall pastored there. They axed me down to hear him preach one night, and us three, me and Green and Isham, was riding alongside and side. I's riding a mule, but it was a fast mule, and Green couldn't keep up, and Isham said, somebody been hunting. I looked up and 'twas a sapling right, crossed the road. He said, fellow oughtn't leave nothing lak dat. When the moon get low, it hit him in the face. The moon was straight up and down den, and I said, that's right, and I's telling you the truth, dat sapling jes riz up, turned around, in the air, and the brush part tickled my mule and Isham's hoss in the face. If you ever seed buck and rare and jump up, they show did. Then they took off down the road, and we didn't hold back, and here come Green. We left him behind, 'cause his mule couldn't keep up. If you ever heard a man pray more earnester dan old Green, I ain't. He come down the road yelling, Lord, us live together, let us die together. He meant for us to wait on him, but I couldn't hold dat mule, and I want trying to hold him. I was getting away from dar. When us come together, us was a mile from where us done been, then us had to decide what to do. Isham said for us to go with him, and Green said no, us nearer to his house. But us want near to nobody and I was so scared, hadn't been for Alice, I'd a just stayed right where us was till sunup. I said, no, every man better take care his own self, and us did. When I got home, I didn't take nothing off dat mule but myself. I just left him standing at the do with the saddle on. What skeered Green so, was a man, he said, what was ridin' right side him and didn't have no head. 'Twas a good thing he didn't tell me dat den, I'd jest knockily drap dead. No I don't 'zactly believes in ghosties, but I heerd Mr. Marshall Lee say he was riding on home one night and a woman stepped out in the road and say, "Marshall, let me ride." He say, "My hoss won't tote double." She say, "Yes it will," and she jump up behind him, and dat hoss bucked and jumped nigh, 'bout from under him, but when he got home, she wa'n't dear. He say, his sister had jest died and it mout been her. 'Nother time, one Friday night, Alice say us better get a possum for Sunday. She say she didn't want none caught atter midnight on sad day. I went down where I knowed dey was Simmons, and dem dogs never treed nothing. Dey jest run round dat Simmon tree lak dey gone crazy. I'm telling you the truth, some pin jump outer dat tree, had a head backwards and forwards and look lak a flame shooting out at eyes. 'Twant lak no possum I ever seed, 'twant lak nothing. Dem dogs, Liz and Roger and Cuba, made a bludge at me. Cotton was waist high, and I run down to Cotton Row and crossed the road and they trail me. I say, "What ail you, dogs?" And they jest come on a barkin', and they run me to the bridge over Concobier. So I clum on the banisters. I see they had my trail and they gonna catch me, so I turned round and tore out for the slough. They lost my trail dear and when I got home, 'bout daylight, the thorns and the briars and all done tore my clothes plumb off me. 'Twas teary days, for I ever seed dem dogs agin. And I kin tell you somepin else. It's jest lak I say, I's always been a hunter, and one night I went down into Post Oak woods hunting by myself. This is a fact, 'tain't no lie. It's what I done. I had a mighty good dog, and I jest kept walking, and I got mighty nigh to Mr. Redhead Jim Lee's place, and I walked on and at her while I seed I'd lost my dog. I couldn't see him now har and I couldn't hear him now har, and den somepin say to me, jest lak dis, "Josh, blow your horn." Jest lak dat, lak somebody talking to me. Well I give 3 loud, long blows and set deer a while longer but dat dog didn't come. Cose I knowed he'd come sometime, and so I jest set deer on dat log and I jest turned a fool, I reckon, but 'twas jest lak somebody talking to me, lak it 'peared to me was whispering, "Josh, you out here in dese woods by yourself. You blowed dat horn and your enemy heard you. You's a fool, you is." And I whispered back, "That's a fact." I couldn't hear what it was whispering to me, but us jest talked back to one nother, and 'bout dat time I look up and here come 3 men ridin' on new saddles with shiny buckles gwine, squeechy, squeechy, jest lak dat. I hears the hosses feed jest as natural as could be. I thought show I seed and it 'pears to look clean outer reason, but dem men come riding right on up to me, and I jump over dat log and lay down flat on the other side. And it looked lak I could see right through dat log and heard dem say, "Dar he is," and I seed dem p'inting dey finger right where I was. I knowed dem hosses gwinneter step over de log on top me, and I's telling you the truth, I jump up from hind dat log and run 'bout 2 miles, and if it hadn't been for dat slough, I don't know where I'd a went. I come to myself in the middle of dat water, up to higher, waist high, and dar was my dog, old Cuba, done treed of possum. The fust thing I 'members 'bout slavey time, I want nothing but a boy, 'bout 15 I reckon, that's what Moss Johnny Horn say. Us belong to Moss Ike Horn, Moss Johnny's pa, right here on dis place where us is now, but dis here didn't belong to me den, dis here was all Moss Ike's place. Moss Ike's gin got outer fix and we couldn't get it fixed. Colonel Lee had 2 gins and one of them was just below old Turner House. Recollect a big old hickory tree? Well dar's where it was. I was plenty big 'nough to drive de mules to de gin. Set on de lever and drive jest lak a lasses mill, so dat night Moss Ike told us he want everybody go with him to Colonel Lee's gin next morning, and didn't want nobody to get out and go ahead of him. Dat held up de ginning. Made us not go to de gin house tell sunup. Us got de mules and Jess waited. Twixt daylight and sunup, us all standing dar at de gate and we heard a little fine horn up de road. Us didn't know what it meant coming to de house. And bimeby Mr. Beasley, what lived not fur from Moss Ike, he rode up and had 5 dogs, 5 nigger dogs, what dey call and soon as he come, Moss Ike's hoss was saddled up and Moss Ike and him rode off down de road and de dogs with head of us. Us followed long behind stay close as dey low us, to see what dey was up to. When dey got close to de gin house right side de road, dey stop us and Mr. Beasley told Old Brown to go ahead. Old Brown was de lead dog and had a bell on him and dey was fastened together with a rod, just lack steers. He turned loose, and den he popped de whip and hollered at Old Brown and told him, nigger. Old Brown hollered lack he hit. He want to go. And dey was a fence on both sides made it a lane, so he put Old Brown over the fence on the gin house side, and told Brown to go ahead. He went ahead and run all around the gin house and dey let him in the gin room and he grabbed lead in the cottonseed in a hole. Den somebody holler, Guinea Jim, I looks and I didn't see him. Didn't nobody see him, but dey know dat's where he been hiding. Mr. Beasley told Old Brown he just fooling him, and Old Brown holler agin, lack he killing him, and Mr. Beasley say, go get dat nigger, and Old Brown started way from dar lack he hadn't been hunting nothing, but he went around and around dat gin and Mr. Beasley told him he hadder do better dan dat where he'd kill him, 'cause he hadn't come dar for nothing. Brown made a circle around dat gin way down to the fence dat time, and he was so fat he couldn't get through the fence. You know what sort of fence, a rail fence it was. Den he stop and bark for help. Now I see dis with my own eyes. Dey put Brown on top the fence and he jump way out in the road, didn't stay on the fence. He jump and run up and down in the road, and couldn't find no scent of Jim. You knows how dey used to make dem rail fences. Well, Brown come back dar, and dis is the truth, so help me God. He bark, look lack, for dem to lift him back up on the fence, and bless God, if dat dog didn't walk dat rail fence lack he walking a log, as fur as from here to dat gate yonder, and track Jim just lack he was on the ground. He fell off once, and dey had to put him back, and he run his track right on to where Jim jumped off the fence way out in the road. Old Brown run right cross the road to the other fence and treed agin on t'other side the road toward Concabia. Old Brown walked the fence on dat side the road a good piece, just lack he done on the other side, and dem other dogs, he hadn't never turned dem loose. When Brown he jump off dat fence, he jump just as fur as he kin on the fiel side, lack he gwine catch Jim lack a gnat or some pin, and he never stop barking no more, just lack he jumping a rabbit. Den, Mr. Beasley turned dem other dogs loose dat he hadn't never turned loose, case he say Old Brown done got the thing straight. And he had it straight. Dem dogs run dat track right on down to Concabia and crossed it to the Blackshire side. Dey was a big old straw field dar den and dey cross it and come on through dat field, all dem dogs barkin' just lack dey looking at Jim. Reckly, dey come up on Jim running with a pine brush tied behind him to drag his scent away, but it didn't bother Old Brown. When dem dogs gin to push him, Jim drapped the brush and run back toward Concabia. Now on Concabia deer used to be beavers worse den on Sucarnachee now. Dey was a big beaver dam twixt the bridge and the Hale place, and Jim run to dat beaver dam. You know when beavers build dey dam, dey cut down trees and let 'em fall in the creek, and pull in trash and brush same as folks, to dam the water up dar till it's knee deep. The dog seen him, Old Brown looking at him, just for he jump in, bove the dam right, mongst the trash and things dey drug in dar. Brown seed him and he jump in right behind him. Jim just dive down under the raft, and let he nose stick outer the water. Every once in a while Jim he put he head down under, he holding to a pole down dar, and once Mr. Beasley seed him, he just let him stay dar. Brown would swim 'bout 'mongst de brush, back'ards and for'ards, and terrically Mr. Beasley tole old Brown, go get him. Den all de men got poles and dug 'bout in de raft hunting him. Dey knowed he was dar, and Moss Ike had a pole gig gen around, trying to find him too. Den he told Mr. Beasley to give him the hatchet and let him fix he pole. He sharpened de pole right sharp, den Moss Ike start to jug around, wid de pole, and he kinder laugh to hisseff, case he knowed he done found Jim. 'Bout dat time Jim poke he head up and say, "Dis hear me," and everybody holler. Den he ax dem please, for God's sake, don't let dem dogs get him. Dey told him come on out. You see, Jim belonged to Miss Mary Lee, Mr. John Lee's ma, and his pa was kilt in de war, so Mr. Beasley was looking out for her. Well, dey took Jim outer dar, and Mr. Beasley whipped him a little and told him, "Jim, you put up a pretty good fight and I's gwine to give you a start for a run with de dogs." Jim took out towards Miss Mary's, and Mr. Beasley held old Brown as long as he could. Dey caught Jim and bit him right smart. You see dey had to let em bite him a little to satisfy de dogs. Jim could have made it, 'cept he was all hot and wore out. Dat's 'bout all I knows, 'cept us belonged to Moss Ike Horn, and fust us belonged to Mr. Price Williams, what run de hotel in Livingston. He took my grandma to Mobile, den he died. Us ma belonged to dey two chillun, Miss Nancy Gully, Mr. Jake's wife, and Miss Bert Blakeney. Moss Ike Horn was dey uncle, and us all come round to him, and us been here ever since. My mammy was in Campbell, and my pappy was John Horn, and us ain't never had no trouble with nobody 'bout nothing. We's having a barbecue on the 4th of July and us wants you to come down to it, if Alice gets along well, and I's gwine tell you 'bout Rod and Big John, and John Graverson when dey runned away and about how old man Jim Devers, Alice's steppa, hid em in de cave under he house where dey had as nice hams as I ever eat, coessy a little tainted, but show was good. Dem niggers was fat as beavers, jes set tin dar eatin' dat meat. And 'bout the time Moss Ike slip up on a heap of niggers at a frolic, 'twixt Sumterville and Livingston and put a end to the frolic. The niggers having a big dance, and Moss Ike and the paterrollers having a big run, said dey wanted to have some fun, and dey did. Said he eased up on em wid a white sheet round him and a big brush in he hand, and somehow or another, dey didn't see him tell he spoke. Den he holler, "By God, I'm bird blinding," and he say dem niggers tore down dem dirt chimleys and run tear off dat house. He say he ain't never heard sich a fuss in a corn field in his born days. What he mean 'bout bird blindin'? When you goes into canebrake it's so thick, you takes a light to shine the bird's eyes and blind em, den you kin catch em. Dat what he call bird blindin'. Yassum, Moss Ike in dat too. He couldn't stand for em to have no fun 'thout he in it. Come back on the 4th of July, and I's gwine tell you some show 'nuff tales. You sort of caught me when my min wa'n't zactly on it. I ain't had no sleep, jes set tin side de bed by Alice, catching a nod now and den. I's too sleepy to sing you no song, but one I locks is dis, it suits me now in my age. My late son is sinking fas. My race in nearly run. My strong's trial now is pa. My triumph jes begun. You come back and I'll sing the res, I's got to see 'bout things now. Interview with Emma L. Howard. Margaret Fowler, Fruithurst, Alabama. Is Massa Gwinner sell us? Mammy, is ol' Massa Gwinner sell us tomorrow? Yes, my chilly. War he Gwinner sell us? Way down south in Georgia. Aunt Emma L. Howard sat in a huge, old-fashioned rocking chair at her home, 170, Elmwood Street, Montgomery, and sang the old slave song. When she had finished, her memory recalled the time, years ago, when she was a slave on the plantation of William and Georgiana Shepherd in Lowndes County, between Max Switch and Morgansville. Dat was one of the saddest songs we sung in durin' slavery days, she mused. It always did make me cry. She thought a moment, smiled. "I 'members I was the only light nigger in the family," she said proudly. "I was brung up in the house with the white chillun. Twice a week I went to my mammy's cabin and took a bath. I had my own soft shoes and my own nightgown and jacket and played games with my massa's chilluns." She explained her duties about the big house as sweeping the rambling porches and yards. Sometimes she churned. Afterward she would join the white children and played most of the day. "We played hopscotch, ring roon the rosy and lots of yother things I can't 'member," she explained. "I must have been 'bout 7 years old then." Emma says she is 84 or 85, but she looks older. She remembers very little about her brothers and sisters. She can only recall Sist Sally, Sist Harriet and Sist Liza. Liza helped Aunt Evelina in the kitchen. Emma lifted her eyes toward the ceiling, endeavoring to recall the exact number of servants her master owned. Edie was the laundress, she recalled, and Perry, she was the weaver. Den dear was Becky, Melia, Aunt Mary, Ed, John, and Uncle George the houseman, who married Aunt Evelina. Jake was the overlooker, overseer. He was a great, big colored man. Dar was more, but I can't 'member. I was just a little shaver den. She remembers that the big house was huge and white with a beautiful parlor and guest room, where the visitors were entertained. Gigantic white columns rose in front of the house, and clusters of magnolias surrounded it. The slave houses were located about 200 yards back of the house. Massa Shepherd and Misty's Georgiana was both good and treated the servants kin, Emma said. "I 'members that I used to keep the flies offen Misty's Georgiana with a big fan, and once I went to sleep. She just laughed when she found me sleepin' dar beside her. Massa would only whup a slave fair 2 things, she recalled. One thing was if things weren't done up just right at hog killin' time, and the other was if a nigger weren't clean when he ported for work on Monday mornin's. Oh, Massa didn't do the whuppins hisself. Jake did it, but Massa sat dar on his horse to see dat only a certain number of licks was give. How did we feel 'bout a white man who would be overlooker? We called him white trash. He wasn't thought much of by anybody." Emma said that everyone went to church on Sundays and that she liked to sing the old religious hymns. When freedom came all the shepherd servants had been taught to read and write, she said, and each family had enough money to buy a little home. The master would make each family keep pigs, hens and such, then he would market the products and place the money aside for them, Emma explained. Talking further about work about the plantation, she said. Louisa cleaned the parlor and kept Misty's room nice. She took up a recital of work on the plantation. Adder dat she didn't do anything but sew, and Sist Liza hoped her with dat. After the weavin', we done sewin', and it took a lot of sewin' for dat family. Eve body had 2 Sunday dresses, summer and winter, as well as clothes for Eve day. For the men's suits the wool had to be took off and carded and got ready to make. But we had plenty of wool from our own sheep. When they killed the hogs for winter meat, they took some of the hands out of the field and let them hope. We had a smokehouse full of hams and middlings, and when rainy spells came, us chillun would rake up chips and leaves and make a smudge of smoke to keep the meat sweet. Massa Shepherd and Miss Georgiana was both mighty kin-hearted and treated their servants good. Once when Moss Shepherd sent us chilluns down to the station with a note, he say, "Now, go faz." But we played 'long the way and picked flowers. When we come steppin' back, he say, "I told you to hurry." I held out the flowers and say, "See, us brung you some flowers," but he take up a little switch and nettle my legs good. Massa always give us plenty of everything. On Friday us worked and washed, and on Sat tidy us cleaned for Sunday. Then on Sunday Massa would go round and have a mouthful at every house to see dat everything was done up just right, and if they wasn't, somebody got a whuppin' next day. When us went to church on Sunday, Massa Shepherd, Miss Georgiana and us 3 chilluns rode in the Rockaway. Dat was a carriage shaped mos like a bowl. The carriage was pulled by two big horses, and the coachman what sat up on the high seat had on a long double-breasted coat, shiny black boots and a tall silk hat. Massa had on a silk hat too, but he wore a tight-waisted coat. And Miss Georgiana, she looked like a bouquet. Emma L. Howard, Montgomery, Alabama. She didn't like to wear hoops, because she had sprained her ankle once and walked with a limp. She liked to wear thin, cool, flowery dresses with lots of ruffles and lace. She also wore a scoop of white straw, mighty soft over the ears and flarin' high and spreadin' over the face. It was filled with flowers and tied with long streamers of ribbon. Emma said that Mr. Shepherd died during the 2nd year of the war, and that it was whispered he was poisoned because he was so good to his niggers. Just before the war closed, she said, Mrs. Shepherd married again and later moved to Texas. I was took on as a cook by a rich family named Markiel, in Montgomery, she said. They treated me like I was their own daughter. I was loath to go out 3 nights a week, but no more, and I had to be home by 11 o'clock. I got engaged to be married and the boy had to ask for me. I 'membered dat Massa Markiel say, if you don't take good care of her I'll take her back. When the youngest daughter married she left me her veil and wreath, and they give me a wedding dress and shoes. My husband was a carpenter, and we lived in this house. When he died, I went to work for a family that once was the richest family in the state. They comes to see me every few days, and next week they are comin' for me to spend the day with them. The reason I has stayed so well is that folks has always been so good to me. Interview with Everett Ingram. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. My grandma raised plenty chillins. Uncle Everett Ingram mused, honey chilly, my grandmammy was the beatenest woman to have chillins dat you ever seen. I has hired dat she raised so many of dem dat she brung a mighty heap on the block, somewhere near $1,000. Uncle Everett is a familiar figure in East Opelika, where he has lived for years. He was a right good-sized scamp at freedom time and remembers much of what he has seen and heard. He was born in Russell County, the son of Prince and Fanny Ingram. They had 7 other children, Jerry, Clara, Reuben, Jep, Lula, Eugene and Lucy. Everett says of his life. Our house in the slave settlement was made of logs and had 1 room. It had a mud and stick chimney, a plank floor and a boxed-up bed with 1 leg at the foot. The mattress was stuffed with shucks and straw. My grandpappy, Prince Walden, and Lucy, his wife, come from Russell County, too, and belonged to the Covingtons. Later they was sold to Dr. Walden, at Uchi. When they come to Uchi the county was full of Indians. My grandpappy used to drink liquor with but grandma, she was scared and runned away to Columbus, Georgia. On her way there, my mammy was born in the woods. I 'members that when I was a strip of a boy, they cooked ash cake on leaves and the chillins eat pot liquor and bread and greens out'n wooden trays with wooden spoons. They would sit under the trees and eat. Each family had their own bowl, and us eat a plenty, too. In cold weather mammy kept all the chillins in the house by the fire. Master had us a 2-room house, case my mammy was the cook and weaver. They made their own silk den, too, and raised the silkworms. Us used to get mulberry leaves to feed the silkworms with us used indigo, which us cooked and used for dye. Us would wear any kind of clothes on every day and Sunday. And didn't have no shoes till us was big chillins. Ol' Marster and Ol' Mistus, Mr. Bill and Miss Lucy Ingram, lived in a big weatherboarded house with a wide hall and a chimney at each end. The kitchen was off from the rest of the house. I 'members that the overseer used to whip mammy and pappy, case they fight so much. He used to take my mammy to the carriage to whip her. Marster was in the war den. When he come home, the overseer tuck mammy by the hawn to the house and tell Marster 'bout havin' to whip her. He'd just shake his head, sad lack. He was mighty good to all of us. My grandpappy was put in the speculator drove, put on the block and sold. I, members dat mistus read the Bible to us and my mammy was converted by the white preacher. He baptized her. The colored folks used the white church and sat in the back. And, honey, they surely did have good times dancin' on Saturday nights. And, sometimes they would dance, till Sunday mornin'. When the corn needed shucklin', it was hauled up near the crib, and on a pretty moonlighted night Marster would pass round the liquor. It wouldn't be long, till they was all happy and had what they called a general. The general led all the hollers and songs. They surely did get that corn shucked fast, too. Grandmammy was a great doctor. Used give us turpentine and castor oil and Jerusalem oak fair worms. She'd give us all kinds of teas, too. Ike members dat grandmammy was also a midwife. Everett Ingram, Opelika, Alabama. The Yankees comed through the yard in May and told us, use free. The Yankees wasn't so good. They hung my mammy up in the smokehouse by her thumbs. Tips of her toes just touchin' the floor, case she wouldn't gree to give up her older chillins. She never did, neither. Daddy stole both the older chillins, dough, and went off. The Yankees stole provisions and stock and hauled 'em off. The news got to Uchi and everybody hid out, marsed her wid 'em. They hunted the money what was hid in the colored folks' beds, nearly $2,000. The jewelry was dear, too. They found some money at the big house and said, this money ain't worth a damn. But they tuck it just the same. I married Hattie Graves. Then I joined the church and was saved. Interview with Hannah Irwin. Gertha Couric, H.W., Eufaula. Ku Klux rides when the niggers starts trouble. On a high knoll overlooking the winding Chewalla Creek is a little one-room shack. Its rusty hinges and weather-beaten boards have seen many a glowing sunset. Have stood against many high winds and rains, they have for many years sheltered Aunt Hannah Irwin, ex-slave. Now the old Negro woman is too old and feeble to venture very often from her small home. She lives almost in solitude with her memories of the past, and an occasional visit from one of her old friends who perhaps brings her some fruit or a little money. Yas I'll be pleased to tell you 'bout what I remembers around the time of the war. Aunt Hannah sat stolidly in a chair that virtually groaned under her weight. And gave utterance to this sentiment through a large thick mouth, while her gold ear rings shook with every turn of her head, and her dim eyes glowed with memory's fires. Dear ain't much I can tell you, though, she went on, 'cause I was only 12 years old when the war ended. I was bound on Moss Bennett's plantation near Louisville, Alabama. Ma mammy's name was Hester and my pappy was named Sam. I remembers one night wrought atter the war when the restruction was a-goin' on. Dear was some niggers not far from our place dat said they was a-going to take some lawn dat warn't dears. Dear massa had been kilt in the war and warn't nobody, ceptin the misties and some chillins. Well, honey, dem niggers, mo dan 100 of 'em, commenced a riot and was a-talking things dat don't belong to 'em. Dat night the white lady she come over to our place wid a wild look on her face. She tell Massa Bennett what dem niggers is up to, and without sayin' a word, Massa Bennett put his hat on and left out the do. 'Twarn't long atter dat when some hosses was here down the road, and I look out my cabin window which was wrought by the road, and I saw Ackerman up through the trees a whole pack of ghosties. I thought they was, anyways. They was all dressed in white, and dear hosses was white and they galloped faster dan the wind wrought past my cabin. Den I hear the nigger say, the Ku Klux is atter somebody. Dem Ku Klux went over to dat lady's plantation and told dem niggers dat if and they ever heard of 'em startin' anything mo, dat they was a-goin' to tie 'em all to trees in de forest till they all died ef being hungry. Atter dat dese niggers all ruined Louisville, they kept mighty quiet. No ma'am, I don't believe in no conjurin'. Dese conjure women say dat they will make my hip well if and I gives 'em half my rations I gets fum de government, but I knows they ain't nothin' but low down, no count niggers. Speaking of the Ku Klux, Aunt Hannah. Were you afraid of them? Nah I warn't afeared of no Ku Klux. At first I though dat day was ghosties and den I was afeared of but atter I found out dat Massa Bennett was one of dem things, I was always proud of Hannah Irwin, Tr. Eufaula, Alabama. Well, what about the Yankees, she was asked. Did you ever see any Yankees, and what did you think of the ones that came through your place? Were you glad that they set you free? I suppose dem Yankees was all right in dear place, she continued, but dey neber belong in de South. Why, miss, one of dem ax me what was dem white flowers in de fiel. You'd think dat a gentman wid all dem decorations on hisself woulda knowed a fiel of cotton. And as for dey a settin' me free. Miss, us niggers on de Bennett place was free as soon as we was bound. I always been free. Interview with Martha Jackson. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Heaps of dem yaller gals got sont in ORF. When the war fuss started, said Martha Jackson, who was born in 1850. Dey wouldn't let none of de colored people go to ch thout dey had a pass, and mighty few white folkses would give a pass. Dear was a heap of men, hit mout have been 6 or 12, my recollection is short, but anyhow 'twas just a big crowd, what went backwards and forwards just lak sure fs and de calls des de paterolers. Ef de white folks give de niggers a pass, den dey could go, and ef dey was to go thout one, dem paterolers would have a runnin' though de woods jest lak dey was a lot of deer, and ef dey ever cotch dey'd take to dey marster and he'd jest naturally wear out. Den dey didn't low for to go nowheres much, eben when de plantation jay and one another did, dey'd catch over deer and fetch back and dey'd get hooped in, and dat's zactly how come a heap runned away. I knowed a nigger onct what was gone nigh, 'bout a year, and he wa'n't gone nowhere but right up de big road a piece, livin' in a cave what he dug outer de side a clay bank. And Miss Betty say, Marthy, where you reckon Dan at? And I never said nothin'. De paterolers couldn't find him or nobody, and he ain't never showed hisself in daylight, tell he peered up atter de surrender. And I knowed a woman named Tishy, Miss Molly's house sarvant. She run away, case dey so mean to her, I reckon, and de colored folks harbored her and hid her up in de grain house wid de peas and sec lack, stead her down in de corn crib. And whoever 'twas trade her I ain't sayin', but a crowd dem paterolers come and got her one night, and tuck her away, and I ain't neber seed Tishy no mo. And one ol Marsa's niggers, little boy he go by, he tuck on mightly, case dey say he wanted to marry Tishy. I know he fotch her up in de quarter fair ter get her sompin to eat atter de white folks done sleep. But couldn't nobody marry, twant load, outer one or t'other de ol Marsa greed to buy both and ef dey didn't, gree you show, better keep way fum day place. And ol Marsa and Miss Molly didn't neber gree. I hear some say one dem paterolers had 'bout 3 sets er colored chillin over deer, and some favored Tishy, and every time hit come time fair, yaller gals ter work in de fiel, dey got sarnt north. I reckon, case he never wanted see his own blood get beat up, and dat Jim Barton was cruel overseer, chose your bound. 'Twas a heap of dem yaller gals got sarnt north from Roon, here show was. Martha says most of the mayonnaise of pre-war days on the plantations may be charged up to cruel overseers. Ol Marsa's wife's sister had a husband what kep de meanest overseer durin' de war dat I ever is seed, she declares. Dat man would make niggers on de plantation plow up a big fiel big as all over yonder and den check hit fair corn. And check in corn in runnin' a straight row clean, cross de fiel, both ways, and hit make a check 'bout 2 feet square. Den he'd make de niggers drap a grain corn right in de middle every check, and ef hit didn't come up straight as dese here fingers on my han, he'd snatch hit up and make eat hit right den and dear. Stock and all, thout ever bilin' hit a anything. And that almighty NRTHOU in the middle UV a spell UV sickness shows yo, bound. But dat didn't make no difference to dat man. And stitter dat, he'd nigh, bout beat, ter def ef day, sputed his word bout hit, but den dey didn't sput, case dey was so skeered when dey drappin' hit dat hit ain't gwinter come up straight lak he say. Dat dey couldn't drap hit good as dey could UV drapped hit. Case dey so skeered dey couldn't. Dem niggers jest naturally shuck lak dey havin' de black ague chill soon as dey heerd him a comin'. And when de paterols told him de niggers was a risin', case dey found papers bout in de cabins, he nigh, bout kilt em. Some of dem niggers run, way down in de woods lak deers and clam up in de trees, case he sought dogs on em and some UVM stayed in a cave in de clay bank and tuck to comin' up to us house nights after vittles. And dat overseer man would send em paterolers jest lak dey was de sheriff down to fotch em back, and he'd say, dead or alive, don't make no difference. And sometimes dem dogs be done nigh, bout chewed dem niggers up. Den he'd whoop em show nuff. 'Twas a long and a wide stiff leather strop at he had what hung back UV his due, and hit had big rune holes in hit, and he'd get him a pot of warm salty water and set hit down by his side. Den he had cotched a nigger and put his feet in the long block, and somebody helped dey Hans, and he strip stark naked, and he stretch cross a log, and he dipped a long stiff leather strop with de rune holes in hit in de briny salt water. And den look out, case he comin' down on dat pug nigger's naked bottom. De holes in de strop dey sucks flesh up in THOOM, and de niggers a hollerin' and everybody so skeered dey right ashy, and dey can't nobody say a mumblin' word case dey so skeered. Martha Jackson, Tr. Livingston, Alabama. Lawdy, dem was tribulations. One of dese here, omans was my auntie and she say dat she scacely called to min, he hoopin' her, case she was a breeder woman, and brought in chillin' every 12 months jest lak a cow bringin' in a calf. And she say, dat what make her mo valbly to her ol' Mars ter. He orders she can't be put to no strain, case in UV dat. And she say she give him praise on his gretty grave fair dat. But dem others he worked day and night, Saturday and Sunday 2 USE show, ter hear dem women UV or night batten, de CLOES on her log in creek with de stick. But FO, long dat man tuck sick, and he believed in conjuration but spite everything he done he got worser and FO, long he died. So dey sarnt down in de woods and all over de plantation are lookin' fair de niggers to come to de big house, case dey overseer was dead. And here dey comes a shoutin' and a clappin', dey Hans and a hollerin', sompin' awful. Old John Bell is dead and gone. I hopes he's gone to hell. And dat was de one'ls time I's ever seen dem niggers happy on dat plantation, tell Atter S. Render. Interview with Jane. Mildred Scott Taylor, Georgiana, Alabama. Did they own us or we own them? Yas, chillin', I, members de wa, case I was here when the Yankees come tearuffin', I was about 14-year-old. Ol' Marster he went off to de wa wid a whole passel of sojers, and he been gone a long time, and nobody to home to look atter de plantation, 'cep ol' Misty's and Unker Jude, what was ol' Marster's fust slave he ebier owned. Ol' Marster and Unker Jude was born de same day, and ol' Marster's pappy gin Unker Jude to him, whence dey was leetle bitsy babies. When ol' Marster might ol' Misty's, dey was young folks, and dey moved to his own plantation. He tuck Unker Jude with him, and Unker Jude was de CAIG driver. When ol' Marster went off ter de wa, he tol' Unker Jude ter look atter ol' Misty's and everything on de place, twell he come back. Whilst ol' Marster gone to de wa, Unker Jude was overseer for ol' Misty's, and he made de niggers work harder dan ol' Marster did, to make coan, and oats, and fodder, and meat fair de sojers. Ol' Misty's made de women's card bats, and spin and weeb on de loom. What loom look lak? It look lak loom, dat what it look lak, what you spec it look lak. All de women's, white and black, wook hard makin', jeans fair de soldiers CLOs and makin', Lindsay fair de women CLOs. Us didn't have no other CLOs, 'cept dem Lindsay, but dey show was good UNSN loss long time, if'n you didn't stand, too close ter de fire and, scorch em. Us kep' hearin' of de Yankees comin', and one mornin' ol' Misty she say, Jane, you go down ter de front gate and stay dar and watch and see if'n de Yankees comin' down de big road, and when you sees em, you run tell me quick. Bimeby, I seed de Yankees comin' about a mile down de road, and I run tell ol' Misty's, and she called de womens and dey run down tier off de orchard to de big woods. And I run tell Uncle Jude and he unhitched de mules and lead em down ter de big gully behind de fiel. Ol' Misty's told me to run back to de house, quick, fo, de Yankees get dar, and get her gold watch and chain outen de bureau drawer. But de Yankees comin' whilst I was gettin' de watch and chain, and one ob grabbed it outen by han and put it in his pocket and tol' another Yankee, "ISE gwine tek dis home to my gal." De house and de yard was plumb full of Yankees and dey rid dey hosses and tore up eviting, lookin' for money and jewelry. Dey ax me where it was hid, and I tol' em I didn't know and dey said I was lyin', and if'n I didn't tell em, dey would kill me lak damn rebel, and I sho was scairt. Dey et up all de sumpen to eat in de kitchen and tuck all de meat and meal outen de smokehouse and didn't lef bus nuttin', and dey went to de crib and tuck every year coen and all de fodder and put it in wagons and tuck em off. De Yankees ax me don't I wanter be free and I say, no, Sue, and dey say ever'body gwine be free and I won't hab ter wook fair ol' Mars ter no mo. Den dey ax me whar ol' Mars ter at, and I say, he gone to wa, and dey ax me whar ol' Misty's, and I say, I dunno whar she at, she done gone off summas. Dey ax me whar de guns, and I tol' em US didn't have no guns. Dem Yankees might'er been dar till yit, if'n one ob hadn't rid his hoss ober a be gum and man. Dem bees and dem Yankees sho did mess up. In about a minute dear want no Yankees now har 'cept down de big road war de dust jes fog gin up. 'Bout a week some mo Yankees come, but dey muster heerd 'bout de bees, kase dey lef dey hosses outside de big gate and walked up to de house, but dey didn't stay long, kase dey want nuffin lef atter de fust Yankees done to up everything. And when dey ready to go dey tuck dey guns and stood way off and shoot de beat gums all to pieces, and dey flewed around and bus had to stay way 12 night. Uncle Jude, he wook all night long, makin' be gums outen a hollow log, and next day he hive ebery one ob dem bees and put em in de new gums, and de bees dey tote all day honey and put it in de new gums fas as dey could make comb ferret. Dem bees show was smart. When de wa done gone, ol' Mars ter he come, wid one he arms shot plumb off, and ol' Misty's she cry, she so glad to see him and Uncle Jude he cry and hug ol' Mars ter, and us all cry and tek on. We so glad ol' Mars ter come back and so sorry he arm shot off. Ol' Mars ter tell all de niggers dey free now and don't hatter wook fair him no mo, and some de young niggers went off atter de Yankees, and neber did come back, but de res ob us jes stayed right whar we is. Us had a mighty hard time for a long time, but the white folks had the same hard time and us didn't mek no diffunce. I might Rufus and us raise a big family right dar on ol' Marster's plantation, and outen us 12 chillens, ain't nary one eber seen de inside ob de jailhouse. I raise my chillens jes lak ol' Misty's raise her and dat's de way to raise em, to wook and keep outen debilment. Ol' Mars ter dead and gone and ol' Misty's too, but I 'members em jes lak dey was, when dey looked atter us whence we belonged to em or dey belonged ter us, I dunno which it was. De times was better fo de wa. Us had good things to eat and plenty of it, and we had good CLOs and clean CLOs fair Sunday. Dat's mo and some triflin' niggers got now. I goes to church and sings and prays, and when de good Lord teks me, ISE ready to go, and I specs to see Jesus and ol Misties and ol Marster when I gets to the he Benley lawn. Interview with Hilliard Johnson. Ruby Pickens Tart, Livingston, Alabama. Hoodooin' the dogs. Uncle Hilliard Johnson and his wife Callie live on the Johnson place about 3.5 miles from Livingston, Alabama. The same place Hilliard was brought as an infant of 2 in slavery days. He and Callie tend their own little patch of ground and they own a mule. White friends patch up the gaps in their financial structure and everybody knows them. Uncle Hilliard pulled up his mule in front of my house and climbed down from the high seat, leaving Callie sitting placidly in the sun. He came around to the kitchen door and announced that he was here. CASE he got the word I wanted to ax him somepin. Uncle Hilliard, I said, I want to hear all about you and your family and whom you belonged to in slavery time. Well, Miss Ruby, if'n you is knowed me all dese years and still don know who I'm is, and my family is, and who us belong to, dey ain't no use of me stoppin' now to tell you. Sides, I's sick. I's been to the horspital in York, Dr. Hills, and he wants to operate. I's skeered of the knife and ain't got no money neither. I can't eat nothin' but tomato soup. Dem show, is nice ones you got dear on the chef, and oyster soup and rice soup and all lack dat. Can't eat no rough victuals lack collards. I ain't gettin' on well at'll, but I'll 'blige you a while. I was thinkin' other day 'bout you and dem ol' spiritual hymns I leads out to Mount Pilgrim. You's got, oh Lord, I'm a-waitin' on you, ain't you? I knowed you had dat 'bout and I can't do nothin' until you comes. Sho can't. Well, here's one you ain't got. CASE hits a really old spiritual my grandma used to sing. I's sorter hoarse today, but hit go. Jes' carry me and bury me. I'll rise at the comin' day. Jes' carry me and bury me. I'll rise at the comin' day. Now dat's jest the chorus and the verse say. When I was in my worldly ways, nobody had nothin' to say. Now I'm ridin' the pale white hoss. Everybody got something to say. Den the chorus in, and hits a pretty one shows you bound. I mentioned the figure of speech, pale white hoss, but he didn't know nothin' 'bout no figures. And another one, dey is so many, let me see. Here one but I jest can't call to mind a heap of verses. Trouble here and dey's trouble dear. I really do believe dear's trouble everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Den hit goes on and tell 'bout de moaner, says. Oh, dey's a moaner here, dey's a moaner dear. I really do believe dey's a moaner everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Oh dey's a sinner here, dey's a sinner dear. I really do believe dey's a sinner everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Oh, dey's a Christian here, dey's a Christian dear. I really do believe dey's a Christian everywhere. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Swing low, chariot, I'm gwine home. Den dey's a heap of to dat song lak a deacon and a member and a prayer and a singer, jes' a whole passel dem verses, but I reckon dem will do today. Now what else you want? CASE dem mules is tired and I is too. Sides I got to see a man and Callie in the wagon and she's hot too. You knows Callie, she my wife, my second wife, and us got 12 chillun in all, growed and married. Us still live on the Johnson place 3.5 miles from Livingston right hon side the Old Boyd Road west from town. Us belong to Miss Ella Johnson, she was us young misties, and Mr. Nep Johnson, that's the onliest ones I ever knowed. My mammy, Frances Johnson, and my pappy, Alf Johnson, come from down 'bout Kubi Station. Young Miss ASS bought I reckon and my grandma, Rachel Johnson. Fust thing I knowed, us was livin' on Johnson Place. Dey was good to us, 'bout 75 of us altogether, I reckon. All I, members, dey looped de bridle rein over my feet and let de mule drag me all over de orchard. It hurt my head. And dey beat some of em up scanlouse, but dey was pretty good to me, I reckon. See, I wa'n't so ol', jes' a young boy in slavery time, but I recall young massa told Tom, a young nigger dear, one time not to go to de frolic. Clean up dem dishes and go ter bed, he say. And Tom said, Yasu, but Moss nep watch Tom teach oo to do, and adder while Tom slip out and away he went, wid young Massa right, him. He got deer and found Tom cuttin' ground shuffle big as anybody. Young Massa called him, Tom, he say, Tom, didn't I tell you you couldn't come to dis frolic? Yasu, says Tom, you sho did, and I jes come to tell em I couldn't come. Young Massa didn't hurt Tom none, but I is seed em strip em plumb necked and nigh, bout kill em. I did see em kill old Colin, but dey done dat wid a shotgun jes cse dey couldn't control him. Did they have nigger dogs, you say? Yassum, dey sho did, but I'm tellin' you de truth now some of de black folks knowed how to get away from dem nigger dogs jes lak dey wa'n't deer. Mr. Joe Patton, you know Mr. Joe Patton don, you? Young Mr. Joe, I'm talkin' 'bout what's over here in town and used to be de sure FF. Well, in his day, he done seed a nigger who do dem dogs case dey had nigger dogs after surrender too. I kin tell you what I seed, but what dey done now, I don't know, I couldn't tell you dat. But hit was a fair day, fair as 'tis now, and dey sot de dogs on dat nigger and fo, you knowed hit dat nigger done lef, deer and had dem dogs treein' a neck tree. TW ain't nobody dear. Dey calls hit hoodooin' de dogs. And ISE seen hit more times than one. Time I tell you 'bout, Mr. Patton was AG in. 'Twas a feller right here in town. I forgets his name but he was a tall nigger, married Dennis Coleman's daughter. You members Dennis Coleman, had dat gal called Hetty? Well, he married Hetty, and he hooped her up mightily. She ported on him to the sheriff, and he went to get him. I can't think what dat nigger go by now, but anyhow Mr. Patton couldn't catch him and he sot de dogs on him and dey couldn't catch him. Dey knowed which away he went, down 'bout Bear Creek on Miss Mamie Smith's place in de Flatwoods. TWA ain't no trouble to catch nobody down deer, but dem dogs couldn't do hit, and fust thing you know he run back to Hattie's. Now jes give me a few tomatoes, Miss Ruby, and I muse cut dis short. Dey's a cloud comin' up over yonder by Peter's washpot and dat's when us gets a rain. I got a fur piece to go for a old man. Yassum, ISE nigh, 'bout 79 years old and poorly. Interview with Randolph Johnson. Morgan Smith, H.W., Birmingham. Randolph and the Little Cripple. Randolph Johnson, age 84, although he admits he was "jes' a little pickaninny" when the war between the states began, still recalls with vivid clarity the days of his childhood on the old plantation. Unlike most of the former slaves, he never worked hard. His hours were too filled with the joy of playing, for he belonged to a little crippled boy about his own age and guarded over him all the time. At night the little white master and his small black playmate slept in the same room, the latter having a pallet that he spread on the floor. During the day both little white and black played in the shade of the cedars on the grassy lawn. The kindly white owner of the plantation was always good to Randolph. Never a cross word was spoken to him, he says. But one day, Randolph said, the little massa took very sick. Dey wouldn't even let me see him. I had a feelin' trouble was a comin', 'cause a little massa never did have no real life like other boys. He was always a lookin' lak a sick puppy. I goos de law just wanted him fo hisself, and he took him. Adder dat I was put to work on a mule dat turned the wheel of de cotton gin. He just walk around in circles lak de mule dat's pullin' a syrup press. Den de war came, and all de good clothes dat we had made on de loom turned to tatters. De food got low, some of de slaves run away and some of our houses was burned by de Yankees. After the war, the massa came back and told us niggers dat we want slaves no mo. Said we could go, but if we wanted to stay we could do dat too. He gib each family dat stayed a mule, a cow, some tools and money enough to run em till they could get the crop harvested. He was the best massa dat any nigger ever had. Den I come to Birmingham. I worked on the railroad day was puttin' through. I was a big nigger and I could make the others step. I was about 6 feet 3 inches and weighed near 200 pounds. I knowed my ol' massa would have been proud of me if he coulda seed me a workin' on the railroad and a liftin' dem ties and a sweatin' wid dem rails. I wished I coulda been in his cotton field and a heard him talkin' fair like instead o' be listenin' to dat foreman jibbin' us to de bill, 'bout bein' lazy when we was a workin' ourselves nearly to death. Den one day I saw the foreman slap a nigger fo drinkin' at the dipper too long. The nigger picked up a shovel and slam him in the haid, and run. Back in the slavery days they didn't do somethin' and run. They run befo they did it, cause they knew dat if they struck a white man dear want goin' to be no nigger. In dem days they run to keep from doin' somethin'. Nowadays they do it and den they runs. Interview with Abraham Jones. G.L. Clark. The patriarch Abraham saw the stars fall. A lot of water passes under the bridge in 112 years. I thought of that as I talked to Abraham Jones, 112-year-old ex-slave of Village Springs, Alabama. Uncle Abe says he was born August 1, 1825, in Russell County, Alabama. Perhaps the day, the month and the year may not be exactly accurate. But they are near enough. He recalls the falling of the stars, the removal of the Indians from Russell County and the settlement of Auburn and other towns in that section. His great age is not apparent in his looks, actions or natural faculties. His hair is thin and white, but no more so than that of many men half his age, and his hearing is good. The mellow voice so characteristic of his race, is strong. He stands as straight as a soldier. And he works regularly to earn a living for his family. When we found him he was laying a flagstone walk in hard clay soil, and there was power in the swing of his pick and his tamping axe. His regular daily chores include milking a cow and chopping wood. Abraham Jones, Village Springs, Alabama. He describes the phenomenon of falling stars as an event that occurred when he was a little shaver, about 8-year-old. November 13, 1833 was the date. Yes, sir, I saw the stars fall. Some folks say they didn't never fall but I seen 'em. They fell just like pitch from a torch, zip, zip, and big cracks come in the ground. I was set tin on the end of the porch, and I watched 'em. Dear was so many grown people crowed into the house, ain't no use for me to try to get in so I just sot still. We had a big sill under our house, more than a foot thick, and so many people crowded in the house till dear weight broke the sill. They was cryin' and hollerin' but the stars didn't hurt nobody. They just fell and went out, and I don't know where they went den, maybe into dem cracks in the ground. The cracks stayed a long time and it was dangerous for the people to go about at night, they might fall into the cracks. One of dem I remember was 2 feet across and so deep they couldn't find no bottom wid a long pole. I reckon dem stars kept fallin' for about a hour. Folks thought the end of time was comin' and everybody got right after dat. Back at that time the country was not settled much and dear was lots of Indians. My grandpappy was a full-blooded Indian but I don't know what kind. The Indians was good people but if they thought you had done them wrong they'd kill you right now. I saw some of them when they left that country. They women carried the babies in some sort of sacks, hung down in front of them, and the men carried some of the bigger chillun on they shoulders. They didn't have no property, just lived wild in the woods. Abraham Jones' backyard, Village Springs, Alabama. A few years after the stars fell, a passel of people from the other side of Columbus, Georgia, moved over and started the town of Auburn so they could have a place for a school. Before the war my people took me up to Blunt County, and when the war come they left me to run the grist mill. I was the first man in Alabama to try to grind a bushel of oats. I ground too. A lady brung the oats and asked me could I grind and I told her I would try. She say they didn't had nothin' for the chillun to eat. I ground the oats, and told her, "Ol' Misties, I knows just how 'tis and I'll be glad to give you a peck of meal if you will use it." She say, "Of course I will, just put it in with the oatmeal, and I sure will appreciate it." Her husband was off to the war and she didn't had no way to feed the chillun. I was workin' on the road a long time after the war and was tellin' the men about dat when her son hear me. She had told him about it and so he went home and told her he had found me. She sent word back for me to go to her house and let her see if I sure 'nuff was the same man. So I went and when she see me she say, "Yes, he is the same man," and she called her husband and the other chillun and told him about it. Her husband say, "Well, dey is just one thing we can do. If he ever need a place to stay or victuals to eat, we must see dat he gets dem." In slavery time I belonged to Massa Frank Jones, and Timothy Jones was the overseer on the place. Frank Jones had 2 plantations, the one where I was born and another one close to Columbus. People ask me sometimes what kind of house I was born in and I tell him I wa'n't born in no house, and I warn't, I was born in the middle of the big road. Abraham Jones House, Village Springs, Alabama. It's gettin' to where it's mighty hard for me to go now and do the work to make some pen for us to eat. I can't get about so fast and my head bother me a lot. I been workin' a long time now, and you does get tired after 100 years of workin'. On his wrists were circlets of heavy cord. I asked him why they were there and he explained. To keep the pain out. Dey keeps it out putty good but if you can get a little leather band with a buckle on it, dat is better yet. I wears dese all the time. Interview with Emma Jones. Mrs. Preston Klein, Opelika. Emma tells how to make them teeth easy. Emma Jones, 83 years old, was born in the Chattahoochee Valley between West Point and Columbus, Georgia. She is very alert though quite deaf. White folks, she began, I belonged to Moss Wiley Jones and his wife, Misty's Melba. I lived in a little 2-room log cabin with high tester beds and mattresses filled with corn shucks. Our food den was a way better than the stuff we eats today. It was cooked on a fireplace made outen rocks with big hooks fastened into the side to swing the pots around on. Us cooked hoe cakes on a 3-legged skillet dat sot over hot coals and us had a big oven for to bake meat and corn bread in. Dear ain't nothin' like it nowadays, no Ol' Massa had a big garden and we used to get de vegetables we eat his garden. The folks was plenty good to us. Sometimes the mens would hunt possums and rabbits and wild turkeys. We sho loved dem possums smothered in taters. And talkin' 'bout medicines. Let me tell you a sho 'nuff cure for a baby dat's havin' a hard time teethin'. Just put a string of coppers round he neck and he won't have no trouble at all. Us used to do dat to the little white chilluns and the black uns too, specially in hot weather when they just seem to have the misery. Adder us got to be big gals, us wore cotton dresses and drawses in hot weather, and when it get cold, we had to wear long drawses and homespun wool dresses and home-knitted socks and shoes dat the cobbler made in his shop. You know, white folks, we used to make near 'bout everything dat West needed to run a body rot on our plantation. Us had everything. On Sunday us wore gingham and calico dresses and I maed in a Swiss dress. I worked as a house gal and when Miss Sarah maed I went with her to nuss her chilluns. Besides Miss Sarah dear was Mr. Billy, Mr. Crick, Miss Lucy and Miss Emma. They had 2 uncles and a aunt of dears lived dear too. We had a happy family. At night some of the house niggers would gather round the fire, and Misties would read us the scriptures, and the white chilluns get tired and slip out to do, but us little niggers couldn't afford to do dat, us had to stay dear whether us liked it or not. Sometimes de massa let de niggers dance and frolic on Saturday nights, but we warn't load to go often de plantation, none septin de ones dat had a wife or husband on another plantation, den dey could only stay for a short time. Sometimes us could go off to church, and I remembers a baptism in de creek. Some of dem niggers most got demselves drowned. Dey warn't used to so much water and dey would come up outen de creek a spittin' and a cuffin' lack de bill had a holt of dem. Dear was so much shoutin' I s'pose everybody 10 miles around could hear dem niggers a carryin' on in de creek. Durin' de war, my mammy helped spin cotton for de soldiers' clothes, and when de Yankees come through, us hid all de valuables in de woods. Us had to feed dem and dear hosses too. Dey eat up near 'bout everything we had on de place. Dear warn't no schools in dem days for us colored folks. Us learned de scriptures, and by listenin' to de white folks talk. Interview with Hannah Jones. Pt. Hicks, Greensboro. Aunt Hannah has 100 descendants. Aunt Hannah Jones lives with her daughter in a small 4-room house on Tuscaloosa Street, Greensboro. Lottie, she said, it's been so long dat I's mos forgot 'bout dem slavery days, but I was bound, in Bunker Hill, Amelia County, Virginia. My pappy was named Simon Johnson and my mammy was Rhoda Johnson. My marster was Alfred Wood and my misties was Miss Tabby Wood. When Massa died, the state was veed and I fell to the son dat was too sick to take care of the place and the slaves. Soon I was tucked to Richmond and sold to Jedge Moore of Alabama for $1,200. Dat was the first time I ever seed a slave sold. I was 16 years old. When Jedge Moore's plantation was sold, the niggers went with the place and it was bought by Moss Isaiah and Moss Bill Smar. It was called the Gillum Place and dat is east of Prairieville. I was a house girl and hopey with the sewin' and the spinnin'. Us had good houses built out'n cedar logs and the quarters looked just like dis street dat I lives on now. We had good beds and plenty victuals to eat, greens, corn bread, meat and all kinds of sweets. Sometime the men folks would catch a possum or rabbit. Marster had a big vegetable garden and we was glowed to help ourselves dis here garden. Us had 2 everyday dresses, and we done our washin' at night. When I was ma-ed, the ceremony took place at my mammy's house and I wore a pretty white dress. Our overseer was Harvey Williamson and he went roon at 9 o'clock to see if us niggers was in bide. Sometimes atter he done been roon, us'd get up and have some fun. At the break of day all the slaves would get up and go to work. Dose goin' way down in the fields would have to get up even befo it was light so's to be dar when the dawn broke to commence the day's work. Den they would come back at 12 o'clock for dinner and res a while, then go back and work till sundown. We used have a man on the place dat played a banjo, and we would dance and play while he sang. This was one of his songs. White folks says a nigger won't steal. But I cotched 6 in my cornfield. If you want to see a nigger run, shoot at dat nigger with a Gatling gun. My last marsters was 2 brothers and dey had 1 sister, Miss Sarah Smar. We didn't have no jail on the place, and most of us never went off in the plantation, just stayed roon and had a good time playin' amongst ourselves. Us niggers had a church dar on the place and a white man preached to us, but in Virginia we went to the same church as the marster did. I didn't jine no church do till I come to Alabama. None of us slaves ever tried to run away to the North. Case day was good to us. We used to have a doctor dat'd come roon every 2 weeks to see how the slaves was doin' and if'n we was sick he would give us some medicine. Some of the women would tie asafoetida roon the chillun's necks to keep the sickness away. Some sad days we had to work after dinner, but most of the time marster would let us have a good time. On Christmas Day us had a big celebration and didn't do no work at all. Didn't nobody have no time to learn us how to read and write. I don't know nothin' 'bout Mr. Lincoln, Sepen he freed all us slaves, and, when we heard dat us was free all de niggers marched to Prairieville and had a celebration. Honey, I's had 9 chillins, 25 grand chillins, 27 great-grand chillins and 13 great-great-grand chillins, and I is expectin' mo to come along pretty soon. I guess maybe I'll have 100 descendants fo, I shuffle off. Interview with Josephine. Gertha Couric, Eufaula, Alabama. When Sherman passed through. Aunt Josephine claims to be the oldest Negro in Eufaula. She says she was born 94 years ago in North Georgia on a plantation above Atlanta. She lives now in Eufaula, Alabama with a great-granddaughter. I used to belong to Moss Rogers, she said. After surrender, Moss Rogers moved to dis country, and bought a plantation twixt Moss Josiah Florney's and General Tony's. He said his plantation J&' theirs. She was a nursemaid all of her life, even in slave days, and never was a field nigger. Asked if she saw any soldiers during the war, she said she saw thousands. I and my misties and her baby hid in the swamps 3 days while Sherman and his army was passin' through, she explained. Moss Rogers was in Virginia, and when he got back home, there wasn't nothin' left but a well. Everything had been burned up. His house was gone and so was the smoke house, everything. She added that the well was a dry well where melons and butter and milk and meats were placed, in summer, to keep them cool. Those 3 days my little brother hid in this well, while the soldiers were passin', she said. For God, Missy, she exclaimed, when we got dat little nigger out obe dat well, he had almost turned white. Aunt Josephine is still a nursemaid. She rocks her great-great-great-grandchildren. Interview with Lucindy Lawrence Jordan. Preston Klein, Lee County, Alabama. It ain't the same. Lucindy Lawrence Jordan bustled feverishly about her tiny Lee County cabin when she learned her picture was goin' to be tuck. She got out her old spinning wheel, sat down before it and beamed. Her daughter coming in from the field, exclaimed, "Ma, I done tole you dis lady was comin' to see you, and you wouldn't believe me." After she had posed, she seated herself to tell about slavery days. Her oldest grandson was sick in the next room with pneumonia, the cabin was stuffy and bare. Lucindy said, "Honey, I was born in Macon, Georgie, on the 28th day of some month or other, I can't 'member which. But the year was 1858. My pappy and mammy, Emmanuel and Patsy Lawrence, come from Jasper County, Georgie. I had a sister named Jenny and a brother named Philip, but I was the oldest. Ol' Marster had 'bout 300 or 400 acres on his plantation. His name was Marster Leroy Lawrence, and he surely was good to all us niggers. His daddy was Mr. Billy Lawrence, and the Marster had 4 chillins. Us lived in a 2-room log house wid a lean-to next it. Us was well off in dem times, but us didn't have sense enough to know it. I 'members dat us always had plenty of good vittles. Honey, us had meat broiled on hot rocks, roasted taters, ash cake and sec. On Sunday us had ash cake cooked in collard leaves, and beef was served us when the killin' time come. Marster always give de niggers plenty to eat. I can sit here and picture dat house of Marster's, a big, 6-room house with wide plank weatherboarding. Beside the house was a big garden, and it had palings round it. My mammy was a fine weaver and did the work for both white and colored. This is her spinning wheel, and it can still be used. I use it sometimes now. Us made our own cloth and our stockings, too. Lucindy Lawrence Jordan, Lee County, Alabama. No us never did learn nothing. If us tried to read or write they would whack our forefingers off. Us lived 40 miles from the town and it would take more than 2 days to get to town. The women folks had to fix lunches every time they went. My grandmammy had 16 chillins. I 'members dat when us courted us went to walk and hunted chestnuts. Us would string dem and put 'em round our necks and smile at our fellers. On Sat tidy nights they would have dances and dance all night long. Somebody would clap hands, beat pans, blow quills or pick the banjo strings. When us had corn shuckins, dey would pile the corn up, ring round it and shuck, drink liquor and holler, boss man, please gimme my time. Boss man, fair I'm most broke down. I, members dat one ol' sick man was freed for freedom come. Dey let him go where he wanted to, so he dug a hole in the ground and used it for a room. He put rafters inside to help hold it up and it slanted down at the back. Luke Indy mused a moment, concluded, dem was good days, honey, mighty good. But us surely is in a bad fix now and needs help mighty bad. It just ain't the same no more. Interview with Lucy Kimball. Francois Ludger Dyard, Mobile, Alabama. The fulfilled wish of Mammy Lucy Kimball. I made 2 visits to the home of Mammy Lucy Kimball. The first was during the month of April, 1937. The next was nearly a month later. On the first trip I had a very successful talk with the old Negro woman, but on the last, she wasn't at home, and so the information I sought had to wait. I was very disappointed that I couldn't see her on my second venture, but it was impossible. Mammy Lucy had not grown very feeble when I last saw her, and her methodical mode of living can be attributed to her consciousness of the venerable age of 85 years which she had reached. She was born into slavery in 1851 at Swift's Landing near the town of Blakely, in Baldwin County. She was a slave in the Charles Hall family of that county before and during the war between the states. In 1907, she came to work for the T.S. Fry and Santos Rubira families of Mobile. Following the war between the states, Mammy Lucy Kimball worked in various families at the summer resorts of Baldwin County. When a young girl, Mammy Lucy performed the duties of a children's nurse, and worked as a dining room servant. She had some education, and as she had worked in families of refinement and culture all her life, her manner was that of a well-educated person. However, like the average educated Negro, she still displayed the characteristics of the Negro of the antebellum days. She said that she strictly adhered to old-fashioned methods, such as, going to church twice a week, not believing in doctors, and always taking home-concocted remedies. I asked her if she believed in carrying a rabbit's foot for luck, to which she responded, "Honey, you don't think I'm like these other Negroes, who still believe in that old nonsense. I might tell the children that a rabbit foot brings good luck because it is an old custom for superstitious persons to carry one, but, honey, you'd have just as good luck if you carried brickbats in your coat. My white people in Baldwin County never brought me up to believe in such things." "Well, Mammy Lucy," I asked, "do you remember any strange or weird things that happened during the Civil War?" "Yes," she answered slowly, "I remember during the Civil War some of the mischievous Sibley boys who were kin to the Hall family over in Baldwin County, tied a strange long black thread to the ankle of a black boy named Slowpoke. Some Negroes were going to town that night to fetch supplies and among them was Slowpoke. The boys jokingly asked him if he had his rabbit foot with him as he might need it to keep the rattling noises away at night. Slowpoke showed them his rabbit foot and, displaying his glistening teeth in a broad grin, he said that there "warn't goin' to be no ghosties atter him." The boys deftly tied a string to Slowpoke's ankle while some of their friends held his attention. On this string were attached 3 cow bladders. Slowpoke hadn't gone far when he heard the bladders rattling at his heels. He immediately decided that there was a whole troop of ghosts after him, and so began to hit his fastest gait down the middle of the dark road. He ran till he reached Montgomery Hill some miles distant, where the string finally wore out. His people didn't find him till 3 days later. Then they took him home and gave him a sound whipping for running away. Mammy Lucy talked of the Hall and Sibley families and of the wealth that they once had, and what happiness she found in being slave to such good people. She remembered all the summer resorts on the eastern shore of Mobile Bay when they were in their glory before the Civil War, and how the Mobile ferries landed bringing over all the fashionable Mobile families to their summer homes on the bay. She remembered hearing Father Ryan, the poet-priest of the South, preaching at the dedication of the Catholic Church at Montrose and the storm in the 70s which almost demolished Alabama City, now Fairhope. She recalls the landing of the Confederate troops at Hollywood for Wood when they left Mobile at the outbreak of the war on their way to Fort Pickens, Florida, to enter active service. I found Mammy Lucy to be neat and prim as she must have been 30 years ago, when she first went to work for the Fry and Rubira families. She still walks with the agility of a young person, and her mind is fertile with fresh thoughts and with the deeds of the past. I have found happiness, she said. People have been good to me and I, in return, have tried to be kind to those around me. I have lived a plain life and have been rewarded with a ripe age that still finds me feeling young. I shall never grow old in my thoughts and actions, but always keep a place in my mind to welcome something new. I will have had a complete life if I can live only 2 weeks longer. There is something I'd like to see. After a few more minutes I left her and returned home. There was something I wanted to ask Mammy Lucy, something that preyed on my mind for days. I wanted to ask her what the thing was that she wanted to see. She was so gentle and courteous. My interest seemed officious prying into her affairs. Someday I shall go to see her again, I decided, and bring up the subject casually. Then she'll never know of my unworthy curiosity. 3 weeks later I walked to the door of Mammy Lucy's cabin and on the porch stood a Negro girl watering a few pots of flowers. "Is Mammy Lucy at home?" I asked. The girl was silent for a moment, then she spoke in a high-pitched whining voice, "Mammy Lucy, she died." "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. "When did she die?" "Days ago," was the reply. I walked down the path of pebbles toward the bay. The question would never be answered, but I knew that Mammy Lucy died content. Personal conversation with Aunt Ellen King. Malvilla, Alabama. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Satan done got dis juking generation. Ellen King lives in a 2-room cabin nestling back in the woods near Malvilla, Ala, about 12 miles above Mobile. A little Negro boy led me along a circuitous path to the ex-slave, showing the weight of her 86 years. After talking a while she became interested and told that she was born at Enterprise, Mississippi on the plantation of Mr. and Mrs. Harvey, but could not recall their given names, or the names of their children, of which there were 3, 2 girls and 1 boy. They lived in a big white house and the cabins in the slave quarters were built of planks, with streets between and little gardens in front of them. Some planted vegetables and others flowers. The Harveys were good masters, they had plenty to eat, and good homespun clothes to wear and home-tanned leather shoes. The women gathered leaves, bark, and indigo to dye the cloth to make their dresses of different colors. The plantation was large and had several slaves. Aunt Ellen, however, could not recall the number of acres or the number of slaves, but knew there was a crowd of them. The Harveys raised wheat, cotton and corn, and lots of livestock. Aunt Ellen sat quiet for a few moments and said, "Lady, when I sits and thinks of all the good things us had to eat and all the fun we had, course we had to work, but you knows lady, when a crowd all works together and sings and laughs. First thing you knows work's done." Aunt Ellen recalled the Yankees coming through and telling all the slaves they were free, and that a lot of the slaves went with them. But Aunt Ellen laughed and said, "My pa and some of the others got scared and hid in a big cave and just stayed there until the soldiers left, and, lady, he still stayed on atter the war with the Harveys. And I was married there in the white folks' church. They gave me a big wedding, lots to eat, plenty of music, singing and dancing. Just like they used to say, we danced all night to broad daylight." Aunt Ellen was asked how many times she was married and she replied, "Twice, first one dead and don't know where t'other is, and had no children by either." When asked about religion Aunt Ellen said, "Lady, I prayed and religion came to me, and I joined the big Zion Methodist Church, in Mobile, Alabama. But moved here to Malvilla where there was no Methodist church, so I joined the Baptist church." Aunt Ellen says the people of today are going back not forward. All they study is idleness and to do devilment these days. Young generation done gone, Satan got too much juking these days, have no time to study 'bout the Lord and their dying day. All they do, is juke, juke, juke. When they closed the schools up here in Mauvilla, they had children all juking. The writer was somewhat at a loss to know just what Aunt Ellen meant by juking, but thought best to let her talk on and not make a direct inquiry, and after a little Aunt Ellen continued. No, lady, we used to call figures for our dancing. Had a big fiddle and 2 small fiddles, and a set in one room and one in t'other. None of this twisting and turning. I just can't stand all that juking, just won't look at it. By juking, Aunt Ellen meant rough dancing of the generation of today. Aunt Ellen firmly believes the old-time religion was best for all, and tried to sing in a wavering voice the following. Down by the riverside. Jesus will talk and walk. Ain't going to study the world no more. Ain't going to study the world no more. For down by the riverside. Jesus will talk and walk. Interview with Mandy Leslie. Daphne Lee. Curtis, Fairhope, Alabama. The Orphan Slave Girl. In the suburbs of Fairhope, in a rough but neatly kept cottage of 2 rooms, lives Mandy Leslie. A hard-working Negro woman whose energy belies the 77 years to which she credibly lays claim. Twice widowed and her children scattered to the winds, Mandy is a pillar of strength and comfort to several white households, where she makes weekly calls to care for the laundry work, wash and iron, as she calls it. The washing is done in the backyards, where a hot fire under an iron pot boils the garments to a state that permits Mandy's rubbing over a fluted washboard to make them spotless. Strung on lines in the sun, the clothes are ready for ironing next day. Using old-fashioned sad irons, heated at an open fire, Mandy turns out a done-up product that any modern laundry might envy. During the ironing process, which takes place in the hall or a spare room, the mistress of the house is entertained with a steady stream of biography, comment, and information from the lonely old woman who relishes this opportunity to talk to somebody, especially if there happens to be a visitor who is not familiar with her story. A typical episode runs like this. Yassam, I members de war, but I don't lack no wars. Dey give folks trouble and days full of evil doings. When the Yankees come tear up here, dey took my mammy off in a wagon, and left me right side de road, and when she tried to get out de wagon to fetch me, dey hit her on de head and she fell back in de wagon and didn't holler no more. Dey jest drive off up de big road wid mammy lying down in de wagon, she mount a been dead, 'cause I ain't never seed her no mo. Uncle John Leslie and Aunt Josie and all day chillin' come along in a wagon, gwine up north, dey said, and dey said dey found me standing dar side de road crying for my mammy. Aunt Josie, she say, poor little lamb, you gwine wid us. Us ain't got much, but us can't let you die. And Uncle John, he say, poor Chilly, us mustn't leave her dis-away. He lift me up in de wagon and drive 12 de mule gin plumb out, and den a stop and took up on a place not fur from Montgomery, on Mr. Willis Biles' place. Us lived dar 'twell I was grown woman, and Mr. Biles show was a good man to live wid and he treat us right every year. Den I married Taylor and us kep on living wid Mr. Biles and all teary of us chillin was born dear. Den Taylor died wid de fever, and he had insurance wet us pay $1 a mont for de longest and he say it take care me and de chillin when he gone. Bless God, dat money didn't take care nobody, 'cept de doctor and de burying man. Dey both got dey part and left me jest $2.70, dat's all. Mr. Biles say dey ought to be whupped for chargin' me lak dey did. Den he went to see M and cussed M out, and dey sont back $20. I ain't waste no more money on insurance, no ma'am. I had a hard time keeping my chillin' and working the crop too, but Mr. Biles, he low me a mule, jest lak he do Taylor for he died, and us made 4 bags of cotton de fust year and 5 bags de next year. I pick every lock of it myself, jest me and dem little chillins. Den Rufus he come along and he thought us had all the insurance money, and he court me so hard and so reg'lar dat I act a fool and married him, and he turn out to be de no countest nigger dat ever lived. 'Stead of him supporting me, us had to support him for nigh, 'bout 10 year, me and de chillun. He had misery in he back, and couldn't do no hard work lack plowing and hoeing. It hurt he back to pick cotton and pull fodder, and he jest set, roon, and make a few baskets and eat lack a hoss. Mr. Willis Biles he died, and he boy, Mr. Joe, he took the place and run it for he ma. Mr. Joe told Rufus, 'twant nothing the matter wid him but damn lazy, and if he don't get out and he pee me work, he gonna set the Ku Klux on him. Den us got scared and moved nigh, 'bout to Uniontown, and us live wid Mr. Bob Simmons for 7 years hand running, and he treat us right every fall, 'bout the settlement. Mr. Bob he say, 'tain't nothing the matter wid Rufus jest like Mr. Joe say, and Rufus say he gwine move to town where he kin get work to suit him. Us move to town, and Rufus he gone all day looking for a job and don't find nothing to suit him. I has to take in washing from the white folks to feed us and they charge $2 rent for the little shack us live in. 'Twant right to do dat. 'Cause I ain't never paid no house rent in all my Bowen days, 12 den. And the fust TNG I know, dat trifling Rufus he done sell the mule and wagon and got drunk and lost the res of the money. Us was show in a bad fix. Why didn't I quit Rufus? Yassum, I specs I ought to done dat, but he so humble when he sober up and pray so strong. He say the Lord done call him outen he meanness and he gwine preach Jesus. He make lack he need dem preacher clothes, and us skimped along and saved 'nuff to buy Rufus the suit of clothes wid a long tail coat. He got a high up hat and a Bible, and he show did look gran. Us was proud to see him all fix up and going out to labor in the vineyard of the Lord. Us give Rufus the lost $30 us could scrape up and he got on the train and went to Montgomery, but us ain't seen hair nor hide of dat nigger since. In 'bout a year us got a letter from him in Juliet, way up in Illinois, wherever dat is, and he say he in the penitentiary for 10 year, 'cause dey, 'scuse him stealing a woman's jewelry, and would I get Mr. Biles and Mr. Simmons to do what dey can to get him out. He repent and been washed in the blood of the Lamb since he been in jail. And he say if anybody write me dat he runned off from Montgomery with 'nother woman and dat he got a wife in Chicago, it's a lie. Dat fix me with dat triflin' nigger, and Mr. Sam Brody, what's a lawyer, he got me a divorcement and gin me back my fust name, Leslie. Now I's tear off wid marrying. My chillun done all gone and got married, and I come back here where I come from. Twix here and Brantley, is the place. How old I is? I was 5 year old, come to surrender, how old dat make me? 77. Dat's right and I be 78 dis time next year. How I know I be living dis time next year? 'Cause, I will be living. I always noticed dat when I lives tear of March, I lives the res of the year, and ain't March just now gone, huh? How the way waste iron suit you, missy? Interview with Deli Lewis. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Deli Lewis knows cures and conjure. To begin at the beginning, white folks, said Deli Lewis, I was bound on the plantation of Winston Hunter at Sunflower in Washington County, Alabama. It's on the Southern Railroad. The fust thing dat I remembers was when the Grand Trunk Railroad cut dear right of way through near Sunflower. Dey had a chain gang of prisoners dat warn't slaves a workin' on the road, and me and another little nigger gal was sot with big cans of buttermilk to sell 'em. One day a handsome white gentman rode to our house and asked me for a drink of cool water. He was the FO man on the road. Just as soon as I handed it to him he done fell off'n his hoss on the ground. I run to the misties and she got some of the niggers ruin the place to see I the gentman to the big house, and, do you know it, white folks, dat man, he never open his eyes again. He kep a callin' the misties his mammy, but he never open his eyes to see dat she warn't his mammy. He died a little later wid a congested chill. Then I remembers one of the Alabama River floods, dat swept over the lawn and washed away lots of the food. The government sent some supplies of meat, meal and glasses. The barrels was marked US and one nigger, be tired of waitin', and be powerful hungry toll us dat de US on de barrel meant us, so us commence to eat. When de overseer come to give us de meat and glasses, us be done eat it all up. Us slaves you see to get up at dawn, the overseer blowed a cow horn to call us to work. The hunter slaves was load to go a visitin' other slaves atter work hours and on Sundays, and if'n we was to meet a paddy roller, and he ax us where we and who we belong to, all us had to say was we's hunter niggers. And dat paddy roller didn't do nothin', case de hunter niggers warn't never whupped by no paddy roller. Some niggers when dey was cotched even though dey warn't hunter niggers, dey'd say it just the same, case dem paddy rollers was always fraid to fool long with a hunter nigger. Massa Hunter, he was sompen. During the Christmas celebration, us all had gifs. Us had quilting bees with the white folks, and if'n a white gentman th'd a quilt over a white lady he was titled to a kiss and a hug from her. Atter the celebratin', we all had a big supper. And speakin' of cures, white folks, us niggers had My grandmammy was a midwife and she used to give women cloves and whiskey to ease the pain. She also give dried watermelon seeds to get rid of the gravel in the kidneys. For night sweats grandmammy would put an axe under the bed of the sick pussin with the blade a sittin' straight up. And if'n yo is sick and wants to keep the visitors away, just put a fresh laid aig in front of the do and they won't come in. If you is anxious yo sweetheart to come back from a trip, put a pin in the ground with the point up and then put a aig on the point. When all the insides runs outen the aig yo sweetheart will return. Yasu, white folks, us you see to have games. Us you see to play, puss in the corner, next to neighbor and fox and geese. I can give you some of the songs we you see to sing. Old sweet beans and barley grows. Old sweet beans and barley grows. You nor I nor nobody knows. Where old sweet beans and barley grows. Go choose yo east. Go choose yo west. Go choose the one that you love best. If she's not here to take her part, choose the next one to yo heart. I is always been a Episcopalian in belief, white folks. I ma'd Bill Lewis when I was 15-year-old in Montgomery and us had 3 chillins. I is strong in my faith. In mercy, not in wrath. Rebuke me, gracious Lord. Lest when thy whole displeasure rise, I sink beneath thy rod. Yasu, I remembers the war. I seed the Yankees marchin' through our place and down the road that led to Portland in Dallas County. They was mighty fine looking with all dear brass buttons and nice looking uniforms. They didn't give us much trouble. They had a captain that was good and kin. I heard him say dat dear warn't a-goin' to be no stealin' and a-trampin' through folks' houses. They slept out in the yard for one night, then they went on into Portland. Mr. Munger was our overseer, but he had money of his own. He was better dan most overseers, and dear warn't no white trash, dem onery buckers lived further back in the woods. When us was sick, Dr. Lewis Williams, who was the doctor of Damasa, tended to us slaves. I remembers sittin' in the doctor's lap while he tried to soothe my ailments. Us house servants was taught to read by the white folks, but my grandmammy, Alvain Hunter, dat didn't have no learnin', but dat knowed the Bible backwards and forwards, made us study. When me and my brother was learnin' outen the blue back speller, she say, "How's dat? Go over it." Then we would laugh and answer, "How you know? You can't read. Just don't sound rot. The Law'd tell me when it's rot. You all can't fool me, so don't try." When the marriages was performed, the massa read the ceremony and the couples would step off over a broomstick for luck. Then we all had a big supper, and dear was music and dancin' by the plenty. Interview with Lightnin'. John Proctor Mills. Ignorant of the date of his birth, which occurred at Cahaba, the old state capital, Lightnin' was an overgrown, gangling youth of 14 or thereabouts when the Civil War began. Born into slavery, he was the property of one Joel Matthews, cotton planter, whose fields lay near the then new capital city. Lightnin' is happiest when spinning some yarn of the old days in Alabama for an interested audience, and when one such inquired as to how he came to be called Lightnin'. The old man broke into a toothless grin and launched at once into another of the stories dear to his heart. "Dat's Massa Joel's doin's, boss. I just naturally wa'n't neber any too pert and fas on my foots, and the fust thing Massa Joel eber sought me to fetch him was a cool drink o' water. De water done got whym fo, I brung it to him, and stidder scoldin', he just bus out laughin' and say, boy, you is so slow I gwinneter call you after the fastest thing on earth. From now on yo name is Lightnin' dot. And I been Lightnin' eber since. Cose I knowed Massa Joel was throwin' off on me, lil, as I was, but it looks like I wa'n't bound in no big hurry and I just been movin' long slow like eber since. Massa Joel must have been bound on a sunshiny day, 'cause he was bright and good-natured. Eber nigger on de place love him lak he was sont from he ben. Mose eber day he come to de quarters wid de family doctor to look atter de niggers, fair he say a well-fed, healthy nigger, next to a mule, is de best proposition a man kin vs his money in. And bus slaves fared as good as anybody. Nah sue. Massa Joel ain't neber hit me a lick in his life. He say a well nigger what don't wuck, show ain't got no eats and care comin' his way, and oughter be sont down de ribber. Is I been my ID? Yas sue. I done had fo wives, and raise Laban chillin'. But tain't lack in de old days. Chillin' all gone, and de ol' nigger got no white folks, makes it mighty hard to get along. 'Bout all de ol' man kin do is fish and I does dat and gets a lil sompin to eat. Fo young Massa Tom passed on, he was Massa Joel's boy, I ain't neber wanted fair nothin'. I was Massa Tom's bodyguard. Us hunted and fished together, played wid de white chillin' and sometimes I rid behin him on de hoss, or on de four-seat wid de CAIH driver when de family went to ch. But dat's all in de pa, and de good Lord say no man kin bring back de pa. So I reckon, ef you all excuse me, I better go fish my trot line and get sompin to make the skillet smell. Interview with Billy Abraham Longslaughter. F.L. Dyard, H.W., Mobile. He caned a chair for President Buchanan. On a bright April afternoon, while strolling along the Louisville and Nashville Banana Wharf and watching the crisp breezes from the Gulf make small waves lick at the pilings, I met an old Negro man who was fishing for croakers off the pier. He had, sitting beside him, a basket containing wicker canes for making and repairing chairs. In the course of our conversation, I asked him his age. "ISE 80-year-old, white folks," he replied. "Well," I said, "you must have been a slave back in the days before the war." "Yasu, boss. I were 8-year-old when Gen. Grant freed de niggers." He spoke the words in a clear, strong voice and with a slight rolling motion of his gray bristly head. "But General Grant didn't free the slaves, uncle," I protested. "Oh, yasu he did too, white folks," he said respectfully. "Fo, I was right dear when de Gen. come into Richmond and sot us free." "What about Abraham Lincoln?" I asked. "Well, I guess he done a part of it, but he didn't do no fightin', 'cause he hadda tend to de business in de White House. He left de freein' part to Gen. Grant. I don guess Mr. Abe lived long enough to help us niggers much. He went to de Ford Circus and got hisself shot." "What's your name?" I asked. "Billy Abraham Longslaughter. De niggers all calls me Billy, but ol' Massa Longslaughter afore he died called me William." "Where were you born, Uncle Billy?" "On ol' Massa Longslaughter's plantation near Richmond, Virginia." "Can you read and write?" "Dey neber teach me no readin' and writin' 'cause I had to work in de fields." His rusty hand rubbed across his woolly head, as my questions continued with the regularity of a metronome. Nevertheless, Uncle Billy seemed always glad to answer them. I couldn't help but notice with what ease he moved about. He had the agility of a man 20 years his junior, though his face, being caverned with wrinkles, gave him the appearance of great age. "Where is your home now, Uncle Billy?" I continued. "Most any place I goes, white folks. Ma wife, she died 'bout 40 year ago in Virginie, and I been a travelin' eber since." "What do you do for a living besides fish?" I asked. "Oh," he said, "I canes a few chairs," pointing to his basket of chair canes beside him on the stringer of the wharf. "You see, white folks, when all dis repression came on and dear warrant no work fo' de people to do, jes lack all de young scalawags I hops me a train and goes on a trip." "Where do you go next, Uncle Billy?" "Well, I guess I mought run over to New Orleans if I can catch me a freight train a-goin' dat away." "About your fixing chairs," I said. "Have you ever repaired any for well-known people?" "Lor, white folks, I caned a chair once at F.O. President Buchanan and he used it ter sit on in the White House. I.S.E. made many a chair F.O. famous people as I traveled about. I guess I just keep on a-goin' as long as I.S.E. able, and when I goes on dat last trip across de quiet river, I.S.E. goin' ter make one for old Gabriel, so's he can res hisself in between times he blows on dat horn." Interview with Uncle Lewis. David Holt, Mobile. Psychology of a Runaway Slave. Of course you know that we always called the older colored men uncle, and the older colored women aunt. It was proper manners. Old Uncle Lewis was the oldest slave on the plantation, Uncle Toby having died. Lewis was a Guinea nigger. His ancestors had been brought from the Guinea coast of Africa. He had the characteristic marks of his tribe, being short, strong and very black, with heavy neck, thick lips, flat nose and eyes like those of a hog. He had great knowledge of wild plants, claimed to understand the language of birds and beasts. He prided himself on his powers as a hunter and also claimed intimate friendship with ghosts and spooks. Being what was known as a yard servant, he had picked up much of the talk of his white masters and spoke his own version of their language. Old Lewis was what was called a runaway nigger. He would run away in the latter part of the summer once in every 2 or 3 years and come back in time to help dig sweet potatoes. I was out in the sweet potato patch one morning when he returned. The doctor was there, also. When Lewis walked up he simply said, "Hello, Lewis, are you well?" "Yes sir, Marster." "Well, take that basket and go to picking up potatoes." Not a word was said about his running away. After the hands had knocked off work and Lewis was sitting in front of his cabin, I went to him for an interview. "Uncle Lewis, what makes you run away? You don't get whipped or abused in any way?" The old slave scratched his grizzled head, puffed at his clay pipe and pondered the subject for some time before he replied. "Moss Davy, I does cause de woods seems to call me. When de fall insects is singin' in de grassin', de simmons is gettin' soft and de leaves is beginnin' to turn, I jes naturally has ter go. De wild sloes, de red haws and de crab apples is ripe. De walnuts and de hickory nuts and de beech mast drappin' and de blue smoke comes over de woods. And de woods birds and de yard birds goes south with de cranes and ducks and will geese and de blackbirds and de crows goes in droves. It seem lak all dat is jes callin' me." "Where do you go?" I asked. "Lorsy, Moss Davy, I never goes off de plantation. I always go to de woods back o' de pasture. Ol' master knows whar I is and so does Henry. Don't you know dat holler dat come down on de left hand side of de branch, de fuss holler you comes to, not more dan 200 yards in de woods?" I knew it well. "Don't you 'member a big green oak tree growin' on de right hand side of de holler 'bout 100 yard up de path? Well, sir, dat tree is my home. I done toted some poles and some sedge grass up dar and made me a bed, but you can't see it from de ground. When I gets up dar I can see all ruin. I seen you and Moss Joe de last time you go fishin'. I lays dar all day and listen to de birds and critters talkin'. A chickadee tol me you was comin' long befo' I seen you. Den a jay-bird caught a sight of you and he told me. Can't nobody come along widout de birds tellin' me. Dey pays no min to a horse or a dog but when dey spies a man dey speaks. I done tame a squl so he come see me every day. The Birds and Critters show is good comp New York. I done made friends wid up all but the owl and the hawk. Dey is just naturally bad and the other critters hates em. A ol' redbreast hawk come and lit in a dade pine tree. I seen him so plain till I knowed what he was thinkin' about. He was jest mad clean down in his craw and was cussin' everythin'. A little peewee bird seen him and begin to fuss. A crow fly over and hear the peewee, den fly down close and take a good look at Mr. Hawk, den he fly up and start callin' the other crows. In a little while a whole drove of crows is flyin' round dat pine tree. Den de jay birds come and dey is callin' for a fight, but the ol' hawk never move. Den de mockingbirds come and dey sare right in and starts pecking at de hawk until he dove into the woods and gets away, and all de birds begin to talkin' 'bout bugs and things. The old man was wound up for an interminable talk on his favorite theme, the talk of critters, and to change the subject I asked, Uncle Lewis, ain't you afraid of ghosts? Lor, Chilly, I ain't feared of no ghosts or spook, as I's seed lots of both. All a goes do is jest show hisef. You never hear of one doin' nothin' to nobody. Dey is sociable and wants to be near livin' people. When folks get scared it hurts de high'n'tees feelin's and dey goes somewhere else. Dey has all de feelin's dey had when dey was livin'. You wouldn't stay by wid folks dat's feared of you and want to run away from where you is. Last night, when I was up in my nests, and my fire had died out, all, 'cept one little chunk, and de moon was shinin' like day, I lay down, I did, and I take a lil nap sleep. Den I wakes up sudden and looks roon in. Well, sir, the north side of the hill was covered with ghostes and spooks, dey was layin' down, standin' up and leanin' agin trees, but Mosley dey was jest sittin' on the ground, all lookin' at me hard as dey could, widout battin' an eye. The nearest one to me was a little white 'oman. She wore sittin' flat on the ground, holdin' a baby in her lap. She looked mighty pitiful and I say, please missus, can I hope you and yo, baby? I'd be bleeged if you tell me. Her lips move but I couldn't hear no sound. Den I lay me down and drap off to sleep agin. When I wakes up de ghostes is all dear and the little white 'oman look lak she want to say somethin', but can't, and I say, I ain't nothin', but a poor runaway nigger, but my marster is a mighty kin man, he'll surely he pee you. But she didn't say nothin' and I goes back to sleep. The next time I wakes up de sun was risin' and I jest lays dear and watches de ghostes and spooks get thin, and fade away like a fog. The old negro was sitting in the twilight, talking in a low, impressive monotone, in a language we both understood but which I find difficulty in transcribing after all these years that intervene. A screech owl was misery flying in the family graveyard back of the quarters, a fitting obbligato to the narrative. Though creepy sensations crawled up my spine, I still had my doubts. Uncle Lewis, do you really believe you saw all that, and didn't dream it while you were curled up in your nest? I asked. The old man seemed aggrieved at my doubts as he replied. It ain't no believin' about it. I knows what I knows and I sees what I sees. The ghost is what lives when the body is done wore out, but it don't die. It's all imagination, I said, in defense of reason and nature, as I understood these things. I wants to ax you what does the imaginin'? It's your ghost that does the imagine, so you can see other ghosts and spooks. In recognition of Lewis's knowledge and powers of reasoning my brother William wrote a diploma in Latin and presented it to him. After that he was called Dr. Lewis. I recall that it was about that time that I read a book on psychology but later discovered that there were those on the plantation who had a better working knowledge of the subject than was taught in the book. Bibliography, Old Plantation Days, an unpublished work by the Venerable David Elred Holt, late Archdeacon of the Sacramento Diocese, Protestant Episcopal, of California, and a native of Buffalo Plantation, near Natchez, Mississippi. Interview with Tom McAlpin. John Morgan Smith. A whoopin' wid de trimmin's. "Mornin', boss," said Uncle Tom McAlpin, "how is you dis mornin'?" The old former slave spoke cordially with a definite twinkle in his muddy eyes, though his age had passed the 80 mark. His mind was alert, his memory vivid, and his faculties of speech quite unusual. Tom McAlpin was indeed a remarkable man. There was really a sincere note of welcome in his voice as he came forward, placed a large piece of cast-iron pipe against the steps of his house, 1928 Avenue D, so. Birmingham, and looked up at me showing a mouth of straggly teeth in a warm smile. "Yasu," he continued in his high-pitched voice after our salutations, "I'll be glad to serve you as best I kin with my knowledge of de pa years. Just you set down in dat chair," he pointed to what was left of an antebellum wicker seat, "I'll set on dese steps and us'll go over de whole thing from de beginnin's. Fust thing I guess you wants to know is Warren when I was born." "Yasu, and who I belong to." "Well, boss, I was born in Martyrsville, Alabama. Dat's 5 miles southwest of Talladega. I come into dis ol' world on a sunny day in June, 1840 FO. I belong to Dr. Augustus McAlpin, and from dat day to dis, I is seed many things come and go, and I mean to see a lot mo, befo' I cross to de other side. De doctor just had a small plantation, 'bout 100 acres, I suppose, and he didn't have but 12 slaves, 'case dere warn't no need fo' no mo. He was busy in town a doctorin' folks. He didn't have no time to do any real farmin'. My job around the place was to nuss de chillens, white and nigger. We all played roon together. Sometimes we play coon and rabbit, fox and hound and snatch, but what was de most fun was a ridin' ol' Sut. Sut was a donkey and us used hitch him to a wagon, and 6 of de chillens would ride in de wagon and I'd ride on his back. Sometimes us'd ride all de way into Talladega wid Sut. Nazu, I ain't neber got no whuppin', but one, and it was a show 'nuff complete one, boss, wid all de trimmin's. It all happened when de massa told me he better not cotch dem hogs in de corn, and if'n he did, I was a-goin' to git a whuppin'. Well, boss, dere was one ol' hog dat I just couldn't keep out'n dere, so I tuck a needle and sewed up his eyes. Course I was just a little black and didn't know what I was a-doin', but I sewed up dat hog's eyelids so's he couldn't see nothin'. Dat kep' him out'n de corn all rot, but when de massa found it out he gave me a lickin' dat I ain't forgot yet. Boss, dat was de onlys lesson I ever needed in my life. It done de wook. Yasu, dere was patty rollers roon our place, but dey never cotched me, 'case I was too swift for 'em. Boss, I could take holt of a hoss's tail and run roon de pasture and keep up with him. I was fas on my feets. Nazu, us wa'n't never given no money for nothin', but I learnt how to make baskets and I would take 'em into Talladega on Saturday evenings and sell 'em to de white folks for 15 cents. Den when I needed sompen lac, baca or a little piece of chocolate, I could go to the STO and buy it. Lots of slaves on y'other plantations warn't load to make any money dough. Nazu, I ain't never had no shulin, 'ceptin' what I could get out'n de little white folks' books myself. Us niggers useda tote dear books to school for 'em and on de way I would look in de book and get a little learnin'. When us niggers on de McAlpin place us eat rot at de same table dat de white folks eat at. Atter dey finish deir meal, us slaves would sit down rot atter dem and eat the same kind of food. Yasu. Tom McAlpin, Birmingham, Alabama. Members de war. Members when the war commence, Jeff Davis called for volunteers. Then a little later when the South needed men's to fight, Jeff Davis's officers would go through the streets, and grab up the white men's and put ropes roon dear wrists lack day was talking 'em off to jail. And all the while day was just talking 'em off to the war. They made all the white men's go. It was called the conscription. Some niggers went too. Dem niggers fought rot side of dear masters. Some went as bodyguards and some went as soldiers. Yasu, boss, I recalls the time dat the Federate soldiers, bless dear souls, hid dear few hosses in the basement of the old Masonic Institute in Talladega and hid dear ammunition in the hollow stone pillars. Gen L. Wilson and his raiders come thuf dar, but they never did fin, dem Federate supplies. Dem Yankees just lack to scare everybody ruin the place to death. They shot up the town and dem blue coats took everything we had, cotton, sugar, flour, hams, preserves, clothes, corn, everything, boss, everything. They even burned up some houses. But boss, dear ain't never been nobody a fightin' like our Federates done, but they ain't never had a chance. Dear was just too many of dem blue coats for us to lick. I seen our Federates go off Logan and gay, full of life and health. They was big and strong, a St. Dixie and they just knowed they was a-going to win. And boss, I seen em come back skin and bone, dear eyes all sad and hollow, and dear clothes all ragged. Boss, they was all lookin' sick. The spirit day left, we'd just been done whooped outen dem, but it took dem Yankees a long time to do it. Our Federates was the best fightin' men dat ever were. Dear warn't nobody like our Federates. I was in Richmond dat cold day dat Gen L. Lee handed his sword over to the yother side, and I seen Jeff Davis when he made a speech, 'bout startin' over. I seen the niggers leavin' dear homes and a-wandering off into the world to God knows war, a-sayin' goodbye to dear white folks, and a-tryin' to make dear way the best they kin. But, white boss, it jest seem like you let a nigger go widout a boss and he jest no good. Dear ain't much he kin do, kase dear ain't nobody to tell him. Yasu, I was sent to Richmond to bring home some of our wounded Federates. They sent me kase they knowed I was a-going to do my best, and kase they knowed I warn't afeard of nothin'. That's the way I've always tried to be, white boss, like my white people what raised me. God bless M. Interview with N. Maddox. Preston Klein, Opelika. I shouted 3 days. Bible records place N. Maddox's age at 113. She lives in a tiny cabin with her youngest child, Zora, about 8 miles from Opelika. She is very feeble now and had to be wheeled out on the front porch to have her picture made. And lives exclusively in the past. To her, the present world is full of the devil and gettin' worser every day. She likes to talk about the old days, but her voice is feeble and barely above a whisper. I heard a heap talk 'bout Mr. Abraham Lincoln, she said, and I had a picture of him on't, but I don't know nothin' 'bout him. And takes her religion seriously and is devoutly confident that she will inherit the promise. I joined the church in Gold Hill, Alabama, she recalled, and honey, I felt so good I don't know just how I did feel. I shouted 3 days and wouldn't eat a bite. I couldn't even drink water. The old former slave was born in Virginia in 1824 and belonged to John Umford. She was later sold to Bill Maddox, of Alabama. When I come from Virginia, she said, us traveled in wagons and slept in tents. Evie mornin' us was made to clean ourselves and dress up, then us was put on the block and bid on. White peoples was dear from everywhere. The face of the earth was covered by dem. I was 13 den, and I kin remember 4 wars. My mother and father was Charlie and Rhodey Heath, and I had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Our houses was lack horse stables. Made of logs with mud and sticks dobbied into cracks. They had no floors. Dear warn't no furniture, 'cept a box fair the dresser with a piece of looking glass to look in. Us had to sleep on shuck mattresses and us cooked on big fireplaces with long hooks out over the fire to hang pots on to bile. And Maddox, Opelika, Alabama. Us fried on 3-legged skillets over the fire and cooked ash cakes on the hearth with hickory leaves on the bottom next to the hearth. 'Tain't no sec good cookin' now as den. 'Bout 4 o'clock in the evenin' all the little niggers was called up in the big yard where the cook had put milk in a long wooden trough and crumbled ash cake in it. Us had pot liquor in the trough, too. Us eat the bread and milk with shells and would use our hands, but it was good. Ol' Marster hunted a heap, but us never did get none of what he brought in. Us had plenty of clothes, sich as was, but they was spun and wove at home. Us had homemade shoes, hard brogans, called Jackson ties. They had brass caps on the toe and would rub blisters on the feet. The plantation had several hundred acres. I was up with the fust light to draw water and help as house girl. When that task was done I had to go to the fiel. They blew a big horn to rouse the slaves in the mornings, sometimes for day. Marster was good to us niggers, though. He never load us to be whupped, just scolded us. If us went anywheres, us had to be back by sundown. I once seed some slaves workin' roads in chains with a iron ball hangin' on behin. It was punishment for meanness. And said the slaves on the Maddox plantation were never allowed to learn to read and write, declaring, it was too bad if they cotched a nigger with a pencil and paper in his han. I was made to carry Marster's chillens to school, then go back fur him, she said. Ol' Mistus read us the Bible, and us went to the white folks' church and sat in the back, with the white people sittin' up front. Oh, dem patrollers was bad. I would run from dem things, too. En's mind leaps in fast succession from one subject to another, and at times it is difficult to keep up with her intermingled thoughts. Ol' Marster give us plenty of liquor, she said, and us lakeed dat. One of the funniest things us had around the plantation was a little goat dat could walk a fence just like us little niggers. When the Yankees come, Granddaddy was at prayer meetin' and Ol' Marster come runnin' and told the niggers to hitch up the mules and wagons. They was told to hide all the food and jewelry, but 'bout dat time us seed the Yankees comin'. They didn't do us no harm, did some places, though. 'Twa'n't long, for Marster call all us niggers up to the house and told us dat us was free. He said us could go away or stay with him. I stayed, 'twell I was grown and married Doc Maddox. Us had 5 chillun, Walter, Phaler, Siny, Zora and Johnny. I don't know how many grandchillens ISE got. Interview with Mandy. Daphne Ellie Curtis, Fairhope, Alabama. Howdy, Mississippi. We is sure got a pretty day fair to scrub bin job. Hit will dry as faz as we turns hit loose. Now jest look a yonder, ef she ain't got goldfishes and everything heart could wish, is they got airy increases, yassum, that's good, mebbe so you can sell some. Me got chillin'. Well I is born 3 head UVM, but they all died right now, didn't live a minute. Then I 'dopted me a baby boy. A little bitty girl borned him, and she didn't want him, he was in her way. She said she'd kill him, and I didn't want her to get in no trouble, so I tooken him. But shows you bound I is sorry I done dat tingy, dat nigger so triflin', he is goin' on 14 now, and he ain't no help to me at all. He only come home when he hungry, and that's plenty often. And this your husband, what I is got now, he suspicions me 'bout other men's all the time, and the boy and him together, keeps ever ting riled up Mosley, 'twell I'll be glad effin' you was to say, you need me to sleep on your place. Go to school. Yassam I did. I had 3 months a year for 3 years, and a extra month onct, that my mammy paid for. Dat made 10 months for me. I was the forwardest chilly my mammy had. When day was any readin' to do my mammy sant fair me. Sis Kate kin turn off more work than I kin, but I can mek more cotton. Once I won a contest with a man and made £480. They gimme £100 for doin' it. Me and Taylor, he's my other husband, the one that died, we used to mek bales a near, 'bout every year, but this your husband what I got now, he don't do nothin', but jealous me, look lak he'd know I didn't want no man, but jest fair company. And dat boy I brung up, he just runs nights 'twell I am jest plumb skeered. So one night I sont for my sister's boy, she is my dead brother's wife, and miss, that rascal, he would steal my lost dime look like. Miss he would steal de har often your haid could he just get a holt, so I jest sont him back. I talked to him nice befo, I sont him, but hit didn't do no good so I up and sont him. Then Miss Nellie, she that keeps the fillin' station, took in him and he stole a whole ginger ale and a Coca-Cola, and she cotch him with em. No he didn't get em open, effin he had UV, he would UV drunk em both, he would fo sure. And him tellin' folks he married a rich widow. Huh, Mr. Corte he say, Mandy you is getting yosef messed for show. He did so miss, and he done told a truff fo God, he show did. I is show messed up with em both. But miss, hit was de biggie's colored wed din, you ever see, and me as black as I is. Dey was 3 tables for de white folks, and I don know how many cakes, and Miss Bessie give me my marine dress, and Mr. Harry he give me $1, and him. Oh yes he been married befo, he is got 8 head UV chillin'. His fust wife's bringin' em up in Dallas County, and him carryin' on like he is down here. I always wanted chillin', a house plumb full of em, and I done los all I could mek, so now effin I could have had me some widout em I never would have had airy husband at all. No me dance. No I is jayin' to the church. Miss Emily she showed me some white folks dancin' oncet, but I thought they was gettin' too closet together. In my day they used to swing corners. House parties, yassam I is served a many of em. That's what breaks you down, though. Day and night. Well, goodbye miss, I sure do thank you for my $1, and my cup, and everything. I is sure enjoyed my day with you. Me and you is real good friends now, ain't we? Hit's been jest like a partyin'. Now I'll be gettin' to Sis Katie's, she will likely want me to carry her lodge dues up. And miss, please you ast the bus man, with yo, telephone, please sir wait for me jess a minute. Interview with Frank Menefee. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Broomstick Weddings. Frank Menefee of Opelika is 84 years old and still healthy. He says, kids was brought up right in dem days but don't have no sich now, K's de switch was one of the best medicines ever made. He was born in Lochapoka, Alabama. His mother and father were Susan and Monroe Menefee. They had 6 other children, Patsy, Sally, Lula, Mary, Melvina, and Fillmore. Susan Menefee came from Jefferson County and Monroe from Gold Hill, Alabama, and belonged to Willis Menefee, near Roberson's Mill. My mother's father and mother was Milton and Patsy Footman what come from Meridian, Mississippi, and they paid $3,500 for dem, Frank boasts. ISE never seed inside a jail, never paid a nickel in counsel, ain't never gwine to steal nothin', what don't belong to me and ain't never used a cuss word in my life. I always tried to do what was right and I plowed ever day us could. Us cooked on dem great big fireplaces, 'bout 6 feet wide and 2 and 3 feet deep, with pots and kittles hangin' out over hickory and oak fires. Nobody better not spit in dat fireplace neither. Sho, never was better eatin' collards dan dem. All the chillun had a tin plate and a tin cup with buttermilk in hit. I was what they called a shirt-tail fellow, had long shirt dresses of Osnaburg dyed with red mud and cinnamon bark. In winter day doubled the Osnaburg to be warmer. My daddy was a shoemaker. He made dem outer cowhides and even left the hair on dem sometimes. Y'other times he cleaned em in the washpot to get the hair offen em. Us had good Marsa and Mistus, if'n you wuckten haved yourself. Dey was Marsa Willis and Miss Hannah Menefee. Dey Jess had 2 chillun Willis and Willie. Willie weighed 200 pounds when he was very young too. The big house stood in a oak grove with one big oak tree wrought by it. Mr. Sadler, the overseer, was good, too, but you sho had to wook. He's got a great-great-grandson, Sam Sadler, living now in Waverly, Alabama. The poor white people's rune dear used to hope us wook. I disremembers our carriage driver's name, but us had one dat drove mistis about, and the carriage house was close to the big house. Marsa had 700 or 800 acres in the plantation, and I just don't know the number of slaves he did have. They got us up by daylight and befo. Blowed a cockle shell to get us niggers up. If'n you didn't wook, they tended to you. They slashed one nigger and he died next week. Us plowed 12 darkin' lots and lots of times all night long with a lantern tied to front and back of the plows. We was picking cotton all night long too, be ready to take that wagon to the gin by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes they would put the slaves in chains. When they wook clearing up new ground, they had chains put round they ankles. Frank Menifee, Opelika, Alabama. On Sunday morning, mistis would try to teach us niggers the Bible. Then us would go to church at white church and sit in the back with white folks in front. The preacher was Reverend Frank Hughley. That Sunday morning breakfast show was good to us niggers. Us had meat, sugar, lard and butter. I used to love to hear them sing. When my soul be resting in the presence of my Lord, I'll be satisfied. I was baptized at 11 o'clock by Dave Hill and I sho got happy. I shouted and sung, "ISE never drunk no whiskey in my life." When any of the niggers would pass on, old mistis would stand over the casket and weep. Us would pull off our hats and Marsa was nice as he could be, too. Hit was a homemade box dyed black. Mistis she would see to the fixin' of the shroud. The patrollers' show would get you and that's one thing made you stick to your wook. On Saturday nights us would frolic and dance all night long if'n you wanted to, buck dance, 16-hand reel and cakewalk. They would blow reed quills and have all the liquor they wanted. Mistis, they ain't just now drinkin' liquor. Oh, dem corn shuckings. Shook corn, drinkin' holler all night long. Sometimes they'd sing. Dark cloud arising like gwine to rain. Nothing but a black gal coming down the lane. Nigger stole a pumpkin and started outer town. Nigger heard it thunder, Lord, and throwed dat pumpkin down. Mistis, I don't wanter tell you no mo of dat. When us niggers maed, they didn't have no preacher. We jest jumped over the broom, and went on and lived together. If'n a gal went wrong, they beat her nearly to death. If'n you moved a place when you maed, the other Marsa had to buy you. The lil niggers had big times. Us used to play, green grow the willow tree, you swing my gal and I swing yourn. Green grow the willow tree. They used to sear up us niggers, bout raw head and bloody bones, gwine to catch us dat was so sear bad if'n us didn't mind them, but I ain't never seed nor believed in ghosts. Us didn't get sick much, case us didn't have no trash to eat and mistis give us ebony of yarbs and us wore sacks of yarbs ruin our necks too. The Yankees did plenty of harm. Marsa shot at some of dem, and they took off our cabin wagons. When us was freed they singed, "ISE gwine back to Dixie, no more my heart to wander, never see my master no mo." Marsa called us all up and told us we was just free as him. He give us all a suit of clothes, some money, a mule, a cow, wagon, hog and a lil corn to start off on. Us moved to Dr. Lawrence Smith's near Lafayette, Alabama. Later years I maed Jane Drake at the cafe in Opelika, Alabama, and by the jedge at 12 o'clock. She died, then I maed Phoebe Ethan Drake. Some says the church can't save you, but I feels safer in hit, and I gened, case I wants to be better dan I was and try to be saved. Interview with Isa Morgan. Mary A. Poole, Mobile, Alabama. Misties, I was bound in 1853, cordon to Ole Mrs. Bible, near Lott's Landing on the Alabama River. It was Isa Morgan who spoke from his porch at 1657, Sligo Street, Mobile, Alabama. I made a special trip back dar a few months back to the old place, and Misty's daughter looked it up for me, case I done had forgot. Mr. James Morgan was my massa, and his wife, Miss Delia, was my Misty's. My mammy's name was Ann Morgan, and as for my pappy, I done forgot his N. I was raised right dar in de white folks' house, and I had my own special place to sleep. I was de house boy, and when I growed older I drive misties around, in de caih. Us niggers lived in show nuff style. Us had our regular quarters where us lived in white log cabins chinked with mud, and the slaves had built-in beds and a big open fireplace where they cooked. Us had plenty something to eat. All us had to do was to ask for it and the massa done the res. Our rations was give out to us every sad day. Some of the best food us ever had was possum and taters. Us'd go out at night with a big sack, and a pack of hounds and 'twarn't long befo' we done treat a possum. After we done treat him, the dogs would stand around the tree and bark. If'n the tree was small, us could shake him out. If'n it was big, one of the niggers had to climb up it and get old Mr. Possum hisself. Funny things about possums, miss, the bigger they is seem like the littler the tree they picks to go up. It is show enough fun, though, to go a trailin' through the woods atter a possum or coon. The coon'll give you the best chase, but he ain't no good eatin' like the possum. I seen a coon one time when he was cornered bite the tip of a hound's nose off. Massa Morgan sold wood to the steamboats, and us slaves had to cut the wood, and split it up into smaller pieces. Any time a slave worked overtime or cut mo, would dan he espose to, massa pay him money for it, case whenever one of us slaves seen sompen we lack, we did just like the white folks does now. Us bought it. Massa never whupped none of his slaves. He just told us what to do and, if'n we didn't do it, he'd call us to him and, he would say in his sorta way, nigger. How many times is I gotta tell you to do like you told? That's all he would say, and believe me misties, he had a way of lookin' at you dat made you jump. When he bought a new slave dat wasn't used to doin' what he was told, 'twarn't long befo' massa had him in line. None of our slaves ever tried to run away. They all knowed they was well off. We didn't have no overseer but once. He was a mean un too. He tried to fight and whup us slaves, and one night 6 big nigger men jumped on him and scared him mos to death. Atter dat the massa wouldn't never have no overseers. He tended to dat business hisself. What we do atter we finished work? Go to bed. Dat was the only place we was fittin' for. Us was so tired us wouldn't lie down 2 minutes fo us was sleep. On some moonlight nights us was load to pick the cotton. Den us'd get a little res the next day. Massa and his family used brass lamps and candles for light, and a few of us slaves had brass lamps too, but most of the niggers used torch lights. Some of the plantations had a calaboose where they put the slaves dat wouldn't behave. This calaboose was built of logs fastened together with stout ropes and sunk into the ground, but massa didn't need no calaboose to make his niggers behave. Isa Morgan, Mobile, Alabama. Yassam, us had remedies for ailments. We used wild horehound tea for the chills and fever, and sweet gum turpentine, and mutton suet. Day one all good uns too. But shucks. Warn't nothin' much ever the matter with us niggers. Yassam, we used rock and cotton to start the fires on the plantation, and massa had a flintlock rifle, too. The slaves had their own special graveyard and bust make the coffins rot on the place dar. When someone die, he was taken in a ox cart to the grave, with all the slaves a walkin' long behind the cart singin' the spirituals. Our clothes was made mostly out'n Osnaburg wove on the plantation. We had wool clothes for the winter time dat was carted on the place. We had shoes made by our own cobbler and tanned on the plantation. We called these brogans. Atter the surrender, the Yankees camped near our place, and bought eggs from us. They offered me a hoss if'n I would go north with them, but I just couldn't leave the massa even though I did wanted dat hoss mighty bad. I was 21 years old when massa came to me one day and say, Isam, you is a grown man now. You is got to boss your own business. It's up to you to find work. I can't keep you no longer. Good luck Isom. You has been a good nigger, and you is gonna make somebody a good worker. After I left, massa I worked at different jobs, such as, loader, roustabout on different steamboats and, cotton picker. I worked on de May Boyd, Lula D, and de Gardener. One of de old songs sang on de boats went sompen like this. De John T. Moore. De Lula D. And all dem boats is mine. If you can't ship on de Lula D. You ain't no man, oh, mine. I been maed 3 times, misties, and Lord Chili I done forgot the name of my fust wife. I guess she still livin', somewhere case she was too mean to die. My second wife was named Dora, and she is dead. I got a wife now named Lily. She putty good. Yes ma'am you can take my picture, but lemme get my hat, case I ain't got no hair on my head, and I looks better with a hat. ISE got to be fixed up stylish. From record of a conversation in 1884. Francois L. Dyard, Mobile, Alabama. A slave interviews a slave. George Washington extolling the virtues of a plain homespun suit, granite-jawed Andrew Jackson defying the British at Pensacola, horror and massacre at Alabama's old Fort Mims, savages skulking near the fort, their bronzed bodies glistening in the hot August sunlight. These were among memories of parchment-skinned Uncle Tony Morgan, who was interviewed on October 1, 1884 by Jim Thomas, another slave, and a record of the conversation held in the files of a family in Old Mobile, Alabama. Uncle Tony was 105 years old then. The story is told by Thomas, former slave of the Dyard family. Uncle Tony was the slave of Mobile Judge H. Tolman, grandfather of the later Judge H. T. Tolman, who was appointed a judge by President Jefferson. According to Jim Thomas, Uncle Tony told him, "Did I know General Andrew Jackson? Lord bless you honey, why, I knowed him and remember General George Washington afore him." Uncle Tony explained that he accompanied General Jackson when the war-loving Tennessean marched from Mobile against Pensacola in 1814. He said he was serving as a wagoner, and remembered distinctly that the British surrendered on November 6. He recalled that, during the battle, Jackson was standing talking with a group of officers when an enemy shell exploded near him. "Move away, General," the old Negro quoted one of the officers as saying, "They'll kill you." And Jackson replied in a characteristic manner, "Damn 'em, I'll have 'em all in hell tomorrow." Concerning George Washington, Uncle Tony told Jim Thomas that the great American leader visited the town of Frankfort, Kentucky. And while there made an address, he wore a homespun suit, which he pointed out as an example of what people might do in utilizing their products. Frankfort was highly excited when Washington arrived in the city, and Uncle Tony told of a tiny urchin exclaiming with bitter disappointment in his voice, "Why, Pa, he ain't nothing but a man." Uncle Tony's memory of what occurred at Fort Mims was vivid, according to Jim Thomas. The older slave related that he was one of many Negroes in the fort at the time. He said the defenders had been sleeping off a night of dissipation the morning William Weatherford's warriors attacked. Men, women and children were butchered in the ensuing slaughter and the buildings were fired. The massacre continued until noon, Uncle Tony said, when the Indians retreated with scalps and several Negro prisoners to their camping site, called the Holy Ground. Here, the half-starved Negroes lived in constant dread that they would be butchered by war-inflamed Creeks. Uncle Tony also recalled carrying the mail from Fort Stoddart, in Alabama, through the state and Mississippi. On several occasions he barely escaped being scalped by Indians, he said. The old Negro related further that his father was a wagoner under Cornwallis when that general surrendered to Washington at Yorktown. Concerning his age and birthplace, Uncle Tony told Thomas he was born in Danville, Kentucky, about 1779. He went to Mobile in 1805 with Judge Tolman. At the time of the interview the old slave was extremely feeble and lame, and walked with the aid of a cane. His skin was dried and wrinkled, and cataracts on his eyes had totally deprived him of his sight. Despite these handicaps, however, Thomas said the old man's mind was exceptionally clear, and his recollection of events occurring almost a century before were remarkable. Told by Edith Tatum, Greenville, Alabama. Mildred Scott Taylor, Georgiana, Alabama. Uncle Mose, A True Story. The early spring sunshine sifted through the honeysuckle vines clustering around the cabin door, and made a network of dancing light upon the floor. A little Negro boy sat on the steps gazing silently up the dusty road and idly listening to the insistent buzzing of insects hovering about the honeysuckle blooms. "Don't yer see nothin' of her yet, Jerry?" came in a querulous voice from a bed in a corner of the cabin. "Nah, UNC Mose. She ain't in sight yit, but it's Mose time fair, Hit pair lack dis misery is er gittin' was all de time," the voice went on. "Miss Sally say dat limmerment gwine heap it," essayed Jerry consolingly. "It don do no good, sep in Jess whilst down Judy is a rubbin. De rubbin does good dan de limmerment." "Dar she is, rat now," exclaimed Jerry presently. "Praise de Lord. Fair de ol' man show is hungry en got de misery from his haid to his heels. Dar's nutter lady wid Miss Sally. Sarter looks lak er gal. Muse be some ol' master's granddaughters come on er visit. Why'nt yer comin', sit some cheers outen, dus and straighten dis quilt stead set tin, dar lak black patch on de sunshine. Don, yer know how ter ack when de quality is comin'." By the time the chairs had been arranged to his notion the visitors were at the door. "Good morning, Uncle Mose," said the older woman brightly, as she put a covered basket down on a table by the bed. She had a strong, sweet face and smooth white hair, and the gracious dignity of a queen. "I hope you rested well last night and are feeling very much better. I have brought someone to see you. Now guess who she is," and she placed the girl where the sunshine fell across her face. Uncle Mose turned his head on the pillow, and gazed eagerly at his visitor. Then his old black face wrinkled into a smile. "Lawd, honey, you show Muse be one of Mars Eddard's daughters, from de favor. You are right, Uncle Mose. It's Miss Caroline." "I'm so sorry to find you in bed, Uncle Mose," said the girl, coming closer, while Miss Sally began taking an appetizing breakfast from the basket and putting it on the table. "Father told me not to come home without seeing Uncle Mose. He talks of you so often." The old man beamed with pleasure. "Den Mr. Eddard's done forgive me for not choosing him dat time," he said with a chuckle. "Did you ebier hr 'bout dat time I choosed my master? Now, Uncle Mose, none of your reminiscence until Jerry has given you your breakfast. Then I know that Caroline will be delighted to hear all about it," and Miss Sally smiled indulgently. "Here, Caroline, put these flowers in water where Uncle Mose can see them, while I measure some medicine for him." "Dat show was good breakfast, Miss Sally," said the old Negro with a sigh of content, as Jerry gave him the last bit of waffle. "Olaun Jinsey Allers was good cook, and her ma beefo Couldn't nobody beat Lucy cookin' in dem days. Ginger cakes. She made the best ginger cakes. Miss Sally, you 'member dat time ol' Mars ter give me and Mars what her whole silver dollar and we walked 2 miles to Mars Walter's sto and spent every bit it fair ginger cakes. Whole dollars with her ginger cakes, and Aunt Lucy rat dar at home cookin' the best ones in the country. Mars what show was sight, and Mose lay looking with dim eyes into a happy, long-vanished past. "Now tell me about when you chose your master," said Caroline, drawing a chair closer to the bed. "Oh, dat time, I 'members dat mornin' jes' lak it was yistiddy. Hit was in the springtime lak dis, and ol' Mose was lil, black rascal lak Jerry dar. I was playin' roun' the cabin do and hr come Jim the Coogee driver, and say ol' Mars ter wanted me rat way. I show was skeered. But I couldn't think no meanness I had done, so I jes' helt up my haid and marched up the road ter the big house. And dar I found ol' Mars ter standin' on de steps, and in row on de PCH was Mars Eddard, and Mars Ted, and Mars What, and Mars Tom. Come H your Mose, say ol Marster in dat big way or his en. Come H your en choose your Marster. I'm gwine to give your turda one you picks out. I gone at Mars Eddard. He was older, and me and sorter as hear us lack so I passed him by. I looked at Mars Ted long time sorter he's tatten, but den I jest chanced ter look at Mars What, and dem blue eyes or his en was fary dancin', wid sompen sorter lack ol Nick, and I say ter myself, that's de Mars ter fair Mose, so I say out loud. I chooses Mars What, en bress your heart, honey, I ein neber been sorry minute since. But de res ol Marster's boys neber did forgive Mose fair dat, and he chuckled at the remembrance. Caroline laughed. Thank you, Uncle Mose, I've enjoyed hearing about it. I must go and see Mammy now. Next time I come I hope you will be better. De ol man ein had his foots ter de flow, in 5 weeks dis comin' Sadie Miss Cieline. Goodbye, Miss Cieline honey, come urgin'. And now, Jerry, you run tell Aunt Judy to come up at once and rub Uncle Mose's ankles, said Miss Sally as Caroline left the cabin. I'll warm this liniment and have it all ready. She stopped before the open fireplace and raked up the embers into a little blazing fire, and putting the saucer of turpentine on the floor at some distance, she stood up and turned toward the bed. Just then a spark from the fire fell into the saucer, and the turpentine blazed up. Miss Sally, startled, sprang back, but in so doing, her light cotton morning gown came in contact with the blazing turpentine and was quickly ignited. She caught up her skirts and tried to put it out with her hands, but could not. For several seconds Miss Sally stood face to face with an awful death. My God Almighty! Cried Uncle Mose, and with the agility of youth and health he sprang from the bed dragging a blanket with him, and throwing it around her, wrapped it close, extinguishing the flames just as Aunt Judy and Jerry appeared in the door. The Lord in heaven, cried Fat Judy, her swift glance taking in Miss Sally's white face, burned garments and helpless hands, and Uncle Mose tottering back to his bed. Po lamb! Now just look at dem Hans. Lemme tie em up in wet sody this minute. You show Mose got burned up, honey. I would have, but for Uncle Mose, said Miss Sally faintly, as she sank into a chair. Aunt Judy turned stormy eyes upon the poor groaning old man. I'd lack ter know how come you and see Mose jes found out he kin walk, she inquired belligerently. I load some time ergo dat Mose was possumin'. I show ein gwine to waste mo elbow grease on dat old hypocrite. Hush, Judy, said her mistress sternly, Uncle Mose is no hypocrite. He has inflammatory rheumatism. It was a miracle, she added reverently. Dat's hit, exclaimed Mose, eagerly. Miracle. Hit was de Lord Almighty let Mose get up den. Fair how you reckon I'd eber face Mars what urgent ef I had to tell him I jes lay in de bide and let my lil mistress burn up. Mose done promise Mars what ter tek cure Miss Sally, and ol man done de best he could. Interview with Sally Murphy. Preston Klein, Lee County, Alabama. Slavery was all right in its place. When I was looking for Sally Murphy, I went into a clean, four-room cabin and found a small, neat Negro woman. Are you Sally Murphy? I asked. I'm sho is, honey, and who is you? Lawdy chilly, you knows I know Mr. Pompey, my father. She laughed. I'll tell you anything I knows. I was jes 'bout 10 years come slavery done. I was born down on de Clayton place at Smith's Corners. My pappy he come from South Carolina, where his pappy was sold. He name was Caleb and my mammy was Hannah Clayton. There was 8 of us chillun. Fred, Silas, Caleb, Mary, Dolphus, Dora, Lula and me. Us all lived down in the quarters, which was 5 log houses, daubed with mud. Dem logs was big ones, hand-hewed, and de fireplaces was big, too. Us went to de fields early in de morning and picked us a mess of young hickory and oak leaves to scald and cook in de pot with meat. Day made good greens and us had poke salad, too. Made from the leaves of the pokeberry. When Day dried the fruit us would cook our kind of fruit cake. I don't recollect what went in it. Deer was plenty though. Misty's had the fruit dried on tins in the yard, and at 12 o'clock every day all hands went to the house and turned the fruit. Our beds was homemade, scaffold bedsteads with ropes wove across the top what could tighten up. Sometimes us had home-wove bedspreads on the beds most every day, but in generally that was for Sunday only. Our menfolks used to hunt possums and wild turkeys, but they didn't mess none with rabbits. They didn't waste time on fishing either. Every morning in May Misty's would call us little niggers to the house and every other morning give us oil and turpentine. We made our own cloth for clothes. Our mammies wove us long drawers out in cotton. They bought wool and flannelette to make us pantalettes. Us wore homemade homespun dresses. Some of hit was dyed and some checked. Us had shoes reg'lar in winter. Ol' Marster Joe and Miss Rosa Clayton was good as gold. They had Sarah, Jane, Henry, and Joe. They live in a big, 2-story house with 6 rooms to hit and had a brick kitchen off from the house out in the yard. Ol' Marster had a big plantation and his 2 aunties live deer, too. They was Miss Easter and Miss Charlotte. The slave women folks what had chillens was load to go home half-hour by the sun to wash every day, and every Sunday morning all the little chillun had to be washed and carried to the big house for the Misties to inspect. Us mostly stayed at home and didn't go 'bout none, and F and us went to empty Jefferson Church. Us had to have a pass or the pate rollers would show get you. I did think that hark from the tomb in doleful sound, how careful then ought I to live, with what religious fear was the prettiest thing, and I did love to hear dem sing hit. I never seed the baptizing, I used to go to the Episcopal Church with Misties and open gates and hold the hosses. I sot in the foot of her carriage. Christmas Day'd give us provisions and the chillun some trash, meaning toys. They had good times on moonlight nights at the corn shuckings. They would haul the corn from the fields and put it in a big ring, and as they shucked they would throw it in ring and den into the crib. Sometimes they was so much corn it would stay on the ground twell it rotted. Mr. Dickey Williams' mother, Miss Emily, while us was dear and my grandma cooked the cake. My daddy made the cake stand. It had 3 tiers, each one full of little cakes with the big cake on top. It was pretty. They let the little niggers have all the fun they wanted. Us played jump rope and swung in the grapevine swings mostly. Then us had rag dolls. When any of us got sick, we was give horehound tea and rock candy. Sometimes F and Day wasn't looking and us got a chance us spit it out. Day got the doctor F and us needed it. One of our marsters was killed in the war and brought home and buried. He was Mr. Joe. All the silver was hid out in during the war but the soldiers never did come to our house. One day my daddy says, Hannah, Marster said us is free now to do what we want to do. But us stayed on 2 years mo. In a few years I Milton heard and had a calico wedding dress and Judge Reed us in Opelika in the old plank courthouse. I didn't have no chillun and I lives now with my niece, Sally Thomas. I don't know what I think 'bout Abraham Lincoln. I don't know nothing 'bout him. Slavery was all right in its place, I guess, some needed it to make work. Folks get so sinful I thought I was safest in the church. I believe God intended for us all to be religious. Interview with Hattie and Nettles. Preston Klein, Opelika, Alabama. Drums beating and fifes blowing. Day was sad times, honey. All the people was goin' to war with the drums beatin' all around and the fifes blowin'. Hattie and Nettles looks younger than her 80 years, but she remembers climbing a fence to watch gray-clad soldiers of the Confederacy marching toward the front. She also remembers a few details about slavery, although she was only a child at the time. Hattie was born in Tallapoosa, Georgia. Her father and mother were Archie and Matilda Benson. She had 8 brothers and sisters. Charlie, George, Abraham, Mose, Lucinda, Mandy, Margaret and Queenie. Us had corded beds in dem times, she said, and they was screwed into corners to tighten 'em. Our cookin' was simple, too. Us used a griddle hoe to cook on the big fireplaces. Our dresses was homespun cloth dyed with indigo, and us didn't have very many clothes. But us kept plenty warm in the winter, and in the hot summers us didn't need more 'an a thin lil old dress. Hattie called her master, a good Christian-hearted man who did the best he could for the niggers. I members, she said, that all the chillens was good, too, 'ceptin' 2 of the boys. They was bad uns for show and was argin' and fightin' all the time. Honey, ol' Marster surely did lack to sing, and he was pretty good at that. I members dat he used ter get out in the back and sing to the top of his voice, ise gwine home to die no more. What I members most, though, was the quiltins and spinnin' frolics dat the women folks had. Den, on Sat-tidy nights, there was Sat-tidy night suppers and dances. All the people surely did cut the high step at the dances. Hattie beamed as the trend of conversation turned to Christmas on southern plantations. Hattie and Nettles, Opelika, Alabama. Dat was a time, she exclaimed. Us had to go to mornin' prayer, but atter dat us went back to the cabins, dressed in our Sunday best, and went up to the big house for some foolishness. And it was surely real foolishness, too. When I was growed up I married Bill Lockhart and us had 15 chillens and 8 grandchillens. In the old days niggers axed the white marster for the bride and no license was needed. If'n they left the plantation, the other white marster bought 'em so the girl could go with her man. Our old marster was as good as he could be like I done told you. He looked atter the slaves when they got sick and sent for the doctor. In dem days they would draw blood. They would draw almost a quart from the body, and you usually got well, too. Hattie recalled one night of terror on the plantation when the Ku Klux Klan raided a prayer meeting where a large number of Negroes had congregated. The Klansmen beat up lots of dem, she said. If a nigger didn't behave, they'd nigh 'bout kill him. Hattie lives in Opelika with a daughter. Flowers dot her clean yard and her old days are full of happiness. Autobiography of Reverend W. E. Northcross, 1897. Levi D. Shelby, Jr. Colored, Tuscumbia, Alabama. Chapter 1, How Reared. I was born a slave in 1840, in Colbert County, Alabama. Education was denied me, hence I grew up in ignorance. My mother and father were carried from me when I was only 9 years old, but as soon as chance presented itself I ran away and went to them. My white people brought me back, and as they were not cruel to their slaves they did not buck me. I stayed with them until I was 15 summers old. During this time my mistress made all the children, both girls and boys, come to her every Sunday, and she taught Sunday school. The book used was the old-fashioned catechism. Jesus keep me near the cross. There's a precious fountain. Free to all, a healing stream. Flows from Calvary's mountain. It was against the law for them to learn to read and write, so she taught them the Lord's Prayer and a few other things in the book. She said that she wanted them to know how to pray, how to tell the truth and not to steal, and always try to do right in the sight of everybody and in the sight of God. With these influences, I confessed a hope in Christ at the age of 13 years. Am I a soldier of the cross? A follower of the Lamb? And shall I fear to own his cause? Or blush to speak his name? When she did not teach herself, she had an adopted girl to do the same. Finally the adopted girl married and moved to the farm where I was born, the farm from which I ran away. About this time, I was 20 years old. I felt that there was something for me to do. I began to lead prayer meetings. Still I felt that there was more for me to do. Chapter 2, Entering the Ministry. I felt sure that I was called to preach, though unlearned and ignorant. I trembled at the thought of preaching the gospel, but something seemed to push me forward in that direction. So I asked the people to let me preach. This request was granted. The people at that time had no place or house of worship. I began to fast and pray night and day. Being unlearned and ignorant, Acts 4 verse 13, my heart silently murmured. Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. This was the only school I attended, both day and night. At this time I did not know A from B, but I met a man who could read a little. This man liked me and promised to teach me how to read, provided I would keep it a secret. This I gladly promised to do. I am weak, thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. I secured a blueback speller and went out on the mountain every Sunday to meet this gentleman, to be taught. I would stay on the mountain all day Sunday without food. I continued this way for a year and succeeded well. I hired my own time and with my blueback speller went to the mountain to have this man teach me. The mountain was the great school which I attended. I went from there to the blacksmith shop to work. From that place I was captured by the Yankees and carried to war. As I was crippled I was allowed to remain in the commissary department for about 6 months. While we were at camp at Athens, Alabama, General Forrest came upon us and defeated, captured, and killed until they were almost literally wiped out of existence. I had been kind to some little white children, by which I had won their love, and of course, the love of their parents, and stayed with them 3 days during the battle. I came to a river and turned aside to a farm from which all the people had gone to save themselves from the war. I got a man to help reach an island where I worked 3 days without anything to eat except grapes and muscadines. I preferred to die on the island than to be killed by the soldiers. Therefore, in time of danger, I rushed to this house and the good people hid me and changed my clothes. Hence, when I was found I was taken for one of the gentleman's slaves. When I was permitted by the man to try to return to Lagrange, and had gone some distance, I was caught by deserters from the Southern Army, who voted to shoot me. They bound me and kept me overnight, intending to do away with me the next day. It was a lonely desert on the Tennessee River. I could not sleep, so all night I prayed to God, and the wives of the men prayed to God for the poor nigger, and also prayed to their cruel husbands. Their prayers prevailed, and I was robbed and let go. I had vowed not to reveal their whereabouts. I left loving God and believing in His providence as I had never believed before. Earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. I went home and got another spelling book, although it was not allowed. Some of my own people told my master that I had a book trying to read. He sent for me to come to the house. I obeyed, though I dreaded to meet him, not knowing what the consequence would be. But his heart had been touched by divine power and he simply told me that he heard that I had a book, and if I was caught with it I would be hung. So I thanked him and departed. Notwithstanding my master's counsel I thirsted for knowledge and got some old boards and carried them to my house to make a light by which I could see how to read. I would shut the doors, put one end of a board into the fire, and proceed to study, but whenever I heard the dogs barking I would throw my book under the bed and peep and listen to see what was up. If no one was near I would crawl under the bed, get my book, come out, lie flat on my stomach, and proceed to study until the dogs would again disturb me. I did this for many nights. I continued in this way to try to learn to spell and read as best I could. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. I, like the Ethiopian, wanted a guide. I moved to Mrs. McReynolds. God bless her. She gave me a lesson every night for a period of 4 years. Then I went to my old master's brother, whose wife helped me every night as long as I would go to her for help. Reverend Shackelford, White, greatly aided me for a period of 3 years. Boys and girls, grasp these golden opportunities which are now extended you from the schoolroom. Unlearned and ignorant, as I came along that way until the present time. My readers have better chances than I had. So I hope that they will make good use of their time and make my heart feel glad to see them setting their marks high and preparing themselves for the great beyond where all must go. Thither all nations will be called before the mighty judgment seat of the ruler of the universe to give an account for the deeds done in this world. My prayer for the reader is, that they may make strong, useful, wise and Christian men and women, and at the end of time meet their God in peace. Chapter 3, My Work. I will endeavor, in this chapter, to tell something about my works and whereabouts. I was ordained to the gospel ministry in 1867 by Reverend Mr. Slater, White, and Reverend Henry Bynum.